All right. It is 3 o'clock. And so let me do a check-in here and to see, Steve, do you have who you need at this meeting?
I think we can proceed, sir. You have a quorum. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. You've got a quorum and the vice chair is in attendance as well, Mr. Chair.
Okay, let me check in with Lindsay. Lindsay, are you all ready to move on here?
Yes, Chair Ryan.
Ah, fantastic. All right, so we have another day. Here it is, Tuesday, September 14th. And this is a special session. And later on this evening, we'll have a regular session. So the first item is I'll go ahead and call the meeting to order. And then I'm going to give an opportunity for each of the supervisors to say hello. I'll just stick with my numeric piece just because I have to stick to counting or I get out of order here. So going to District 1, I'll just note that Supervisor Horstman has a long scheduled time, or she scheduled this a long time ago to be away. If I can put all those words in the right sequence, I think I pulled it off there. And so she will not be attending this particular meeting. So we have board members present, and I'll go to District 2, Supervisor Geronimo Vasquez. Geronimo.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good to see everyone. Looking forward to a good meeting, and look forward to seeing you soon, talking to you soon. Thank you.
All right. And then we'll go to District 4, Supervisor Judy Begay. Judy.
Good evening, everyone. I'm here, and I would like to make sure that we hear everything and consider everything that's being brought to our attention, and then make a decision or a recommendation or whatever. So glad to be here and looking forward to a very good meeting tonight. Thank you.
And then we have our Vice Chair and District 5 representative, Supervisor and Vice Chair Lena Fowler. Lena.
Yes, hello. Hi, thank you all for joining us. Hello, Franklin. Good to see you. And it's great evening to honor you. Just really looking forward to seeing everyone. Then it's good to see everyone on camera. So.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome, and glad to see everybody here. Okay, next item of business is a call to public. And the call to public is an opportunity the board, it's a courtesy the board provides so that people can bring an item to our attention that is not on the agenda. And Lindsay Daly, our clerk of the board, can explain our process here.
Sure. Thank you, Chair Ryan. If you would like to make a comment during the call to the public, which is now, you'll want to hit your raise hand icon at the bottom of your screen. And then once you hit that icon, we can see your hand raised, and then we can call on you for public comment.
And I am not seeing anybody out there. And are you, Lindsay?
Not at this time, and we do not have any emails in our public comment email box.
Okay. So I'll go ahead and close the call to the public, and as we work through items, if there is a hearing component, we'll provide that opportunity for people to comment. So next item of business, and it's the first piece of our business. It actually is a special opportunity. It's a recognition of Franklin Willis for displaying his artwork in the Board of Supervisors room. Albeit, oh gosh, and look at their supervisor, former supervisor Liz Archuleta there too. So unfortunately for Franklin, most of his display occurred during the COVID, which we love the opportunity to showcase special artwork. And so just part of the recognition, and bear with me while I read this, Franklin Willis displayed his art in the Board of Supervisors meeting room for 1.5 years. Franklin Willis is a professor with the School of Art in Northern Arizona University. He grew up in East Texas and studied at Kilgore College in Texas. He completed his Bachelor's of Fine Art degree at Corpus Christi State University in Corpus Christi and earned a Master's of Fine Arts from the University of Michigan at Ann Arbor. Franklin's college years culminated with a 1989 Fulbright grant to Germany. And that's pretty special. It's hard to be a Fulbright scholar. Franklin has received several awards to pursue his art, including the Ann Giles Kimbrough Award from the Dallas Museum of Art, an artist grant from the Michigan Council of Arts, an organized research grant, and the faculty development grant from Northern Arizona University, and the Carol Harris Sims Purchase Award from the African American Museum in Dallas, Texas. There were two pieces of work that were displayed in the boardroom. One was titled Ebb Tide and was an oil on canvas. The other was titled Runoff and was an oil on canvas as well. And so with that, we are presenting and we'll deliver to you, Franklin, a certificate of recognition presented to Franklin Willis in appreciation for allowing the Coconino County Board of Supervisors to proudly display your artwork for the public to enjoy inside the Board of Supervisors chambers from 2020 through August 2000, from February 2020 to August 2021. We extend our gratitude for the generosity on behalf of the residents of Coconino County. And it's been a great honor, and we surely do appreciate it, Franklin. So actually, I know we do have a Supervisor Liz Archuleta on there, but I'm going to wait to take comment. But I want to turn to Franklin and tell us about your art, Franklin, and provide the opportunity for you to make comments here.
Well, my art is centered on, I want to say, creative expression relative to the environment that I grew up in. So for me, being an artist was always a challenge of trying to accomplish a goal or an objective. And so I ended up studying under gentlemen like Bruno Andrade and Mark Anderson, another gentleman from East Texas, Gary Frills. And these gentlemen always taught me about setting goals and objectives and agendas for where I wanted to be and where I wanted to go. So I didn't grow up with a wealthy family relative to being in East Texas, but my first professor, Gary Frills, said, you know, he went on a trip to Germany. He says, if I could take you with me, I would. That always inspired me to win a Fulbright to go to Germany. So I ended up winning that Fulbright from the University of Michigan to make that trip to Germany to study for 1 year. While there, I met many people involved in the arts, including one gentleman who was a prime art collector in the world and was also a German diplomat. I ended up getting exhibitions there in Germany as well as exhibitions back in Michigan. But I've always tried to apply goals and objectives relative to my art and where I wanted to go with it. And I think that's important, and that's what I like to encourage my students to do at NAU.
But definitely a leader in our community, and definitely an honor for us to be able to display Franklin, and surely appreciate that. Actually, let me open it up to comments from the board, and then I'll reach out to Supervisor Archuleta and see if there's anybody in the audience also. But board members.
Yes,
I'll go to
Mr. Chair.
Vice Chair Fowler. Excellent.
Yes. Well, thank you, Franklin. You're always so sharing and thinking of others, just like our colleague Liz, and really appreciate your work. I wish we had, featured it more, and maybe in the future we'd be able to do another one, because I love your art. Just the pieces are always so colorful and brings, it uplifts you. And, you also did classes at the Rogers Lake and the Frontier property there. and really was able to work with the county and link us with NAU art department, and I really appreciate that. It just really just your approach to the whole community. I really like that approach, and you've always been there. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right.
And I think that opportunity at Rogers Lake and having the opportunity to set up an exchange program and bringing people in, and also the students who I worked with at NAU had a great opportunity to learn from it. And I've had students who participated in that who got accepted all the way from the New York School of Art, the university, one of the bigger universities of art in London. Some of them have gotten into graduate schools all the way from Colorado to New York to Iowa. So that was a great opportunity for many of the students that I worked with. And they ended up going to graduate school thanks to you allowing us to put that program together.
And you dreamt up that program, and it was a great success. So that was really great. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Supervisor Vasquez?
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you for the artwork and your contributions to the community and advocacy for artwork and beautification in our community. I've had the pleasure of working with several of your students on different projects, and you know, their skills impress me. And if you were their teacher, that means you were a good teacher. So I really appreciate your advocacy and your education of our community in art. And I didn't know that all the accolades artistic that came behind your artwork. I just knew that I appreciated the artwork that I saw in the boardroom. But congratulations, this is well deserved, and it's really nice to be able to recognize you in this way. So thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Begay?
Good evening, Mr. Willis. I really like the artwork that was in the boardroom. I guess it's really important to know know the vocabulary and also the language of art. It kind of helps you to structure just exactly how you're going to effectively express your ideas and opinions and feelings to the people that will see your art. So in this case, I kind of looked at that, and I think, you know, that's, in essence, that's the way we appreciate artwork. And so, and I appreciate and understand the artwork that's on display. So I just want to say thank you very much, as expressed by Lena, Ms. Fowler, that, you know, hopefully in the near future, we'll have another type of artwork in there. It was greatly appreciated. Thank you for your hard work. Bye.
Thank you.
All right. And then let me turn to former Supervisor Art Gillette.
Well, thank you so much, colleagues. Really appreciate the opportunity. Actually, I'm here in my role as a supportive spouse, supporting my husband and just being recognized for putting his art in the boardroom. But I do want to take a moment just to thank the board and the county for just an incredible program, which is allowing artists and art, whether they be professional artists or art students, to display their work at the Board of Supervisors boardroom and perhaps in other buildings throughout the county. It's an excellent program that Coconino County started. It's a way for you to decorate the interiors of the building and add just the opportunity for people to share a little bit of who they are as artists. And as Supervisor Begay said, and Vice Chair Fowler and Supervisor Vasquez, of really getting a peek into a person's perspectives and how they see the world through their art. And so congratulations on an incredible program, and I hope that you'll continue the program for years to come. It's always great seeing you, and just sending my best. And congratulations to Franklin.
All right. And, you know, I'll acknowledge we're a very good voice along with the rest of us, but a very good voice in terms of, we definitely need to have public art displayed throughout the county. Franklin, you'll be the last one that'll be in that particular setting because we have to modify our technology, but I believe we have the opportunity to still display public art and look for our great opportunities that we have throughout our facilities or on our properties out there. So really appreciate that. Steve, did you want to comment?
You took the words out of my mouth, Mr. Chair. We're coming across virtually today, but we are looking at some technological upgrades downstairs so we can all come together and do some hybrid broadcast as well as in person. So we hope to be able to restart the public art program downstairs. Thank you.
All right. And then let me just pause. I'm not sure if we have anybody in the audience. Is there anybody in the audience that would like to comment? And just see. And I'm not seeing anybody raising their hands at this point. People tend to be quiet during Zoom, so our new world. But Franklin, well, thank you so much. We really appreciate it. We're going to get this letter of recognition or certificate of recognition over to you, and just besides doing that with the county, you've always been a good friend. We really appreciate everything that you provided. Thank you, Franklin.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Chair,
Yeah, go ahead, Lena.
I'd like to just thank Liz as well. Just thank for all her hard work and just envisioning how to include the community in everything that we do. And this is one of the programs. So thank you, Liz, for all the hard work that you have put into this art program and just many other creative programs that you have created, and we work together on. Really appreciate your work and also sharing Franklin with us.
That's right.
Thank you. Yeah. Well, I appreciate that. And just for the community's knowledge, it is a voluntary program where artists basically loan their art to the county for a period of time for the county to be able to show just the diversity of art and highlight artwork throughout the county. So it's an incredible program. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. All right. Next item of business is actually our consent agenda. And the consent agenda are items of routine nature, and we usually take a single motion associated with them unless a board member separates an item. And routine in nature would be, we saw it in a work session, or it might be a repeat of a contract that we're updating. And so that's an example of that. These items are items 2 through item 14 that are on the consent agenda. I'll turn to the board. Are there any items that you wish to have separated? And I'm not seeing anybody, but I do want to separate items 7 and 8 just for a quick clarification on those. So with that, I'll go ahead and consider a motion on the consent agenda, noting that we're separating 7 and 8.
I'll make the motion that we accept the consent agenda.
So I have a motion by Supervisor Vasquez, and that's items 2 through 14 without items 7 and 8. I need a second. Second by Vice Chair Fowler. She was smiling, get ready to make that motion. Then Geronimo stepped in real quick on that. So
the mute button was the difference.
Oh, there you go. There you go. Oh, I better call for the question. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. And so just for item 7, and then I'm going to reach out to Siri Mullaney and Siri. So in the motion for item 7, we're talking about we have 2 different pieces here that we're approving. One is if sequestration occurs, and other is if it doesn't occur. And a piece of my question is, if sequestration came in, even though it's late, if it came in, we would then distribute it based on the original formula that's in there that you're asking us to approve. Is that correct?
Yes, thank you, Chair Ryan. We have actually received this distribution and it did have the sequestration holdback as part of it. So the current recommendation is for that first page where it notes if the 5.7% funds are received, it's the fourth page with the 5.7% sequestration. That's a little bit lower, but we do have an alternative if the difference does come into the county. We have not seen it. It's unlikely at this point, given the timeline in prior years of when we've received additional sequestration funding. But in order to have a full recommendation for the board to deal with the funds as they come in, we are bringing both proposals today.
Okay, thank you, Siri. And so for that one, we would be considering to approve the presented distribution of forest fees to the schools and roads. Does anybody care to make that motion?
So move.
I have a motion by Supervisor Begay. I need a second.
I'll second.
I have a second by Supervisor Vasquez. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, and then item number 8. Reason I asked for this to be separated is only for clarification, because you'll see in item 15, it's quite similar. This would be an element of that, but there's a difference in years. And so, Siri, could you just help us with that clarification?
Yes, thank you, Chair Ryan and members of the board. The next item for action, item 15, will be related to the current comment period for Title III funding. But what was presented in item number 8 that's currently up for discussion is a change to the allocation of funds for the fiscal year that we just closed, fiscal year 2021. Originally, the board had adopted an allocation of Title III funds with a distribution both for Sheriff Patrol on qualified federal land, as well as search and rescue funding. During the fiscal year, in talking to the Sheriff's Office, they were able to procure additional funds for search and rescue, making the Title III allocation less critical than perhaps in prior years. And therefore, we would like to recommend we offset patrol expenses that are on qualified federal land and that are greatly in excess of the amount that's being proposed for fiscal year 2021 in terms of the actual expenses for those services, and greatly in excess of any reimbursements received.
All right, so we have 2 different years and a modification of replacement for this past year. All right, so it can be confusing. Wanted to bring that up for public in the public record so they understand that. And so the recommended motion is to amend the fiscal year 2021 budget for Title III funding under the Secure Rural Schools Act to transfer $180,283 to offset some of the reimbursed costs of the Sheriff's Patrol on qualified federal land in Coconino County and 0 to the estimated cost of search and rescue. Anybody care to make that motion?
I have a question.
Go ahead, Supervisor Begay.
And the fiscal impact, I want that to be more clarified for me. It says amending the allocation will allow the county offset unreimbursed costs for patrol on qualified federal land. This is not adopted. The county might have a negative financial impact in returning search and rescue funding bill for under another reimbursement program. So I'm not sure. I just wanted to know which other reimbursement program is being looked at, and then also just a little bit clarity on that statement.
Thank you, Chair and Supervisor Begay. That's a great question. So as noted, during the year, the Sheriff's Office was able to apply for and receive funding as a pass-through from FEMA through the Department of Emergency Management at the state level to fund not the full cost, but a percentage of cost for search and rescue operations. Because we are not allowed to double dip on our federal funding or on any funding sources really that are restricted, we have already billed for the costs, the qualified costs, or at least a portion of the qualified costs for search and rescue from the alternative funding source in the form of the Department of Emergency Management funding. Therefore, we do not want to apply additional funds from search and rescue. If we were to do so, we would have to then amend what we've already submitted to the Department of Emergency Management and revert back the funds that they have provided for those same expenses. So therefore, we are allowed to spend federal Title III funds for the cost of patrol on federal lands, which is about $500,000 of subsidized county expenses per year. And so our request is to offset that $500,000 of expenses with the full $180,000 Title III allocation.
Okay, does that answer your questions?
Yes.
Supervisor?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, would anybody care to make a motion on this?
I make a motion that I would like to make a motion to amend the FY 2021 budget for Title III funding under the Secure Rural Schools Act to transfer $180,283 to offset some of the unreimbursed costs of sheriff patrol on qualified federal land in Coconino County and $0 to the estimated cost of search and rescue.
All right, I have a motion to approve by Supervisor Begay. I need a second.
I'll second.
I have a second by Supervisor Vasquez. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
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 All right, motion carries. And it should be noted when we approved the consent agenda, we also had noted in our record that we had an addendum, which was 12A, that was included in that motion. And just for the sake of acknowledgement, was that your understanding? I'm going to go through the board members. Supervisor, I'll go with Vice Chair Fowler. Did you understand that?
Yes.
And Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes.
Supervisor Begay. So we had item 12A in there, and that was included in our agenda there. So did you understand that, Supervisor Begay?
Yes.
Okay. So Lindsay, you wanted me to clarify that for the sake of the record, because it was an addendum that was posted appropriately, but needed to be pointed out. With that said, I'll go ahead and move on to next piece of our business is item number 15. And item number 15 is an action item. It's consideration of possible action on the review of comments received during the 45-day comment period and approval of the fiscal year Title III projects under Secure Rural Schools of Community Self-Determination Act. And I'll turn to Siri. Siri.
Thank you, Chair Ryan and members of the board. So the Secure Rural Schools and Community Self-Determination Act does require the county to post a comment period for proposed use of Title III funds. In addition, we are required to notify the Resource Advisory Committee for the county on our proposed use and wait until we complete our comment period before expending funds. So we did do a posting of our comment period from July 26th until September 9th, during which time no comments were received. However, the board does have the ability to change the allocation as a result of the comment period. And as noted in the prior item, we have since identified alternative funding for search and rescue. Search and rescue was originally proposed for expenses in a comment period along with Flagstaff patrol. So I do want to point out that the current recommendation is a change to what was proposed in the comment period to allow the board to reallocate the entirety of the Title III funds towards the cost of patrol. Again, we expect these expenses on qualified federal land to be in excess of $500,000 of unreimbursed expenses, and therefore the full allocation requested of $178,407 still does end up with counties supplementing the cost of patrol activities on the federal land.
All right, and so this is an opportunity, and as noted by Siri, we did not receive comments on this, or you can see it in the record also that you have before you on this. And the proposal to fill, which Siri had pointed out, several $100,000 worth of cost. A portion of that would be provided for the Sheriff's Patrol. And that's the recommendation that we have here. And so would anybody care to make a motion associated with this item now that we've had an opportunity to review this?
I will make the motions based on the report from our staff and the recommendation that is provided to us by our finance director. I would like to approve item number 15 as read.
I'll second the motion, but I have a question.
Go ahead, Supervisor Forget.
I guess this one is what other funding is it going to impact? Our general funds, or how would it impact that if we're approving it now, and I just wanted to know if it wasn't, then how would it affect our general fund? All these dollars, would they just be utilized out of our general funds?
Thank you, Chair and Supervisor Begay. You are correct. The cost of patrol is covered by the general fund for the majority of the expenditures. So if the board were not to approve the Title III funds for this purpose today, we would have to go back basically to the allowable uses identified under the Secure Rural Schools Act funding guidelines, which include some other very limited activities. And just as a reminder, we did present this as part of the budget discussions as well in terms of the proposed use for patrol and for Title III. But we certainly would need to come back to the board and ask for direction on an alternative qualified recommendation for the use of these dollars, which are limited under the guidelines of Title III.
Thank you.
All right. And that, I would assume that answers your question, Supervisor Begay. Okay, so we have a motion and a second before us. I'll go ahead and call for the question. All those in favor of the motion, vote aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
And that's a unanimous of those present. And so item 15 is approved on a 4-0 vote. So item 16 is a presentation, discussion, and update and possible action regarding Coconino County requests or Coconino County response to the COVID-19 pandemic, including testing, vaccine distribution, and partnership opportunities. And so, Steve, do you want me to turn it to Kim, or do you want to
I'll
start?
make a couple of comments. Of course,
Okay.
want to welcome back Kim from a very much deserved break. Although this is not a nice thing to do to someone, is to do a board meeting the day you get back from break. But also joining her is her management team, Michelle Axland, and also Eva Walters. And so I'll turn it over to Kim at this time, Mr. Chair.
All right. Welcome back, Kim.
Thank you. And thank you, Steve. It's good to be back. It's really great to leave when you know you have such a competent team that continues to carry forward everything in your absence. And so with that, I'd like to just recognize, as Steve had said, both Michelle and Eve are on here with me today, but I wanted to make a special recognition to let the board know formally that Eve Walters has been selected as our other deputy director, and I'm super excited to have her join our team in this role. Eve has been with the county and served as a division manager since 2019, February of 2019, and she's overseen many different pillars and programs within HHS, including surveillance and public response programs, environmental health, animal management, public health, emergency preparedness, and epidemiology. And prior to that, she served as a program manager and a supervisor for our Healthy Families program. And all during COVID, Eve has served and continues to serve as our operations section chief and has been unwavering in doing so, and was a absolute top choice for this position, just given her commitment to HHS and the future of HHS and her dedication to the work in public service. So I'm really excited to just let you all know that Eve accepted that role and to have her on board. So I didn't know if don't want to put her on the spot, but if she wants to say anything
I thought it was, we were just waiting for her to finish the food code there, but yeah, we'll go ahead and Eve, if you would like to, if you could comment, that would be great. Congratulations, by the way.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Chair Ryan. Members of the board, County Manager Peru, it is such an honor to get to continue working with HHS and the county. I did not prepare a speech. I was not prepared for this, but I am eternally grateful and to be able to just continue in this role. It makes my heart sing. So thank you all for having me and being so welcoming and so congratulatory on this promotion.
Well deserved. Congratulations. All right. And so I would wander through the board, but we need to do the COVID presentation here first.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Ryan. So I'll go ahead and have Erica bring up the PowerPoint here, go through some updates. I know it's been a couple of weeks. We've had some, late breaking updates, which usually happens on any given day. So with that, we'll go ahead and get started with a quick overview of our numbers and where we sit as of our week and report ending September 4th. We continue to be in the high transmission level with an incident rate of 257.3 per 100,000, and our percent positivity is moderate at 7.1%, just barely below that high incident rate. And our COVID-like illness is at 4.6. As we have been showing weekly, as we do updates, our vaccination rates as of September 10th was Coconino at 57.4%, and you can see Arizona at 56.6, Maricopa at 41.5, and Pima at 52.4. The next slide is just the picture, kind of the look ahead, because of course we do our reports on Friday for the Saturday week ending prior. And so you can see for the week ending September 11th, which was this past Saturday, we're sitting around 322. So potentially going to hopefully be a few cases lower than we were the previous week. And as we watch the data come in, as we close out the data lag week for providing that information. So we continue to be in a state of active community transmission, and of course, needing to continue to be vigilant in terms of our mitigation measures and certainly in our quest to get more and more people vaccinated. Here is our COVID testing graph update as of the week ending September 4th. That's where that 7.1% positivity rate comes from. Just a little over 5,500 folks were tested, or number of tests were conducted. So we continue, unlike some of the places around the country, I just like to point this out, we continue to have a very high testing rate, which in check gives us that percent positivity that is seemingly more accurate than when you have very few tests and all of those tests are positive. Obviously that percent positive goes up. So we continue to have a lot of folks getting tested for various reasons, whether it's because of concerns of having had an exposure or having other upper respiratory illnesses and conditions. We know a lot of upper respiratory illnesses going around, and it exhibits a lot of symptoms similar to COVID. And so folks are going to get tested to make sure that and rule out that they don't have COVID. But again, just that reminder, regardless of what your symptoms are, if you have symptoms, you need to stay home. Do not go out in public, don't go to work, don't go to school, don't send your kids to school if they are having symptoms, because that's how we spread disease and illness, COVID and otherwise. So the next piece I'd just like to transition to, as you are all aware, and certainly has been in the media and big news as in the last few days, is the President Biden's path out of the pandemic. And he put forward his six-pronged strategy that includes vaccinating the unvaccinated, further protecting the vaccinated, keeping schools safely open, increasing testing and requiring masking, protecting our economic recovery, and improving care for those with COVID-19. Today, in my overview, I'm going to cover the first four prongs, specifically because as they those are the most directly aligned with the work that we have been doing and will continue to do through HHS and the county. Of course, protecting our economic recovery and improving care for those with COVID is absolutely essential as well. However, we have a lot less impact in how those two prongs will be carried out. Next slide. So want to give a little update here. I know this continues to be pressing on folks' minds, as rightfully so. Of course, the Pfizer FDA approval for what is now the Comirnaty vaccine received that full FDA approval back on August 23rd for 16 and older. We're continuing to await FDA approval for the 5 to 12-year-old. That is anticipated sometime in October or late fall. And then additional FDA approval, likely early winter for that 2 to 5 year age range. Moderna, of course, still only has the EUA, the emergency use authorization for 18 and older. It is likely that we will also see some FDA approval possibly for 12 and older here in late fall. And those younger ages under 5 are still in trials as well. And then, of course, just by highlighting that third dose has been recommended by the CDC for those individuals who are moderately or severely immunocompromised. And so those are the only third doses or boosters that have currently been authorized and recommended from the CDC and FDA. And we're awaiting further information on boosters, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in just a minute. So with respect to the Biden plan and the vaccinating the unvaccinated, currently that vaccination requirement is stated as being for all private employers with 100+ employees or more to ensure that their employees are vaccinated or are tested weekly, that all federal workers and government contractor employees must be vaccinated, along with workers in healthcare settings that receive Medicare and Medicaid must be vaccinated. So there's some examples of that: hospitals, dialysis facilities, ambulatory surgical settings, home health agencies, nursing homes, hospitals, et cetera. In that plan, they're also asking large venues to require patrons to be vaccinated or show a negative test for entry, such as sports arenas, large concert halls, et cetera. There are several of the large venues around the state of Arizona in particular that have already done this in advance of Biden's plan. Also, OSHA is working to develop let me make sure I get this right, basically a emergency temporary standards that would once implemented would make a requirement for over 80 million workers in private sector businesses with over 100+ employees as part of that actual standard for vaccination. So what does this mean right now for Coconino County? Much of this is still hasn't even been implemented. It's still being implemented and reviewed. But what it means just on the surface that I'd like to point out to you is that regardless, there's going to be an increased demand for vaccines and access to vaccine locations, which is a good thing as this rolls out in terms of getting those initial vaccination doses. And then, of course, once we add boosters into that, all of the folks who have been vaccinated needing to have access to that vaccine. And so we continue to have a great need to work with all of our partners, the state, and all those around the county in terms of the locations for vaccines to be available. And as I had mentioned before, certainly the evaluation of the applicability of this plan as it relates to us and local government entities, that is still being looked at as things are being implemented. So more to come on that as that unfolds. I know Rose is looking at things. We have been getting additional information regarding federal grants and other things that it's looking like, or it's not going to apply, but we're still yet to see how that's going to directly impact us in terms of other actions coming forward. Next slide, please. So wanted to speak a little bit about, because this is also part of the further protecting the vaccinated, that component of Biden's plan. And that is the advocating for booster vaccinations. So the FDA is scheduled to meet on Friday, September 17th. Certainly, as it is listed on the CDC site, the goal is for people to start receiving a COVID-19 booster shot beginning in the fall, with individuals being eligible starting 8 months after they have received their second dose of an mRNA vaccine. So that is for those who've received Pfizer or Moderna. We're still waiting on information for booster doses around Johnson & Johnson. If the FDA authorizes boosters and on the 17th, then ACIP also has to meet. Currently, they are not scheduled to meet on Friday. That doesn't mean that they won't meet on Friday. Things change daily and on a dime, so that could come. But if the FDA authorizes and ACIP recommends a booster dose, the goal is for the first people eligible for a booster dose to be those who are the first to receive a COVID-19 vaccination, in particular, those who are most at risk. So the healthcare providers, residents of long-term care facilities, and other older adults. And there's a link on that slide there that if you go to that, it gives more of the details around the CDC's parameters around looking at those booster doses and the information that they are waiting further to hear about. Next slide, please. So what are we doing as we are continuing to get the unvaccinated vaccinated, as well as working towards being prepared for protecting the vaccinated? We obviously are continuing to administer those vaccinations for individuals. We're also providing flu shots and vaccinations to county residents. Clinics are already underway this week for first, second, third doses, and to include flu vaccination availability. Don't want to lose sight of the fact that it is coming into flu season and how important it is to also be vaccinated for the flu. The addition of the booster vaccination operations obviously adds complexity and strain on our existing operations, but we feel as though we have a pretty solid plan going in, utilizing really every resource we can, some great meetings going on with our partner entities in terms of helping them understand the importance of our need for everyone to be at the table providing these booster vaccinations, as well as any others who may be coming forward because of the new Biden plan in terms of mandating some vaccinations of our private entities. One of the other things that we're working with is the state has put together a program where we can submit requests to access other contracted vaccination providers. And so we are going to be receiving those applications, if you will, when there are entities that are interested in having vaccine events around the county, that we can triage those, put them into the system so that we can make sure that all of those are getting covered, and continuing to maintain, from our perspective at HHS, really looking to, from our role, maximizing all of the locations and our partnerships around the smaller communities and the most rural communities in our county, making those our priority for our mobile operations for HHS, given that there's lots of other places where people can get vaccinated here in Flagstaff, in addition to continuing to provide our clinics here at HHS as well. Next slide, please. So just wanted to bring back to everyone's attention, we continue to have recurring events here at our King Street facility. On Wednesdays, we run a vaccination clinic from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. and then we start it back up again from 3 to 6 p.m. We added those evening hours. And then on Thursdays are adding an additional block of time from 10 to 1 to do COVID and flu vaccines. One of the things that we are noticing in all the different events that we are doing throughout the county, with a couple of exceptions, our turnout is really the best at our fixed clinic operation times. We're averaging about 40 to 50 at each one of those for vaccinations, which is great. We are going to be up at the Tucson Grand Canyon Village on the 16th again. Always have a great turnout there. Doing an event in partnership with the Orpheum Theater on the 26th from 4 to 6. And this goes to the group reaching out to us because of the desire to require people to have vaccination proof or a negative test, wanted to also provide an opportunity at the locations for people to be vaccinated. And we're going to be in Blue Ridge at the end of the month, doing both a COVID and flu vaccine combined clinic, and are doing, I just also wanted to mention that we had just been last week, we were at the Veterans Stand down in Williams. Multiple programs from HHS, and I believe many other programs at the courts and others throughout the county participated in that event, but we also had a vaccination pop up there as well. Vaccinated 11, not a huge number, but it's 11 more people vaccinated, which we're thrilled to see. And then we were back up in Page also on just this past Saturday on the 11th for another event up there, and had 89 additional vaccinations up there. And then we were also at the fair over Labor Day weekend, and I think we did about 10 vaccines at the fair. So slowly chipping away. But again, as I mentioned, really looking at some of our other fixed clinic times, which seem to really be well received, and people showing up for pretty regularly and getting some pretty high numbers there and maximizing that work. Next slide, please. So next, another point in Biden's 6-point plan is keeping schools safely open and increasing testing and requiring masking. So I just wanted to share with the board, just by way of some updated information, the number of schools that have had to close temporarily here in Coconino County due to COVID since opening this fall has been 4 that have been schools that were temporarily closed, and we've had 7 other schools with open outbreaks that are being tracked by our teams. Just to provide some information, general information about that. The schools have been amazing, and I think our families and students as well, and trying to do our best to mitigate the effects and the spread of illness. We have also made available individual test kits to the schools that they're able to distribute out to students to take home when quarantine is needed, so that they can meet those requirements, some rapid test kits. And then, so as you can see on the screen there, last week, we distributed 1,400 to schools, and we have another 2,000 ordered. We're going to keep asking for those from ADHS. They are coming to us right now free of charge. And so we are disseminating them out to the schools. They come in a 2-pack. We ask them to separate them, make a photocopy of the instructions so that they can have those go further and send those home with their students who are being placed on quarantine. And then there is planning with North Country and Health and Human Services to provide school vaccinations starting in October. And that is both here in Flagstaff and throughout all of Coconino County with all of our school districts. And then of course we continue to have our school reporting, which the schools, both our K through 12 schools, as well as our shelters, our childcare facilities, all of them are doing a phenomenal job in reporting and working with our investigations and monitoring teams to mitigate that spread and to quarantine and isolate the illness so that we keep as many safe as possible. Next slide, please. So with the increasing testing and requiring masking, just wanted to provide you all with an update of how we're already doing some of this, and then some of the things that are in the works that will help to add to this. The NAU Fieldhouse expanded their testing hours through the end of the fall semester. So the ASU saliva-based testing will be here through the end of the fall semester, not just the end of October, as was our last update. And they are open for testing Monday through Friday, 9 to 4, and Saturday from 8 to 1. Embry Health, they do have a drive-up testing site located at the Flagstaff Mall. And that is open. The PCR testing, the diagnostic testing is from 8 to 4 daily. They also, and that is free testing. They also do antibody testing and some rapid testing. There are fees that are associated with those. They have some specific hours. They are also working on a contract at the Coconino Community College, both in Flagstaff and Page, to provide drive-through testing at both of those locations that we're hopeful will start up with it in about a week. And then just by way of update on a couple of our community providers, North Country Healthcare had been doing a drive-up operation for anyone. They are no longer able to continue to do that unless you are an established patient and with an appointment. And it won't be a drive up any longer. It will be, they have a section set up where they're going to have people testing inside. So if there are individuals in the community interested in getting tested at North Country, they do need to make an appointment, and they are accepting new patients, so they will need to establish as a patient as well. And then Flagstaff Pediatric Care is offering some testing for children. You can request that appointment online or schedule an appointment. There's also our link on our website for testing information of other locations, and the Embry Health locations will be able to do, because they are the PCR nasal swabs, young children as well. And lastly, I'd just like to add, we just received some information today with another program that has contracted with the state that we are looking to bring here into Coconino County to get out, hopefully up also in some of our more rural related locations that have a lot less access to testing. We're working on bringing in Perkins and Elmer to do some of that testing as well. So hopefully more news to come on that within the coming days. Then of course, Canyonlands and North Country. Canyonlands continues to offer testing up in Page right now through the walk-in clinic, and then North Country Healthcare in Williams provides testing for folks in the Williams area. So with that, that was pretty much my update. So I would like to turn it to questions.
All right. Always comprehensive. Steve, did you want to comment before I?
No, just here to answer questions, Mr. Chair. Members of the
Okay, fantastic. So turn to the board and see if we have questions.
So, Mr. Chair,
Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to add that typically Regional Healthcare Corporation is going to provide a drive-through flu shot for ages 6 months on up, Saturday the 18th from 8:30 to 12:30, daylight savings time. So all our healthcare providers in the region continue to work together to provide these vaccines and also the testing. And now it's flu season. So when we talk about flu, and there's been just this misunderstanding or misinformation about how COVID is just a flu. So I'm just wondering how we're going to be working through that and trying to educate people that these are two separate. They're not the same.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair Fowler. One thing I would add to that, or just in terms of additional information, that's one of the things we're going to be doing a lot of communication around, not just about COVID, but then really the flu campaign that we typically do as well is going to be highlighted and certainly emphasized. I think HHS does that every year, but we'll do it even louder and stronger this go round. Also, we are, as I said, we're going to have flu available at many of our other pop-up clinics as we go throughout the county. We're going to do our what we have done in the past with our partners around the county that we typically go do flu vaccine clinics with. Those are absolutely taking place this year. And in addition, we'll also just bring some COVID vaccine. There is information that both of the vaccines can be given on the same day. that's going to be a personal choice. Obviously, the recommendation is that if you do get it on the same day, that you do one in each arm, if you will. So once we're looking at boosters potentially as well, there will be that opportunity if people want to get both of their vaccines in one at one visit, they can. Otherwise, certainly we'll have many opportunities with some time in between for people to access both.
All right, did you have more, Lena? Or?
Yes, I'm just really thankful that our healthcare providers really work close with each other and bring in all the partners. And I remember early on, we're trying to rush around, and our department was trying to see how who to work with and how to work with, and that seems to have all settled down. And it's really good that now with these surges coming up, and then with the winter flu coming in, there's plans in place, and all the healthcare providers are now changing focus again. So thank you for your work, both you and your team members. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, other board members, questions or comments?
I just want to say thank you to your team for their continued efforts in getting through this. It's a little concerning to see the numbers that we continue to be over 300 a week. And I hope as we go into the colder season, those numbers go down based on our vaccination efforts and our social distancing efforts rather than moving up. And just want to keep imploring for folks to please get vaccinated, please get the support and help you can, because our health and human services and partners are providing the service. And so right now is the easiest it's been to get vaccinated. So please get vaccinated, and you don't want to do it for yourself, do it for everybody else, but we need to break that 57%, and it should be higher. And so again, just thank you. And we're always looking for ways that we can help support with the COVID efforts.
All right.
Thank you.
Supervisor Begay.
Kim, welcome
Good
back.
afternoon. Thank you.
Good evening. I guess I'm really thankful that everyone's working together and trying to resolve how we're going to be safe and for the people that we serve, and also that I'm proud that Coconino County has a higher percentage rate as far as others, and as far as giving shots and stuff like that. So that really says, it's loud and clear that, we are doing something, and that, we're really addressing the need out there to have people get their testing and shots done. So I just want to say thank you on that. And also all your staff. I know that the staff are very hardworking, and without our staff, it's really hard to accomplish certain things, and we have to have that backbone. And then of course we have to be leaders too. So I just want to say thank you to our county manager, Peru, also, for pushing these efforts and making sure that, I know that the last meeting, the board, some of the board members had said, let's increase the percentages, but I see that percentage going up. So thank you very much, Kim.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Mr. Chair, if I can make a couple comments after board members. You're muted, sir. Mr. Chair and members of the board, of course, certainly I'm following our own advice by staying home because I'm not feeling well. So I've been loaded up on Luden's cough drops, wild cherry, and Vicks Vapor Rub. So, but I did get a COVID test. I'm awaiting results. But I think it's important to note as employer, the president's presentation did not address public employers. At the same time, here in the state of Arizona, we have a governor's edict against employee mandates for cities and counties. And you'll also know that I believe the city of Tucson has had theirs objected to, with possible loss of funding from the state. So there's certainly some risks involved. Here at the county, we have two input paths for COVID reentry. One is the management team, myself and Kim and Sue and Lucinda and others. Eve's on there. And so that is the management team. And then we also have an employee team that's focused on COVID reentry, and they're meeting next week. And one of the topics we've asked for some input on is an employee incentive program. Certainly not looking at this as a mandate, but turning the paradigm around a little bit and seeing what we can do to entice employees to participate. I think that's there's two sides to every story, and definitely we'll have that input to guide us in that regard. At the same time, we know the city of Flagstaff is putting forth a community incentive program. In fact, they've asked for the county to participate. We've not given any indication because we're not due to provide our recommendations to you all until next week. However, that is something that the city of Flagstaff is pursuing, basically modeled after some of the larger cities in the nation, smaller ones too, that provide a monetary incentive for individuals that have been vaccinated. Our concern rises from how much more can we ask HHS to do? So add another transaction to that, we would need to be looking at that differently. But again, those are conversations that are happening in the community, and you probably have heard similar conversations within each of your districts. So just wanted to add that, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Kim, thank you.
All right, thank you, Steve. And yeah, I couldn't get off mute there for a second. I kept missing the microphone on it. Just quickly on my comment, thank you, Kim, for including the children piece in there. It's coming out in the reports, but I'd be pestering anyway, so really appreciate that. And looking forward to seeing what our next move is. I understand the rest, Steve, and also we want to be models and try and as best we can really put the right foot forward and getting community to either vaccinate or test. These tests are easy to take and easy to get to and really accessible throughout the community. So either precaution, vaccinations, there's a history associated with it, childhood diseases that, people have learned the reasoning for it, but it looks like we need to continue to work on community education, edification to help out with that. So that would be good. And just my note on, swinging back to, welcome back, Kim, as Judy had noted, and the Eve piece, my little jest associated with the food code is we were working on it for how many years before we finally got the food code through. But she did excellent efforts there as well as everything else. So again, I'm sure I'm speaking on behalf of the board. Congratulations to Eve on that appointment. We'll be busy with that. So our next, that pretty much finishes the COVID. Did you have any last comments, Steve or Kim? No. Okay.
Nope. Thank you.
All right. So next item of business that we have is the roundtable items and discussion. Item 17 is an update and possible direction related to state and federal legislation, redistricting. Steve.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I've asked Claire Harper to be with us today to provide some update on what's happening with the CSA Summit and some of the work she's doing. And it's a way for me not to talk so much today. So take it away, Claire.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Chair Ryan and members of the board. We will start with CSA. Earlier today, I did send out the draft proposal packets for the summit, which is at the 29th of this month through October 1st. And so that packet is all the proposals submitted from the counties. At the summit, we will vote and decide which proposals we'll want to bring forward for the next year. So let me know if you have any questions on those proposals. As we've done in the past, I will compile a large binder of all the documents with past legislation, resolutions, as well as I'm gathering staff comments. So I hope to have that binder to you the 27th, which is the Monday of the summit, so that you can review it. And then any questions on the CSA process? Okay, I will move on to my last item, We have submitted a letter to the governor regarding House Bill 2001. That was the fire suppression allocation. We are asking that Governor Ducey allow the funds to be used for museum fire mitigation, flooding mitigations. The current bill is just for the fiscal year 2020, 2021. And so obviously the museum fire was in 19. So we're asking that money can be used. So we have submitted that letter to the governor. That is all that I have.
All right, any questions or comments related to legislation on that? Okay, not hearing any, I'll just give a quickie on that. I just attended, who was it? Representative Carroll and oh my gosh, I'm drawing a blank. Leadership. I missed Ria's. Others attended that, but we're continuing with these discussions related to transportation throughout the states from the RTAC and TPAC and Metro Plan perspective on that. And so far, there's interest. Unique model. We did touch bases with Craig, Kevin Adams, and I as a courtesy organization to organization, just to give a heads up of what we're doing and why we're wandering around with the proposals associated with that. So just a quick update on that. And I'm not seeing any other comments from board members, so we'll go ahead and swing over to, go ahead, Steve.
The staff is going to provide an update on the museum flooding situation. So we have Mrs. Adriana, you teed up to make a brief presentation on the status of the flooding situation and measures the county is taking to ensure safety and security for some of our residents. So send it.
All right, send it.
All right, good afternoon. Lots occurring on the I'll say museum front, although we fortunately have not had any further flooding events since the major event on October 17th. We did have one rain event, but it did not result in flooding. But we've been really focusing since the summit, looking at beginning to move that process forward in terms of long-term mitigation. Had a very good meeting today with Bob and Anna, looking at potential funding sources for longer-term mitigation. And in particular, on last Friday, we did submit to NRCS a request for long-term emergency watershed protection program funding. We are on the EWPP wait list now, but for a fairly small amount of money compared to what we've estimated that we will need to conduct the sediment reduction, to construct the sediment reduction measures both on and off forest above the city of Flagstaff to reduce the amount of sediment coming into the city. And what's really important to understand is that if we aren't able to construct those measures and not arrest at least some level of the significant sediment coming into the city, then any expansion of the stormwater system to try to convey more water through the city, or frankly through Mount Eldon Estates as well, will not work. It will just fill up with sediment. And so this work is really crucial. It was identified during the summit kind of one of four pieces of crucial steps that have to take place to effectuate flood mitigation within the museum flood area. So that first step is submitting that letter. NRCS will be on site September 22nd and 23rd to conduct their what they call a damage survey assessment, and then that results in a report that then is sent from the state conservation, as she'll make the decision based on that report to then forward that to the federal level. We're estimating that the ultimate request for that will be somewhere in the ballpark of $6 to $7 million for that work. And then we would be placed on that request would be placed on the EWP wait list. And we're working the refunding of the EWP program, as I think you'll recall from conversations prior, there is no money in that fund, that long-term EWPP funding fund at the federal level right now. It needs to be funded by Congress. That funding has been included in the infrastructure bill by Senator Kelly, which we're very appreciative of. Yeah, and then once that's funded, then they'll be able to then get back to us and respond to us whether or not that funding will be forthcoming or not. And in terms of that, Bob and Anna expect that the infrastructure bill that was approved by the Senate will be considered by the House probably in about 2 weeks. And they expect that that will be approved by the House with very few amendments, if any. So that's good news. So, but a contingency to that very important challenge related to that is right now the Natural Resources Conservation Service policy is that those funds cannot be used on Forest Service lands. And this work that needs to be accomplished to arrest the sediment, to reduce sediment, needs to take place both on private and on Forest Service lands. And so we're also working with Bob and Anna to get that changed, likely via legislation that Representative O'Halloran will be placing into either the Reconciliation Budget Act or another piece of legislation that would be acted on sometime within the next 6 months. So we're also looking for other opportunities to modify that, working directly with USDA. So working with Senator Kelly's office at the national level. So anyway, lots going on that front. We're also requesting that DEMA and FEMA now expedite the review of our request for reimbursement for the 2019 flood mitigation that was installed at that time, which the district spent about $1.5 million. We're asking them again to expedite that. They've indicated that's been delayed because of COVID, and frankly, with the resources the state has, we're encouraging them to get that done, hire people, whatever they need to do, that we need to get that reimbursement. So frankly, we have money to cover some of the reimbursement costs from this year that we've expended already. And then, working certainly as well with them on some other efforts, communication efforts at the federal level as well, getting some clarification from FEMA as to this presidential declaration and getting a little bit more clarity about the expectations that we can have relative to that and what it means for a museum. But the expectation right now is that it will not have much impact on, certainly on long-term flood mitigation for a museum. Because frankly, during those dates, there weren't even any flood events within the museum flood area. There were in other areas within Flagstaff, but not within the museum flood area. So we're pursuing that through Bob and Anna as well. They've been tremendously helpful with all these processes, tremendously important relationships that they have there. So I think that's a quick snapshot. I know that Supervisor Vasquez attended and Steve as well attended a community meeting this weekend. There is a coalition forming within the flood area, and they attended that meeting. They may want to report on that as well. So I think that's it, Steve, unless you think there's something else I forgot to share.
Mr. Chair, with your permission, I'd like Lucinda to update us on the recent forest fire announcement that came out this afternoon.
certainly I'm happy to do that as well. The U.S. Forest Service announced today that they're terminating the procurement process for Fry. And really, right now they're saying the intent is to begin the process again. Obviously, lots of speculation about why that took place. And there is a meeting, I understand, from Jay next week of the Fry group to hopefully try to better understand what this is about. So one thing that is on the horizon is that the infrastructure bill does include a significant amount of money for forest restoration for the Forest Service. And so that's something that, we're hopeful that perhaps moving it down in that path, we might be able to be frankly more productive. So we'll see what transpires there. So thank you, Steve.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of other items, but I will pause to see if the board members have any questions on what just presented.
Just, I'll follow with a comment. Obviously disappointing in terms of Fry unless it becomes a more productive route, but years and years and, so needed. There are some out there in Washington that are waiting for it to fail. And so because they want to work on other regions in the country. And, I would say that's a setback unless we see application of the infrastructure bill. In terms of the money and the letters that you're putting together, it's great that you guys are pivoting to look at year-end money and really look at applying it, finding money that we can apply appropriately for areas that are already being flooded as well as areas that need work. So definitely really appreciate that. I sent you a few comments on that. And that's all I have. I saw somebody else bubble up though. Was that Vice Chair Fowler? No? Okay. Others?
Yes, just a comment. Thank you, Lucinda, for really going out and trying to solicit some funds for and looking at all avenues, to ensure that we address this issue that we have as far as various aspects of the funds that are needed, especially if some of the monies cannot be used on forest land. We really need to just keep going and and making sure somehow, somewhere, they should be able to assist, in some way, shape, or form. Even though there's limited dollars that they send out, grants out there. I know, they usually help out, and so I just want to say thank you for all the hard work. I know that this is one of the areas that you've been really working on, and you're very involved. And so there was a date that you gave saying that there's going to be a damage survey assessment that's going to be done. What day was that? October?
Oh, it's September 22nd and 23rd.
Oh, okay.
And that's when NRCS comes to follow up on the request, and they'll go out and walk all the areas. And
and then the other thing is the Fry. I've been getting a lot of requests, from people that want to get firewood, and U.S. Forest Service. They were talking about Fry and this and that. How would this affect the people that want firewood, in the forest lands? Anybody?
Well, certainly there could be an impact, would be an impact. And, on that note, and now I'm not going to remember the specific title, I'll ask Jay and certainly get that over to the board, but the Forest Service has now entered into a partnership, and I think it's Wood for the World, something to that effect. And they're now going to work with that organization. I understand that organization has a relationship with the tribes and other organizations that work to secure firewood, for individuals. And I know for the Bill Williams project that's underway right now, that some of the wood will be identified for that program. And so I'll ask Jay to provide some specific information about that. One of the other elements to museum flood mitigation is that they need to complete the restoration, the forest restoration on the remaining part of that watershed. Remember, it only burned 52% of that watershed. The other 48%, not that all of those acres need to be thinned, but some level of those, probably around 300 acres, need to be thinned. And I would expect that that program will be integrated into these projects as we go forward. That is the hope and expectation, so that wood can be used by people in the communities and on tribal areas that have a need for firewood. So.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple other comments, if I could.
Looks like
board members.
Yeah, Vice Chair, did you have a comment? You're muted.
We continue. So, at some point, and I'm sure you're putting this together, but it'd be really good to get an overall picture as to where we are working. We have Williams, we still have the Schultz. I don't think we're done with that. We have 180, we have where are all the pockets, how much is everything costing, and just really looking at the whole broad picture. I know at some point we're going to start working with the cities and continue to work towards better coordination. But when we're talking about just the magnifier, that's just one area. And there's a whole slew of other areas that we need to pay attention to. And then we also have projects that were in line that we wanted to be able to address on these other areas. And I don't know what happened to those projects. And with the recent flooding and the fires that have happened, are there other areas that have popped up and we're not aware of that? And I know you all are having, you have a broad picture and you're really looking to see what you might be able to address. So I think we just have to, I'm just thinking about that. How do we address all of that? I know our advocacy is focused on the magnifier right now, but should there be a broader picture also in all of these areas? We have our Forest Service, we have private lands, and we have the towns that we're working with. And there's different jurisdiction in all of these areas, and how do we address them? And that's so I'm just thinking about that, and to be able to plan into the future on how to address some of the great needs that are happening, and potentially more fires that may be coming through. So, and more disasters, I guess, which we don't want, but it happens. And now seems like we're just at this reactive mode all the time, which we're not trying to be. And that's the reason why forest thinning and the projects that we have is very important. So thank you. Thanks, Lucinda, and thank you for all the team at the county.
Thank you. And yeah, we are in a process right now of laying out a series of meetings with the Flood Control District Board to walk through where we are financially, but in terms of, I think, just on a broad statement, that we're very similar to where we were in 2010, where we had the daunting shadow of a major disaster, and that's going to dominate the landscape for some time in terms of resources, likely, at least to some degree. I remain hopeful that we can continue to invest in the forest restoration, because if we don't, we're just going to keep doing it again and again and again. And we can't afford to do that. That's why we went down the forest restoration path, because we've got to proactively affect that dynamic. So, and you're right, next year could be, or in 2 months from now could be another fire if we continue with this drying, right? Just like you said. But yes, we are planning a series of meetings to walk through where we are financially. What is the big picture? What do we think it's going to take to manage this disaster as well as try to mitigate future disasters?
Thank you.
If I may, Mr. Chair, and Steve, I'm just wondering, since we are having to address all of this, if maybe we need to do a public education arm to the things that we are doing, because these are huge dollars that are being committed to these areas and major impacts to individuals and the families and communities. And there are those that just don't, that are not in the impact area. So maybe just a county-wide education might be good too sometime.
And certainly devote a good portion of our annual report to citizens based on these actions.
That'd be great. Thank you.
All right, and then Geronimo, I see you up there.
Yeah. First off, I just want to say thank you to the Public Works and everybody on the staff that's been working on the flooding, because it's been one thing after another. It's been nonstop with some kind of emergency since June, and so everybody's been hitting it full bore. And so I just want to commend everybody for doing the best they can with the situation that we've been presented. I'm not sure if this question is appropriate here or later on, if we're talking about a flood update later or whatnot. But one of the questions that I've been getting a lot from different constituents is about the soil, about possible contaminants in the soil that are in the mud that's left over from the flooding, and that people are complaining of the dust and having respiratory issues because of the dust. And so I was just wanted to throw that out there and just ask the question, see what if that's been identified as an issue to address, and if so, what's kind of the plan there?
So what we know is from the Schultz experience, where we had certainly, Frank, in terms of volume of floodwater, we had far greater volume, and there was testing done of the water, and certainly like any standing water anywhere in the county at any time, the health department will tell you don't drink it, right? But there were no contaminants. Interestingly enough, through this entire process, community development has been monitoring, for example, the septic systems up in Mount Eldon Estates to make sure that they're remaining, tight and that we don't have any issues there. And we haven't had no issues to date. And in Schultz, even with all the flooding we experienced over the years there, we only had one septic system compromised at one point, and it was a fairly moderate or very limited, actually, compromise. There was testing done at one point of the flood water, and it did show some level of E. coli. That was traced back to both livestock in the area, as well as on forest elk and other wildlife, and wasn't related to any compromise of septic systems. So I don't expect that. Now, dust in general, particle matters in the air are huge, are a health issue, right? It does contribute, particularly if someone has underlying respiratory conditions, it's going to contribute to that. And so that's one of the reasons that the city, and even continuing today, they've got a sweeper out in our water trucks and are trying to, as people move the debris and sediment to the streets, remove it fairly quickly and then do the cleanup after that. But there is a fair amount of dust. I mean, that silt is very fine particle to a lot of it. And so it becomes airborne. And particularly, as we noted right after events, I certainly would recommend that people, I mean, this is another good reason to wear a mask. If you're outdoors particularly, or you have a system that's unfiltered within your home, that you consider wearing a mask. It will certainly help to some degree with that particle matter, but there is, there's not much you can do about it when the floodwater brings this down. That's another really good reason to try to arrest as much of that sediment above as we can.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Steve.
Just to wrap up this section of the agenda, Mr. Chair, again, there's a lot of items in play legislatively that relate to the museum flood. One is EWPP funding for that through the infrastructure bill, but also the policy itself in terms of being able to use EWPP money on forest lands. And so there's policy change advocacy taking place that area as well. Just to look at some of the to-dos from board members today, looking at a comprehensive, where are we at in terms of forest restoration, but also emergencies as well. So we can provide that to the board at a future work session, Mr. Chair. So I think those are the big to-dos from today.
Okay. Yeah, and I think that last one, we kind of wandered into 18 on update when we were asking about the dust and matters, but hopping into 18, Steve, anything on the county managers regarding possible community, regional, or administrative matters?
Well, related to redistricting, the census figures are out now. So the state as well as the county has final redistricting figures. We are going to look at your schedules to try to get some time with each of you to discuss the state redistricting, so we can formulate some response back to the state independent redistricting commission on that. A couple of items is that Trey Williams, who is formerly the legislative liaison with Maricopa County, will be joining Coconino County as our new public affairs director. He will be starting on September 27th. And then Mr. Billy Francis, who is currently with Southern Louisiana Workforce Development Program as a senior program administrator. He's going to be joining Coconino County as the executive director of the Workforce Opportunity Investment Act board. But again, you'll know that we've been reconfiguring the structure of that department as per the guidelines and the restrictions from the feds. So that's taking place. And we heard about Eve joining. Of course, she's been there, of course, but being promoted to the deputy director position. So a lot of good hires in the last 2 weeks. And so looking forward to more good activities on our part. That is all, Mr. Chair.
All right. And so next element or next item we have is item number 19. It's a roundtable discussion, and providing that opportunity, I'll go ahead and start out with staying with the new numeric. Just hop over to District 2 for an update from District 2. I'll get you and put you on the spot there, Geronimo.
All right, sure. So roundtable update, I attended the Timberline Fernwood Neighborhood Watch meeting. It was right after Labor Day weekend, and so got to hear about the calls over the holiday weekend and how there was lots of recreation, but a lot of ill-prepared adventurers that went out and got stuck. So there was a high number of search and rescue events that over that weekend, which was something rare. I think they said like triple normal. And so then I also filmed a video for the United Way campaign supporting volunteerism, just trying to support and acknowledge all the work that they're doing and why I am a volunteer for them. And I did it in both English and Spanish, so they're putting together a promotional video about volunteerism. Attended the Donny Park Fernwood Timberline area plan meeting. They finalized everything for the upcoming open house. So the open house for the area plan meeting is on Tuesday, September 28th from 6 to 8 in person at Cromer School. That is after our board meeting. So I get to go immediately after our board meeting out to an open house and meet with the public. So we're excited about that. The team's been working on this plan for over 1.5 years. And so excited to be able to get it to present to the community and get some feedback to make the tweaks that are necessary. I also attended an in-person Market of Dreams event, Sunnyside Neighborhood Association meeting. And the city representatives were there talking about property maintenance ordinance. There were a lot of questions about how to, in particular, the Sunnyside cleanup yards that have multiple vehicles or don't take care of trash or whatnot. So just discussing what can be done, because apparently the property maintenance ordinance isn't actually set as an ordinance yet. It's just a proposed ordinance. And so they're just informing the community and trying to get feedback to see what would be the best way to address that. We also had another United Way volunteer event on Saturday morning. And one of the crews went to the house on Dorothea, Maine that's been flooded and helped with the debris removal, both from the backyard and then also in the front. So that was good, helping that family dig out of the mud. It's been a month, almost a month since the big flood, and they're still digging out. So, you know, they need their help. Want to say thank you to all those that showed up and helped, especially the Carpenters Union. They had brought volunteers drive up from the valley to assist. And then also always to United Way for partnering with the county on these efforts. I also attended on Saturday a Museum Flood Coalition meeting with several county and city officials, as well as Congressman O'Halloran, and just listen to the concerns from residents and suggestions from residents on how to address the situation moving forward, not just on the long-term mitigation, but also short-term mitigation, the immediate things that can be done to help to make their lives a little easier during this time of crisis. And they're planning another meeting this weekend on Friday at Ponderosa Park to discuss some more Sunnyside specific issues around the flooding. And then finally, I went on a tour of the Mountain Lion bus tour and had the opportunity to ride with Heather Danlin on routes 2 and 4 and go across town and go down to Lake Mary and just kind of see different parts of my district by bus. And that was an interesting experience. I really enjoyed it and look forward to using the bus more often. So that would be my week in a nutshell since my last report. Oh, and we did start, I do have one more. We did start painting on the mural for the sawmill mural. And so that has begun. So lettering is now put up on the mural space. So if you're at Sawmill Park kind of going by and you see, you know, some art coming up, but it's not quite done, it's because we just started getting the first images up. The mural will be ready for the unveiling for October 2nd. So please plan on checking it out. Thank you.
All right, District 4 Supervisor.
Okay, good afternoon again. Basically, continuing with the Navajo Nation monsoon meetings every Tuesday morning with Teresa Galvin, and there's usually about close to 60 people on that phone call, and just discussing how we can prevent floods and those kind of plans that they want to put together. And so a lot of it is, like we say, we need to be more proactive, you know, in a lot of areas. One road in particular has been the Navajo Wash. That wash has had, I reported the last time, it has blocks, and what holds it together is the cable, and the cable gave out in certain parts on the sides and crossing the road. And then also it used to be where big vehicles used to go through there, but now it's downsized to possibly a mid-sized vehicle now. So working with BIA and also Navajo Nation, NDOT, you know, we're trying to get those removed and go a different route with that, because it's becoming to get dangerous out there. So I've been working and advocating really hard for that to happen, and that was put in place a long time ago. And so a lot of intervention and a lot of advocacy is taking place with the Navajo Wash. There was another road that was fixed for this for the people in Talani Lake, and also Coal Mine, and also Loop and Bird Springs. That road also, they replaced those culverts, and so I'm really happy with that. And so I attended the Indigenous Youth Suicide Prevention Conference in Page, and They had a lot of information and along of all the things that, how we're going to be doing prevention. And it was sponsored by NACA. And so, and I learned a lot because a lot of times, we're really not, we don't really know what our youth get into and how and what to look out for when they're depressed or, what's bugging them. And it's just a lot of information was given to us. And so, and there was a lot of healing type of activities that went on. And I enjoyed that. And so I had a chance to go there. I had mentioned earlier that the people are asking for firewood from the reservation side and on the northern part of the county. And so I was just thinking about it this morning when we had an email sent to us regarding fry. So that kind of explained, further detail as to how it can be done, but it's just a matter of contact. So I'll be doing that possibly tomorrow. And then also my staff and I, we take turns with the Donny Park Timberline meetings that are held regarding the area plan. And I understand that they want to have another community input type of a thing for that plan. So that's in the work. So I also went on the Mountain Line Route 14 from downtown Connection Center. Also went with Heather, and I'm glad, to take that ride and, see the area. And then also how the routes go. And she fully explained as to how even where the fundings came from and how, the routes go and things like that. So I felt really comfortable with Heather, being there. We also delivered more water to Monkopi. They were really hit by the flooding by the floods. So currently they're asking for more type of advocacy. And so I'm beginning to work with Robert Samatsukuku, who is the community coordinator for Monkopi. So been working closely with them on that one. And then I guess that's basically it, but I do have a big schedule ahead of me. Basically, the CSA meeting is going to take place Thursday, Friday, Saturday. I have Forest Lakes Fire Department, a meeting that they asked us to attend, and I'll be going down there to Forest Lakes. And I did let them know that I will make every effort, every quarter to be in attendance to their meetings. So this is the month that I go back down there. So I'll be down there to attend their meeting. So Western Navajo Agency Council meetings also on Saturday. There's a conflict in scheduling, but we are doing a report that Naomi's going to go ahead and do on Saturday for us. So, and then of course the NACA 50th anniversary on Saturday from 4 to 8 p.m., which is going to be held at Twin Arrows. But all in all, a lot of requests, a lot of ongoing activities, and funding requests, and we're trying to get them processed if we can, but anyway, and then we do have some resolutions from a couple of chapters. Cameron chapter has a resolution, and also regarding roads, and then they want, as I had stated, they have another resolution that's going to be coming forth for possible police housing and stuff like that. So on that side, I haven't heard anything back from Coal Mine regarding the water line hookup and utility hookup for the 2 trailers that they were going to be bringing out from Wind Rock. So I'm still kind of waiting for their response to my email that I had sent out to see how they're going to do that. So using the funds that we have here. But anyway, so that's the bulk of the just a bulk of my report that I where I went, what I did, and just basically what my schedule is this coming week. That's it.
Yeah, it's certainly not a part-time job. Busy out there, a lot of people and good things. Vice Chair Fowler, District 5.
Yes, thank you. Our tour of the grant agencies was very good. It was successful. We took out the, I want to thank our staff, Chris, I don't know if he's online, our community, our economic development manager. He really helped us to organize these meetings. We had the representatives, 2 representatives from USDA. We had the EDA, Arizona Local First, and the Small Business Administration. And we toured from the Marble Canyon, we met with the Marble Canyon community at Cliff Dwellers. Then from there went to Fredonia, met with Fredonia, and they are in that region with all the granting agencies and be able to answer people's questions, really presenting what the agency have to offer, what do they have within their departments as far as grants is concerned, and how to access these grants, and what they do for these local communities. So that was the whole purpose of the tour. And from there, we went out to Page and we reached out to Navajo Nation and the whole region, even the Utah area, just to let them know that we have these granting agencies that are there, so that, you know, people are always asking, where do we get a grant? Businesses want to know where else can they turn to for help, and what is it that is still available for them, and then really what the future plan is. What are some of these bills that are coming through? We have the jobs bill, transportation, we have other discussions that are happening in Congress, and then as well as the state. The state has received direct funding from EDA, and how do you access some of those dollars? So we had really good discussions in this, all the tours that we did, and that was very good. And then we had well, we would probably do more. We're still working on we're still working with the Arizona Department of Transportation to have them come out. So we're still working on that. We continue to work on broadband. As we all know that our broadband initiative here at the county is very important. The board wants to keep moving forward. So we've been having several meetings on those. We have some more coming up. Some more on Thursday, doing the presentation again. Done several presentations on our initiative for the Highway 89 through 160. And we also met with the Tuba City Hospital and the Tuba City chapter on their master plan and how to, what infrastructures are needed with NTUA and BIA and just the players in that area. So that's something we're continuing to work on. There's been several meetings, and part of that infrastructure discussion, of course, is broadband, future planning. So that's something we're still working on. We have had a number of meetings on the economic development recovery plan with NACO. We belong to the NACO group with the Bill Gates Foundation, and we continue to meet with other counties across the country to to have discussions on how we would be able to write that recovery plan, and still learning more. We did a presentation again. I'm working with the Colorado Aspen Institute on co-impact counties, and so I continue to work with them, and that was we just had another session on the various grants that are available to the counties, and basically that's about the same ones that we had a discussion on in our tour. So those are things that we're working on right now. There, of course, there's other events that are, other activities that we're working on, but those are just the highlights. So just want to thank you.
There we go. There's the mute. All right. Thank you, Vice Chair Lena. Just quickly, just a few highlights on the chair's report. As our Geronimo noted, looks like we have that October 2nd celebration associated with Liz Archuleta in recognition with the park coming up, and it looks like Steve and Geronimo's office are all working together really well on that one with Parks and Rec. Just regular, Steve and I continue to catch up, and what you see is what you're getting during the meetings and everything that's progressing forward, making sure that you're aware of it, anywhere from the redistricting to everything we're seeing with the agendas. It's been busy. You can see flood control, forest management opportunities, as well as the whole ARPA piece and how we're proceeding with that. So while we're all running around our districts and we have that, the county in particular is the critical piece we got to keep our eye on, and Steve's got that, and we have really good stuff that we have on our agenda, as well as signatures. Just a note, I am going to be out of town for the next 12 days, I think it is. I come back around the 27th. Vice Chair will be acting in my place if any emergencies or whatever pop up during that time. Swing into District 3 report. Williams was out to the stand down. You heard from Kim. We had a big presence from the county at the stand down for the sake of the veterans. Really focused on people, and really good that we had our folks out there. Just to note with parks tonight, as you can see, we're getting plenty of emails that are coming in, and we do have a conditional use permit that we'll be looking at this evening and making a determination associated with that, but that's big activity there. In terms of the southern communities, Willard Springs will be closing the end of October, so we're going to, Greg and I are going to do an outreach of encouraging people in the fall as the needles are falling to clean up, because the fire danger that it creates associated with that, because Willard Springs will not be open in the winter time. So we'll do an outreach on that. We have Sedona reaching out to us related to their transportation issues of trying to pull off a multi-agency meeting in the beginning of October. And so we're trying to work that with our schedule and figure out, do want to attend and, see what our options are and what the discussions may be associated with that. Construction is going on in Kachina Village on Kachina Trail, Mountain Dale on Mountain Dale Road, and Sinclair Avenue, Belmont on the roundabout. And if anything that is a repetitive nature associated with construction is it takes people out of their regular patterns, and it's kind of frustrating. And so, obviously we're encouraging people to bear with us. We have our public works as well as the contractors that are out there trying to do the right thing, and safety is a key measure, but usually it takes a month or two before people kind of settle down and get to experience the virtue of the benefit of what happened during that construction. So We ask people to be patient. Let's see, road issues in other areas. It seems like it's getting dry, so washboards coming about. So we're starting to get more and more reports on some of the gravel roads out there. Junipine Fire Department, they're working through, or Fire District, I should say, they're working through their issues. It looks like they're going to have a quorum present. They're going to put their stuff together as of the 14th, and we'll see how that moves forward on how they address their issues on that. So if they can do that and get themselves back on track, it'll avoid any intervention associated with we as the Board of Supervisors and or the treasurer. But we need to wait and see what transpires associated with that. Dark Skies will be having a meeting with some of the astronomers along with ADOT that we'll be coordinating in October to talk about some of the maintenance issues and the impacts related to that, in particular the JLUIS and the Naval Observatory and implications, but it goes beyond that in terms of all the issues we have been working on. Dark Skies do have Suddenly that is reaching out because they are considering a community of interest. And I'd be curious to see where that discussion is. Steve, just a heads up on that. That's just coming in. We'll probably reach out to you and Matt just to, what are the implications based on our other discussions that are happening. It's the last mile, so to speak. And or we'll, just see what it is and report back on it. But heads up on that. And then coming back also, we have the summit, all of us in October or late September, I guess I should say, with CSA. And we have shortly thereafter, I'll be going on another advance that we're calling it, which retreat advance for Rural Transportation Advisory Council. That one's definitely an update on where we are. We've been existing for over 20 years, I think, or maybe a little, give or take a little, maybe it's 18, somewhere in that range, but it's time for us to update, who we are and what we are. And so we're having that advance to pull it together. And through that, the next day we'll have legislators present and discussing next year's legislative session and potential opportunity for investment in our state and local roads that we have in our regions. So that's a quickie on a lot going on out there. And so with that, we're hitting 5 o'clock. And I'll just double check with Steve on where we are. We have a 6 o'clock meeting, obviously, that we have 2 public hearings. But Steve?
We do, Mr. Chair, one final item from the courts. Their strategic planning session is going to be held on September 23rd. I sent the notice to district directors and to board members. So Marty needs to know if board members are intending to attend. So if we can get that feedback back to Marty, she would appreciate it. And so that's on the 23rd from 8:30 to 3 o'clock. I've participated in the past. It's a very enlightening opportunity to listen to the courts as they plan ahead for Justice 2020 to 2040, actually. So it's a long range planning effort. So yeah, this would be good to attend if you can happen. So Mr. Chair, 6 o'clock is the public hearing on the planning and zoning cases that we have on the agenda tonight. So at this point in time, we are complete on this particular portion of the agenda.
Okay, so we'll go in and recess until the 6 o'clock meeting, and provides everybody a chance to just either catch up or get a little bit of a dinner in before we go into the meeting. Has a potential of going on, we'll see. We'll try and keep it on track, but they are public hearings, so we'll proceed. All right, with that, let's go ahead and recess, and we'll come back at 6. Thank you, everybody. Okay, how are we doing, Lindsay?
Okay, so Supervisor Begay is here. And let me see. We need Vice Chair Fowler is here. And we're just waiting to see if Supervisor Vasquez joins.
All right. Let's see, Jay. Looks like Jay's out there, Steve's out there. Okay.
Chair Ryan, Supervisor Vasquez is in the meeting. Trying to get him promoted right now. There he goes. Chair Ryan, you're muted.
Oh, say that all over again. All right, we did recess so we could take a dinner break after the past meetings and for the special meeting. And now we're in our regular session. I'll call the meeting to order. And before I move on to the pledge, I'm going to provide an opportunity for each of the supervisors to say hello and just go through it as a roll call also. So Supervisor Geronimo Vasquez, District 2. Geronimo.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for rejoining us and being here tonight for this public hearing, and look forward to the meeting. And thank you.
All right. District 4 Supervisor Judy Begay. Judy.
Yeah, good evening, everyone that's on the board meeting, and also my colleagues and other staff that are here to guide us along and to inform us of different things that are happening. And I just want to say thank you, and I'm glad to be here. Thank you.
All right. And then our Vice Chair, District 5 Representative, Supervisor Lena Fowler. Lena.
Thank you. We do have these evening meetings so that the public can participate. And this is such meeting. Thank you all for joining us. And you'll have an opportunity to address the board here soon. So thank you so much for joining us.
All right. So we definitely have a quorum present. I should note that Supervisor Horstman put in for being away a long time ago that she set up a special event. So she will not be in attendance this evening. So we have 4 supervisors present. We need 3 for a quorum. Next item of business is the Pledge of Allegiance. So could everybody please rise and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag? And if you don't have a flag present, please face to the east. I pledge allegiance to the flag and to the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. And just after Patriot Day, most apropos as with any of our meetings, to have our pledge. Next item of business is call to the public. And call to the public is a courtesy the board provides so that people can bring an item to our attention that is not a part of our agenda. And if you're here to speak associated with the hearings, they are public hearings. We will provide public hearing comments during those items. We have two items, items 20 and 21 this evening that we'll be taking a look at and deciding on. So opening up the call to the public, I'll turn to the clerk of the Board of Supervisors, Lindsay Daly, to explain our process.
Thank you, Chair Ryan. If you would like to make a comment during the call to the public, you can go ahead and click the raise hand icon at the bottom of your screen. That will raise your hand so we are aware that you want to make a comment. And I do see two people on the phone. So if you're on the phone and you would like to make a comment, you'll press *9 and that will raise your hand and we can allow you to speak. Again, that's for the public comment on items that are not on the agenda for tonight.
All right, and I'm looking through it. First to go through Zoom. Lindsay, I'm not seeing anybody. Do you have anybody?
No, I don't see anyone with their hand raised at this time.
And again, this is only to speak to an item that is not on our agenda. Pause for a moment for the phones. Lindsay, you want to explain that again?
Sure, Chair Ryan. I do have someone that does her hand raised named Karen. Again, if you're on the telephone, you need to hit *9 and that will raise your hand for those on the telephone.
Okay, so Lindsay will then bring the person in so that you have an opportunity to comment. Karen, again, it's not associated with either of these cases. So it's something that is not on our agenda. And I'll provide you an opportunity of approximately 3 minutes to speak to your item.
Karen, you do have the ability to speak. You'll just need to unmute.
There you go. Karen, you need to unmute. We're showing you on mute. Okay, just a little bit more time here, Karen.
Okay, I think I'm unmuted now. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you so
Right,
much.
Karen,
Thank
Karen,
you to
can
the
you
Board of
state-
Supervisors.
Karen, can you state your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, Karen C. Van K, 13112 East Fallow Deer Road, Parks, Arizona, 86018. Thank you to the Board of Supervisors for your time and agreeing to hear this appeal. This is regarding the RV park and restaurant.
Karen,
I
we are
refer
not-
you to the
Karen,
parks area.
Karen, we are not taking comment on any of those hearings yet. This is just a public comment period for items that are not on the agenda. Okay. And
Okay.
so we will,
Sorry.
that's all right. We'll provide you with that opportunity when we get to the case, and I'll explain the process when we get to that for public comment. So we definitely will provide you that opportunity. So just double checking for people on the phone, if you have comments associated with items that are not on our agenda. Okay, and Lindsay, you're not getting any *9s out there. So I'll go ahead and close this portion of public comment. Now, people will get a chance to speak to the cases, and again, I'll explain a full process when we get there. I think most people are here to attend the hearing on item number 21, which is the case out in the Parks area. But prior to that, we have item 20, and it's a public hearing, consideration of possible action associated with the master development plan and subdivision preliminary plat located on Loop Road. And so we have our staff to make a presentation. And for this case, I'll go into less detail associated with it. But what we'll do is first piece will be staff will make a presentation to the board. After that, the applicant will have an opportunity to comment. After that, and the board may ask questions of either as we proceed with that. After that, then we will move to public comment for the hearing, in which case we will provide 3 minutes for each individual, first those on Zoom and then those on the phone, if they wish to comment on this case, to provide you with that opportunity. Once we close the public hearing portion, we will then provide an opportunity for the applicant to respond and staff to follow up with the board for discussions. Following that, it's an opportunity for the board to discuss the case. We're now closed to all public comment, discussing the case. We may invite others back if we seek additional information, or we'll discuss amongst ourselves and then make a determination associated with the case, whether we deny it, approve it, or approve it with modifications that we would suggest associated with the case. And that's the general procedure. If we get to a point, when we get to the parks piece, we do have a lot of people that want to comment. I'll explain a lot more detail associated with that case. So with that, I'll go ahead and turn to our Director of Community Development, Jake Christman, to present the case on the subdivision in the Loop Road area. You're muted, Jay. Jay, you're still muted.
There we go. Sorry about that.
There you go.
Mr. Chair, thank you for the introduction. Jay Christman, Community Development. Can you see my screen with the presentation on it?
Yeah, we have the presentation. It's not in the full presentation mode, though.
Okay, I'll start the slideshow. There we go. Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you had mentioned, this hearing is for a subdivision plat approval for the Walnut Creek Meadows project. It is, like you said, on Loop Road, is a 50-lot subdivision. The property owner is Garland Foster Trust in Flagstaff. The applicant is Mr. Ian Braun of CD&E here in town. He is with us this evening. Now, the existing zoning for this subdivision plat is 2.5 and 5 acre AR zones. It's agricultural residential. There is no zone change being requested with this plat. I wanted to make sure that that was mentioned. All of the existing zoning in the general area is AR 2.5 or AR 5. There are some 10 acre parcels that are a little ways away. The project property size is about 151 acres. And again, the request is for a plat approval for a 50-lot subdivision without a zone change. Again, that current zoning will stay the same. Here is the vicinity map. Subject property is circled here. You can see Towns, Winona. It is about 1.5 miles down Loop Road from Towns, Winona, where the property starts. Here it is. That's a blow up of the subject property. Now, there are 2 parcels that one of them's AR 2.5, the other one's an AR 5. These are currently developed, so those parcels are not included as part of the subdivision plat. You can see those highlighted here. But the rest of the property in the bright yellow color is part of the subdivision plat approval. Now, this is a FEMA Zone A approximate floodplain delineation. And we'll get into the detail a little bit more about this and how that's going to be addressed on the property. This is what the proposed plat looks like. So you can see in this particular depiction, this is the slopes. So in our subdivision ordinance, steep slopes are defined as slopes that are between 15 and 25%. They are required to be protected throughout, through a building envelope. so that those slopes are not impacted by the development. Now, this is what the property looks like, generally speaking. To the north, you can see some prairie dog burrows on the property. It's relatively flat with the exception of the floodplain. Now, here is some of the floodplain looking south. That's the existing channel. Again, that's a FEMA A, or approximate unmapped floodplain. You can see up here, there's an existing cinder mine south of the property. Now, the proposed development includes 50 lots, which again meet the current zoning. So there's no zone change. It'll all stay AR 2.5 and 5 acre minimum size parcels. So density will not be increased overall than what could be lot split currently. The plat prevents the lot splitting of these parcels, which our subdivision ordinance and comprehensive plan encourages. So again, those building envelopes will be established on lots that contain either the floodplain or the steep slopes, 15 to 25%. The reason for the building envelopes is to not disturb the steep slopes, or of course to prevent construction in a floodplain. The Donny Park Water has indicated they will supply water to the individual lots, and each one will have an individual on-site wastewater system. Summit Fire District has agreed to provide service, as they are within Summit Fire's district. There are no waivers being requested with the plat approval. The established CC&Rs for the subdivision will require fire prevention measures with regards to fire-wise principles. Now, there isn't a lot of brush on site, but it's the fire-wise principles still apply if a homeowner were to heavily tree their lot, and distances from canopies, from roof lines and things like that. And additionally, the CC&Rs will require plans to mitigate noxious or invasive weeds. There are 2 ingress and egress points proposed, one primary and one secondary, and that is a requirement through the subdivision ordinance with plats that are 30 lots or more. Now, the roads will be private, and the HOA through the CC&Rs will maintain them. The private road standard will be either a 60-foot easement or a 40-foot easement, depending on where in the development those are. And there will be 2 12-foot paved travel lanes inside a 24-foot roadway prism. You can see what that cross-section looks like here. Now, emergency access from Copley back down to Townsend, Winona on the south portion of the property. And I'll show you what that will be in the next slide. The staff report and the condition of the previous approval at the commission, or the recommendation of the conditions, the approval, the condition was misstated in the staff report, and it says that Copley Drive would be used to take back to Loop. That's incorrect. It's actually going back to Townsend, Winona for a completely secondary egress. So that change in that condition is condition number 7 is depicted here, with Loop Road being struck and Townsend, Winona being put in its place. Now, the applicant will be required through the U.S. Forest Service to obtain approval to use Copley Drive, or to go across Copley Drive as that secondary emergency ingress or egress. The applicant has indicated that that will be possible. Now, this slide shows the lots that are affected by building envelopes with the red asterisk, based on whether there's a steep slope on the property or it's within the floodplain, which these in the back are. And again, that flow is proposed to be channelized. I'll show that in the next slide. The green arrow also shows where the Forest Service access point is. So this one should have been removed based on the previous condition. That's the standard access off of Loop Road. But down here through the south portion of the plat is where that access will go from here down to Townsend, Winona through Copley. This is the depiction of the plat showing the letter of map revision that will be submitted to FEMA to channelize the flow. So the pink or magenta color, that's the current delineation of the floodplain. And again, this is a zone A, which means it's approximate and unmapped through FEMA. And the applicant's engineer is proposing to channelize it in the blue, and that will narrow the width of the delineation, allowing for those building envelopes on these lots that are affected for construction of the home site. Now, the main access coming off of Loop into what is called Meadows Drive here, that's within an existing 60-foot access easement to be transferred to the HOA upon incorporation of the HOA. Now, the emergency access is down here where I was showing through the southern portion of the site, and it would be going through a number of pieces of private property. So easements would need to be obtained by those property owners. The applicant has also indicated that that will be possible, and that will come out here, egress or ingress at North Copley for that emergency secondary access. Wildlife assessment from Jessica Simmons, our wildlife planner. There have been pronghorn antelope on the site, so the applicant is proposing to retrofit the existing 4-strand fence to a wildlife-friendly fence on the exterior perimeter. And then there was 150 to 200 prairie dog mounds that were observed. And then there's a condition to relocate those animals prior to and during construction that the applicant has agreed to. Now, conformance with our long-range plan. So the comprehensive plan with regards to the natural environment element, there are 9 relevant policies that are pertinent to this project. Those are related to wildlife, location of development outside of floodplains, mitigation of impact to sensitive species, and of course, a mitigation of noxious and invasive weeds. There are also 2 water-related policies, drainage way policies, related to the protection of floodplains. In this case, the applicant is proposing to submit a letter of map revision to FEMA to channelize the wash for the floodplain. And public safety, there are 2 relevant policies related to access to emergency services, which this does fall under Summit Fires District. And it will include 2 ingress and egress points for the development. The secondary through the south portion of the property would be an emergency secondary access or egress. Now, with this project does fall within the Donny Park Timberline Fernwood area plan, which of course we are updating as we speak. And it is promoted to retain and maintain large lot rural character. This again, they do maintain the 2.5 and 5 acre zoning that already exists, which is why there's just a plat approval. And the development would occur at existing zoning densities. The developer would provide for offsite improvements for proposed subdivisions, in particular in the way of utilities. There was not a concern with only 50 lots and the relatively low traffic rate on Loop Road. Did not at this point require any offsite improvements for traffic related impacts, but there is a condition that the developer does need to provide for a TIA or TIS, traffic impact analysis or statement, that is approved by Public Works and Community Development Engineering. Now, there was a citizen participation plan that took place on April 9th of this year. The legal noticing went out 1,000 feet. There are not very many properties within several thousand feet of this parcel. 2 neighbors did attend. One was in support of the plat. The other was concerned with density and dark skies. However, the density will not be changing from the existing 2.5 and 5 that exists in the area. That could be accomplished through lot splits if the plat was denied. And the applicant, all properties have to meet the standards of our lighting code, which do require dark sky compliant fixtures. So the applicant with the dark sky, or excuse me, the constituent with the dark sky concerns was satisfied with that. Now, again, density is not requested to be above the current zoning. And then those dark sky applications will be required through the zoning ordinance. So those concerns were taken care of. Here are the findings for a subdivision plat, that the proposed subdivision conforms to the goals, objectives, and policies of the comp plan and its amendments. The Donny Park area plan is considered an amendment of the comprehensive plan, and that the design of the subdivision will not cause substantial environmental damage and will not present serious public health concerns. That the site of the proposed subdivision is physically suitable for the proposed type and density of development. Number 4, that the proposed subdivision is consistent with provisions and intent of zoning regulations applicable to the property. And finally, that the proposed subdivision conforms to the improvement and design standards set forth in this ordinance, meaning the subdivision ordinance. Now, the Planning and Zoning Commission was able to make the required findings, and they did unanimously recommend approval of the plat. And with that, I will be happy to take any questions.
and come back on and see if our board has any questions associated with this. Jay, I'll start off just with one question. Can you note the condition on the emergency access again?
Yes.
Where
I'll go
the
back to that. Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'll go back to that slide if that's okay.
yeah, please.
Sure. Let's see the specific condition. So in the Planning and Zoning Commission staff report and on the PowerPoint, frankly, the emergency access from Copley Drive down to Townsend Winona, the previous staff report accidentally suggested that Copley Drive access or egress goes back to Loop Road, but that's not possible. It would have to go down south to Townsend Winona, as I showed in a picture. So this condition number 7 here.
Yeah. Okay.
So Loop was struck, and Townsend Winona was installed in its place to correct that condition.
Okay. And that if the board were to consider this for approval, they would have to modify that. Okay.
Yep. Modified condition number 7.
Okay. On that, let's see, and we can see embedded in your conditions of approval. You have the fire, you have wildlife going into the point of the removal, bringing those vacuums out for the prairie dogs and having the relocation occur associated with the wildlife fence. And so very consistent with recommendations associated with this. So I myself don't have questions, but it looks like Vice Chair Fowler does. Go ahead, Lena.
Yes, thank you. I want to go back to the wildlife. Being that the Forest Service is nearby, and you have to get an easement, and you have and I'm just wondering if the Arizona Game and Fish was consultant. We usually do. Our staff, we have the pronghorns, where I would think that with the wash that is, or a floodplain that runs through there, that there might be a migration path through there. Is the fencing enough to work for these? Well, I'm just thinking the fencing might block them. How are we working on that?
Mr. Chair and Supervisor Fowler, thank you for the question. So the depiction here of the wildlife friendly fence, what that entails for pronghorn antelope is that this bottom wire here, pronghorn prefer to go under fencing instead of jump over it. So what this entails is a smooth top and a smooth bottom, so that there's passageway for any ungulate really, or coyote for that matter, either over or below the exterior fence of the perimeter of the property. And then those, we did consult with Jessica Simmons, who is our urban wildlife planner, and she was the one that came up with these suggestions.
Okay. And tell me, the FEMA Zone A, can you say a little bit more on that? That's
sure.
Floodplain here.
Sure. So FEMA designates floodplains that have not been mapped as a Zone A approximate. So it's, like I said, it's approximate, and what that requires for rechannelization, which you see in the blue here, is what's called a letter of map revision, or a LOMR. That would go to FEMA for them to essentially approve the remapping of this channelization. Does that help to answer the question?
Yeah, and what kind of building envelopes are we talking about?
So the building envelopes, let me go back to that slide. These are the lots that are identified through building envelopes. You can actually see, I know it's kind of small, you can see the dashed line here that identifies what that building envelope looks like. And what that does, it's a requirement through the subdivision ordinance in an effort to prevent building in a floodplain, and also to prevent building on a steep slope. So these over here have steep slopes. Some of these do in addition to being adjacent to the floodplain. So the building envelope requires that all vertical construction be performed in that building envelope so as to protect the either slope or prevent from building in the floodplain.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
See, you done your questions for now, Vice Chair?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And just to note, for the sake of those that are listening into the hearing, Jessica Simmons is a position that we share with Game and Fish. They, in this case, they're staffed over in the county, but they're funded by both county and Game and Fish, and it is for the sake of coordinating and making wildlife consistent with our goals and objectives of the comprehensive plan.
Mr. Chair, if I may, please, the Game and Fish actually ended their contract for the 0.5% funding. So Jessica Simmons is still with us as a part-time employee, and we still utilize the services for wildlife-related impacts, but she's also paid for 0.25% out of Parks and Rec. And
okay,
she helps, she helps Parks and Rec with with easement monitoring. They're working on, they're beginning the work on the master plan right now. So Jessica helps with both departments.
So Game and Fish contract, well, that's a discovery for me. So we've had that contract for what, close to 15 years, probably even more than that, with Game and Fish up until this year. But you can see the intent of the position is to coordinate in that fashion. It looks like we have Supervisor Vasquez. Geronimo, did you have questions or?
No, I'm still just absorbing the floodplain and whatnot, and just looking at, so do they, in these lots on the right side where all the red asterisks are those structures looking to build that would be in that floodplain, or would the channeling take care of that and remove that danger?
And Mr. Chair and Supervisor Vasquez, thank you. So all vertical construction would need to take place within inside that building envelope. So even though you might have, this is a good lot to use an example of, it's about a 2.5 acre lot, and almost half of it is within that building envelope. So you wouldn't be able to develop on that other half of that lot. Now there are structures that can go in floodplains, like horse fencing, for example, that has an open bottom. That, you know, we commonly see people put that in a floodplain, just because there's no risk of damage. Does that help answer your question, Supervisor Vasquez?
Yes, it does. Thank you. That would be my only question.
Okay. All right. Other questions to the board? Not seeing any further questions. Next, we will move on to the applicant or the applicant's representative to present their case. And do we have them raised to panelists?
Okay, is that Paula and Ian?
It should be, Mr. Chair and Lindsay, it should be Ian Braun.
Okay. Let's see. There we go.
A panelist?
There he is. Yep. Oh, where'd he go? There he is. He's raised up for a bit. All right. Ian, I'll provide the floor to you.
Mr. Chair, thank you. This is Ian Braun with CD&EM, the applicant's representative. At this time, we really have no comments. We are in agreement with all the conditions of approval. Just wanted to thank the board for their consideration and thank staff for the hard work they put in on this project. If anyone has more questions regarding the Zone A or the remapping with the Lomar, I'm a hydrologist, so I'm happy to answer any of those. The Zone A, we did a public records request. with FEMA to find out the basis for the delineation. They provided us nothing, meaning that it was very approximate based on a USGS map. We obviously went through with best engineering practices, did a hydrology study, did a hydraulic study, remapped the floodplain. And so that is basically what is shown on our map. And that is what FEMA will be accepting through the LOMAR process. So aside from that, if anyone has specific questions about that or our work with Jessica Simmons, coming up with a plan to relocate prairie dogs, happy to talk about that as well. But aside from that, I'm just going to keep my comments brief. Thank everyone and pass it back to you.
All right, Ian, can you state your address for the record, please?
Absolutely. 618 East Route 66, Flagstaff, Arizona 86001.
All right, well, thank you, Ian. And then this is an opportunity for the board to ask questions. Geronimo, did you want to follow up here?
I was curious about, you mentioned about the prairie dogs. Is the plan to remove them from the area of development?
Yeah, correct. So what we agreed on with Jessica Simmons was to translocate 100 prairie dogs. We don't anticipate actually that the road corridor or the construction will displace too many prairie dogs. The lots are quite big, but just as kind of an effort to bring prairie dogs to an area where they're needed. In the Petrified National Forest, we agreed to do a translocation with 100 prairie dogs.
Great, thank you.
All right.
Questions.
Other board members, do you have questions of the applicant? Okay, not seeing any further questions from the board. This is the time that we will open the public hearing portion for this case on Loop Road, not for the next case. That'll come up when we go through that case. And so, Lindsay, can you, what we will do for the process is that we will provide individuals 3 minutes to comment. And just to note, people get nervous, as you can see, and people have differences of opinions. So we ask for mutual respect. When making comments, we'll provide you 3 minutes, and at 30 seconds, Lindsay will come in and note that there's 30 seconds left, and we ask you to wrap it up, start to wrap it up at that point. And so this will be your opportunity to comment. We will go through Zoom first, and then after that, we'll go to the telephone. Only one chance for people to comment. This is a hearing, it's not a community dialogue. And so you're trying to speak whether you're for or against the case, providing information related to the findings of fact on the case. And so, Lindsay, can you go ahead and explain further?
Thank you, Chair Ryan. If you would like to speak during the public hearing for this case, you'll want to hit your raise hand icon at the bottom of your screen. That will raise your hand so that we're aware you want to speak. And then we will move down the list again, starting with the people that are on computers and then onto phones. If you're on a telephone and you would like to speak, the way you raise your hand so that we're aware that you want to speak is by pressing *9, and that will raise your hand on the telephone. So then we'll know to get to you also.
All right. And so, Lindsay, I'm looking at a Paula Mack out there. Are you seeing the same?
Correct. Paula Mack does have a hand raised, so I will go ahead and allow Paula to speak. And you'll just need to unmute, Paula. There you go.
Well, first of all, I want to say thank you for such a thorough presentation. I was really very much impressed by that. So thank you, both speakers. I thought that was excellent. And I would like to offer my full support for this subdivision. My name is Paula Mack. I live in Doney Park. just down the street from this area. And I think just the opportunity for new homebuyers to consider subdivision where there is the option for Donny Park water as well as paved streets, I think is nothing but a wonderful thing for our community. So I'm very much in favor of this. I'm also a realtor with Russ Lyon Sotheby's, and I can tell you that it is very difficult for homebuyers to find property such as this that is still rural enough to have acreage, but then yet have some services within 5 miles of a freeway. So I think this is just a very positive asset to our community in East Rural Flagstaff.
Right, Paula, could you provide your address for the sake of the record, please?
Yes, my name is Paula Mack, and my physical address is 10305 East O'Neill Lane, and that is off of Townsend, Winona, and my zip code is 86004.
Well, thank you, Paula.
Thank you, and thanks for the opportunity to speak in favor of such a wonderful subdivision that I feel is going to serve our community very well in the future. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you for your testimony. Lindsay, I am not seeing anybody else on Zoom. How about you?
No, at this time, there are no hands raised. Again, if you are on the phone and you'd like to make a comment on this case, just hit *9 and raise your hand.
It will just provide just a moment. Sometimes it takes a moment to do so. And I'm not seeing anything there at this point.
No, there's no.
Okay. All right. So with that, I'll go ahead and close the hearing portion of this particular case, the public hearing portion, and bring it back to the board. And then next up, it's the applicant's opportunity to comment any further. Do you have any further comments that you want to provide for the sake of the applicant? You're on mute, Ian. You're still on mute, Ian. I do have a question for you.
I apologize, Chair Ryan. Sorry, what was your question?
Okay, the one is, the first piece is if you wanted to provide further comment, but I'll ask my question and then you could follow up if you have further comments on this. And so your applicant understands the 23 conditions and is willing to have those conditions associated with this.
Yes, we have reviewed the conditions and we have no comments on them. We are okay with all the conditions.
And noting number 7, we will make a modification if the board decides to approve it. Okay. And if you have no further comment, we'll go ahead and close that piece for the applicant unless the board members want to bring the applicant back up. We'll turn to staff. Jay, do you have any further comments associated with this case?
Mr. Chair and Board of Supervisors, I do not. Just that that switch in condition 7 that you noted is just simply from Loop Road to Townsend, Winona.
Okay. And then what I'll do is I'll go ahead and bring it to the board for the sake of discussion, and then we could probably move towards the motion associated with it. And so I'll turn in deference to Supervisor Begay because this is in District 4. Did you want to make comments now, or do you want to wait until the other board members comment on this or discuss it?
I think go ahead and have the other board members make comment, and then I'll go ahead and do the last.
Okay. All right. Well, actually, you know, in looking at this is not a change in zoning. I'll go ahead and start with my comment. Usually I wait until the board, but you know, we're evolving at this point. So I'll go ahead and provide my comments. it's outlined in the staff report, the planning and zoning and regional plan consistency and findings that could be made. What I want to do is complement staff, because this is a piece that's when you're using the comprehensive plan and or the regional plan, there's a strong environmental element in there. And this subdivision is designed around that. It is protecting the slopes that we desired in there. It's looking at the waterways and not modifying so much as protecting those waterways. You also very consistent with the wildlife, having our consultant or our own staff member, I should say consultant or staff member, looking at that, but coordinating with the agencies on that, very consistent. In terms of public health and safety, very easy for me to make those findings, that you have the fire district written in there. You have road standards for, even though they don't come into the county system, they still have to meet standards associated with carrying a fire truck. And so that's addressed. Roadway maintenance, I was starting to read the conditions and didn't see it in the first condition, but then saw later on that in the CCNRs, they do have a maintenance component in their CCNRs. So taking care of those roads, that it has been enabled associated with that particular condition. So I can make the findings that it's for public health and safety, that it meets those requirements with it. It does meet the objectives of our ordinances and our comprehensive and regional plan. So very consistent with those. And then you've already spoken to, and you have outlined in staff report, how it conforms to our design standards as set forward in our ordinances. So I can make the findings for approval for this subdivision. I'll turn to our other staff members if they have comments or if they seek any modifications on this. So let me go ahead and I'll go ahead and pull up Vice Chair Fowler. Any comments?
Thank you. Yes, thank you. This is it's a well thought out plan. It's subdivision that has considered all of the sounds like they work closely with our staff. So thank you, Jay, and your staff, and Jessica, for working with on this project. Even takes into consideration the FEMA, and really have worked out a plan how they're going to address that. Building the building aspects of everything. I think it's just well thought out. The comprehensive plan and regional plan and the public safety. That's what we always look for, is to see where the fire, the fire department will be coming from. We don't really address the water just because, we're Board of Supervisors do not do that, but you're already working with Donny Park, which water district, which is really good. And I think that will really address, even though we as Board of Supervisors, just that condition of our work and working with development, it's just not in our authority to work on that. But it's good. It's good when a development comes and they already have it all planned out. And the wildlife, as the other one is, and we want to make sure that we are creating life for people, but at the same time, wildlife is already living there, and making sure that we accommodate their lifestyle and their journey through the season sometimes when they have to migrate, and you're working with partners to be able to relocate the prairie dogs, which is really good. So overall, just the condition of findings that we are looking at our ordinance, at our comprehensive plan, regional comprehensive plan and regional plan. It meets all of that, and I just, so I find the findings to be able to say that we can approve this project.
All right, Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. I'm in agreement with Supervisor Fowler. I think that all the necessary developments for developments for this actual development have been thought out, and I'm pleased with everything that's been laid out, and so I'm in approval. Thank you.
All right, and then I'll go to Supervisor Begay.
Good evening. Thank you, staff up front, and then also the community there and the owner everyone that's involved in this whole process. I appreciate the outcome of this, and then also I had a chance to really get into in-depth regarding this project and all my answers today. So I'm very confident that the subdivision here, 2110, the lots subdivision for Walnut Creek Meadows is a master development plan, and it has a preliminary plat which is on the Winona Road. So a lot of information that was shared by my colleagues is the same thing I'm thinking here. I also know that it meets the dark sky, and of course protecting the slopes and the wildlife and everything else. So and then so I just want to say I fully agree that we should go ahead and approve this resolution that's before us. So with that, if there's not anything else, I would like to make that motion.
Please, if you will.
Okay. I move that we approve resolution 2021-37, approving case number SUB-21-010, a preliminary plat for a 50-lot subdivision for Walnut Creek Meadows with approval of a master plan, development plan, and a subdivision preliminary plat located on Winona Road.
And so
With the correction on number 7. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
yeah, Supervisor Begay, could you note that, Jay, can you state the recommendation of the modification of condition number 7? And would you consider that component as a piece of your motion, Supervisor Begay? Jay, could you state that?
Mr. Chair and board, absolutely. So the change of condition is replacing the word loop road, with Townsend Winona
Yes.
Road. And that is the only revision that is required for that change of condition.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and include that where it says Loop Road, Townsend-Winona Road.
All right, so with that modification, I have a motion.
I'll second.
I have a second by Supervisor Vasquez. Any further discussion? Not seeing further discussion, I'll go ahead and call for the question. All in favor of the motion, vote aye. Aye. Any opposed? None opposed. Motion carries unanimously. All right, good luck to the owners of this and to the applicants here. Next item that we have before the board is item number 21. And this is a consideration of a case associated with an RV park and campground in the Parks area off of Old Route 66 and the Parks exit off of I-40 there. So next up, we will have, we will bring staff up, but there is a lot of interest in this particular case. So I'm going to go into further detail of this. Not only that, but this is a conditional use permit that was approved by Planning and Zoning, but it was appealed to the Board of Supervisors. And so first and foremost, we want to welcome everybody and really appreciate your interest in the case. Please note, and as I had noted earlier, we will have people, when it comes to public testimony, there are people different in opinion. Being in public and trying to make comment, it's kind of hard to do. People get nervous, and we encourage mutual respect as we go through the hearing. I'm going to go through a process, a little bit about the ground rules. We'll touch on a little bit from staff on this. But the first piece was, Lindsay, I know it was brought up associated with the planning and zoning case. Could you please explain how this was posted and how people have access associated with this meeting?
Sure. Thank you, Chair Ryan. The meeting is posted on our website as well as our physical location. And we do include on the agenda the Zoom link so people can actually join the meeting with the board. And that is making it accessible for you to provide public comment during the hearing. We also provide the streaming link. So if people just want to watch the meeting without being in the meeting, they can watch it via YouTube on our Coconino County streaming link.
All right. And so just to follow up on that, standard procedure, if we weren't under COVID, would be that everybody would have to drive downtown and attend the hearing. If anything, access has been increased rather than decreased, but it is an individual's responsibility to get to a location where they have access in order to attend a meeting. And so I know that's been brought up because of the rural nature of parks. If anything, we've provided additional opportunities for access for the public hearing, as was provided with the planning and zoning case. So we have that element that is.
Chair, I
Yes.
also mentioned that the phone number is also provided so people can call into the meeting if they don't have internet, along with the webinar ID. So that does allow people on the phone to join the meeting as well.
Yes. And so I'm going to go through a little bit about the process. We will bring Rose Winkler, our county attorney, up to make a couple of comments about what some things we can comment on or can't comment on. But the first piece, this is a little bit different than the last case. Because this is an appeal, we will proceed in a similar procedure, but we have an additional element, bringing the appellants, providing them an opportunity to speak also, and they're provided additional time to speak. So the first element of the hearing is that staff will provide the staff report. And for everybody that submitted all your comments by email, the board has been provided with those and provided the opportunity to read those. Although the later they came in, less chance, because we're also conducting business and we are in the middle of the hearing. Although I can tell you there's been comprehensive comments, whether you're for it or against it, related to the case. But just to note that they have been included in the record, so the board had an opportunity to review. So we will have staff present on items, and then we will provide the applicant an opportunity to provide the case before us, their application. And then because it is an appeal, the appellant will be provided an opportunity to explain their appeal. And in each of those cases, the board has an opportunity, if they wish, to pause, ask questions, or they may just listen and wait until later on to see if they're going to ask questions associated with that. And so we'll proceed with that. After that, for all of you that are attending that wish to comment, we will provide you 3 minutes time to comment. The comments are to be made to me, not to other people, to other staff members. It goes directly to the chair. And if necessary, if there's a time that I have a board member that wishes to pause and ask a question, I can provide them with that opportunity. It's not a dialogue, it's an opportunity for you to present your case or your testimony associated with this case that we have, and you have 3 minutes to do that. As we noted earlier, Lindsay will come in with 30 seconds to let you know, 30 seconds. And so we're asking you to wrap up associated with that. And the other piece on that is we don't have to have it repeated over and over and over again. If you've heard that comment and you agree to it, you can refer to that comment, and then we'll note that, we'll see that you agreed to that comment that had been made earlier, and that'll provide us an opportunity to expedite the hearing and get to our evaluation of the comments that we do hear associated with the case, whether for or against, or the other comments associated with it. Again, mutual respect. We will cut you off if you go over time, if your behavior drifts a little bit, or if you're not speaking to the case itself. The desired intent is that you speak to the findings of fact related to the case. It is a hearing on this. So after we're done the Zoom, I'll go to phone and attempt to provide that opportunity. Sometimes people can't communicate. They chose that mechanism and they can't, we'll try, we'll give them the courtesy of the opportunity, but we may have to move on associated with the case for it. If you already provided written comment, please summarize. We don't need to hear it all over again. We have read it. And I know a lot of people like to hear what they had written, but the intent of the case is so that the board can look at it and evaluate it associated with the findings of fact. That's what we're doing here on this. So I'll close the public comment. After that, that's the last chance. The public comment will occur. At that point, it comes back to the board. We then provide the opportunity for the applicant to respond to what the hearing, whether it was what the appellant had brought up and or the comments associated with the hearing, or following up on asserting their case. We will then provide an opportunity for the appellant to respond, and we'll attempt to provide an equal opportunity for the applicant and the appellants in that response in terms of timing associated with that. After that, we'll close it to the appeal and the applicant, unless the board desires to bring them back up. They ask questions of it, of either party. And then the board will have the opportunity, or staff will have the opportunity to follow up afterwards if they want to provide modifications or why staff made the recommendations associated with it as it relates to difference of opinion or the hearing. And after that, we'll provide the opportunity for the board to have dialogue and the decision. The decision is we can deny, we can approve as is, or we can modify and approve. And then with that, and Rose can speak to this better than I can speak to this, but it's a de novo appeal, which means the board's hearing this as though it's just a regular case. So anything that transpired during the planning and zoning, we can modify that. We can hear it differently. And so it's a fair opportunity for everybody to present their case before the Board of Supervisors. The Planning and Zoning Commission's recommendation is a recommendation. It's the board that makes the decision associated with this. So that is most of it. And then I'm going to turn to our county attorney, Rose Winkler. Rose, please, we always have people that want to talk about water, and we've lost many cases associated with water, and there's a reason. We can't even take comments related to our record, but could you explain that, please, Rose?
Certainly. So water adequacy, as you've noted, we've gotten some comments, written comments that have addressed water, and some of those have come up, as this case has moved along. Matters of water adequacy are addressed by state law and regulated by the state. And so it is something that the county is specifically prohibited from regulating. And so we are prohibited from considering issues of water adequacy when the county is making any kind of decision, and certainly when it's making land use decisions. And so the board cannot, on tonight's matter or any other matter, consider concerns relating to water adequacy. And because we don't want the record to appear as though water adequacy was considered, it's certainly my recommendation that the board disregard any comments as to that. And then it is also a recommendation that any comments regarding that be cut off so that the record does not include those, so that there's no appearance that that is something that the board is considering. So that's all on water adequacy. I did just want to, reiterate, Chair Ryan, what you indicated, that, the board is hearing this matter. While certainly it was an appeal from a commission decision, the board is not bound by that decision. The board is not bound by the findings that the Planning and Zoning Commission made. The board tonight is tasked with hearing the information presented tonight, reviewing everything in the record, hearing the comments, reviewing the comments that have been submitted, and making its own findings and its own decision. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Rose. And so, and as Rose had noted, I as chair will ask the clerk to actually cut you off if you do begin to speak about water. I'll attempt to courteously ask you just to stop commenting. But if you continue, we will do that. We will cut you off if you do speak about water. Same would be with behavior, respectful behavior amongst individuals. We always encourage it. Our meetings have been conducted well because we have wonderful members of our community out there. We really do. And so we really appreciate your consideration associated with this. And so with that, once we get to the time for comment during the hearing element, we'll go back over it again with Lindsay explaining the process, and then we'll work our way through people. You only get one chance to make comment during that hearing piece. And another piece, just to note, because I know the question has been asked in past cases, we don't exchange time. If you wish to make a comment, you need to provide your own comments. You cannot take somebody else's time associated with that. We provide you that one opportunity for that. So with that, I'm going to go to our staff. So we have Community Development Director Jake Crystalman here to present this case. And Jay, if you're out there, you're on mute.
I am. Mr. Chair, thank you for the introduction. Board of Supervisors, good evening. Jay Crystalman, Community Development. Now, we are here this evening to hear an appeal of the Planning and Zoning Commission. Normally, the board would not hear conditional use permit cases unless, of course, it is the decision of the commission is appealed to the Board of Supervisors. The commission did approve this conditional use permit, but our zoning ordinance allows for it to be appealed if the community does not agree, or some of the community does not agree with the commission's either approval or denial of the project. So the request for this evening is to re-establish an RV park and campground in the G zone, which is within 500 feet of a highway interchange. Campground is allowed under a conditional use permit within 500 feet of an interchange. And the reopening of a restaurant that exists next door. The restaurant is actually not part of this parcel. Location is 7887 East Old Route 66 in Parks. The property owner is Double Up LLC out of Cave Creek. The applicant is PLM Adventures. Lisa and Pete Mulgrew, they're out of Chandler and they're with us this evening. Engineers Woodson Engineering and Surveying are also with us this evening. The size of the parcel in question is just shy of 17 acres, and it is in District 3, Chair Ryan's district. Now here's a vicinity map. Up here in the red, this is what is considered CG 10,000 or commercial general 10,000 square foot minimum parcel size. This one up here, the northwestern parcel, that's where the Rack and Bull restaurant is and the associated parking zone for the restaurant. And then this is the Texaco here. And so all of the G zone that I'm outlining with the cursor is the subject property for the proposed RV park. You can see one parcel abuts down here, this corner of the proposed RV park. This is AR1 or agricultural residential 1 acre minimum. And this is also a G zone parcel, which is just a tick under 10 acres. That is directly to the west. It's undeveloped. This is the old check-in building with, there's amenities in there such as showers and bathrooms. There's a laundry facility. As you can see, it's run down and dilapidated. This would be if the commission's decision on the conditional use permit is upheld, these buildings that are currently on site would be demolished and replaced with new structures. This is sort of part of what the RV park looked like historically. There's, you can see the pedestals, you can see a railroad tie here and some trees that delineate some of the existing spaces, picnic tables. Here's another site showing the same thing. This was a bathroom facility. Again, if this conditional use permit is approved, these old structures would be demolished with new structures constructed. Here's looking north across Old 66. This is all Forest Service property up in here. And then of course, here's the face of the Rack and Bull restaurant, which is boarded up and has been closed for several years. This is looking across Parks Road to the east, the realty office. This is also commercial zone. This is sort of the southeast portion of the Rack and Bull where that monument sign is, looking at the Texaco. Now there is quite a history with this parcel. We have files dating back to 1983 with several conditional use and temporary use permits associated with this project. However, a former longtime resident had indicated that there was an RV park operating here in the 70s. We don't have any documentation on what that existed of. There was mention of a conditional use permit at one time that had 29 spaces with 19 parking space or RV parking spaces, which leads to the historic site plan that we have from 2006. It's the most recent site plan that we have that the department has that shows 54 developed spaces, 14 undeveloped spaces. So no utilities proposed there. And then those 19 storage spaces that were from a previous CUP. The proposal that went to the commission at the appeal that's before us this evening is to redevelop the restaurant and to include 80 RV sites. 10 of those would be stay on site for overnight rentals. So that's not 90 RV sites, it's 80 with 10 that would not be transient RVs, they'd stay on site. And then 25 tent camping sites. The site plan also shows an area for tent camping, but it doesn't show how many sites would be there. It just says that this area was designated for tent camping. Again, the existing buildings on the property would be removed and new buildings constructed. Frankly, they'd have to be because the existing buildings are in disrepair. The access to the site is from Old 66, and it is proposed to be moved from where it currently exists farther away from the intersection for safety. The trip generation statement that we did receive and our public works engineering colleagues did review that and concur with the result that the turn lanes would not be warranted based on low trip traffic. But this will be reviewed again as part of a condition of the commission's approval of the CUP, if that condition stands, during the encroachment permit phase. That would have to be reviewed again. And then we have received preliminary on-site wastewater and stormwater drainage designs, which were tentatively approved based on location and area, but both of those items would require permits through our environmental quality division and our engineering division. Now, the proposed development includes landscaping and buffering. So the zoning ordinance requires both of those from an RV park to a residential zone. You can see from a previous from a previous slide that there is some residential properties that abut the west side of this. However, the applicants do intend to retain native forests on the site and add native species to meet landscaping requirements. That is permissible through the zoning ordinance. The lighting calls for shielded narrow spectrum light emitting diodes. Staff recommends that that lighting be minimized, and we will review the lumen count as part of a lighting permit, which is required through the zoning code to meet dark sky compliance. Now, the project is located within the Ponderosa Fire District. So there's the fire station there in Belmont, which is a straight shot through Old 66, or could jump on the freeway. And the fire district has agreed to that. And the fire district will approve a Firewise plan, which could include thinning or the access, both primary and secondary access, and evacuation planning. Now, here's what the proposed site plan looks like. You can see the rack-and-roll right here with that parking zone, and here's the Texaco again. The former entrances, there was one right here on the other side of the parking zone for the rack-and-roll, and there was one a little farther down here. They're proposing centralizing that and paving this area with queuing parking spots. So that when people check in, here's the check-in building. And then later on during the presentation, Mr. Chair, at your request, I'll bring up the former site plan that we have approved from 2006. That's also in your packet suits to compare this. But they are proposing relocating the check-in recreation area to near the entrance. It used to be down in this area here. And then these other outbuildings are toilet facilities, and here's a trash enclosure in the orange. You can see the buffering proposed through stormwater retention on the west and a little bit down here at the southeast. And then this area in orange would be the on-site wastewater system with the required disposal area. Any questions so far on the presentation?
I'm not seeing any. Jake, go ahead.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. So the public noticing on May 22nd of this year, the applicant did have a citizen participation meeting. 73 neighbors were noticed within 1,500 feet. Approximately 115 attendees did show up to that meeting, which is impressive. We received 14 written comments from that meeting. Most of those comments were favorable to the project, but some regarding water. Of course, County Attorney Rose indicated we can't discuss water use, the concern regarding noise, the potential disruption of the community and the forest. And then prior to and after the Planning and Zoning Commission hearing, we did receive 17 additional comments, which included the appeal. And several of those comments questioned the additional number of units, and many supported the proposed business. Now, these are the findings of fact for a conditional use permit, so that the proposed location of the CUP is in accordance, that should read, with the objectives of the ordinance and the purpose of the zone in which the site is located. Again, a campground is allowed through a conditional use permit within 500 feet of an interchange as part of our zoning ordinance, and that the proposed location of the conditional use and the conditions under which it would be operated or maintained will not be detrimental to the public health, safety, or welfare, or materially injurious to properties or improvements in the vicinity, and that the proposed conditional use will comply with each of the applicable provisions of the ordinance, meaning the zoning ordinance, except for approved variances. There are no variances being requested, and that the proposed conditional use is consistent with and conforms to the goals, objectives, and policies of the general plan, which is our comprehensive plan, or specific plan for the area, which of course is the parks area plan. Now, staff and commission analysis of the comprehensive plan policies. So for an RV park or a campground, there are a number of policies that fit the proposed use. Economic development efforts should focus on non-polluting industry and commercial enterprises, support tourist-related development projects that focus on conserving and showcasing the county's unique natural, cultural, and dark sky features, incorporate innovative planning techniques to encourage the development of compatible enterprises with neighboring land use. The county encourages the establishment of industries that contribute to the region's economic health and support community character, ensure that commercial development is well-designed and appropriately located within communities and activity centers. And commercial development projects shall be located and designed in a manner that is compatible with the character of the area in which the project is proposed. And staff and the commission did find that these are generally conforming to our applicable plans. The comp plan policies regarding RV parks or campgrounds continued. In reviewing the environmental impacts, the county will require development projects to demonstrate sensitivity to the natural and cultural environment, including preservation of views, trees, and native vegetation, consideration of wildlife, preservation of dark skies, and conservation of water resources. Where new commercial development projects are proposed adjacent to residential areas, connectivity shall be provided while efforts to mitigate sound, smell, and unsightly views shall be required. The impacts of noise generated by major commercial or industrial uses shall be considered when reviewing development projects, especially when adjacent to residential and recreation areas. The availability of adequate emergency services and emergency access routes shall be considered in the review of major developments and subdivisions. And development projects shall include adequate fire protection measures as determined by the Board of Supervisors, or in this case, it was the Planning and Zoning Commission, with input from the local fire district and or appropriate fire management agencies. So all of these comprehensive plan goals and policies were addressed and alleviated through the conditions of the approval from the Planning and Zoning Commission. So with regards to the parks area plan policies, the document's almost 20 years old now. But there's a number of policies that fit. So a mix of rural land uses beneficial to the residents of the park study area will be consistent with preservation of existing rural character. That is the rural character and land use goal. So the policies from the plan that fall underneath of that goal, new commercial development shall be limited to low water using neighborhood oriented uses that are primarily intended to serve local needs and deemed to be beneficial to residents of the area. Highway oriented or regional commercial uses shall not be permitted in the study area and shall be encouraged to locate in Williams, Belmont, or Flagstaff. Of course, the RV park in this case has been here, as we were told, since the 70s, but we don't have data that goes back past 1983. New neighborhood commercial development shall be limited to commercial nodes in the general vicinity of the two interstate interchanges and the junction of Spring Valley Road and Route 66. Spot commercial zoning and strip commercial development shall not be permitted. Future commercial development shall meet the following criteria. Future commercial development and or redevelopment at the park's interchange shall be limited to the existing commercially zoned land, approximately 2.5 acres on the north side of the interchange. No additional commercial zoning shall be approved at the commercial node. Other commercial uses permitted with approval of a conditional use permit within 500 feet. In this case, this is what we're reviewing this evening, is this is allowed. This enterprise is an RV park within 500 feet of an interchange through a conditional use permit. And then special uses, Coconino County's ordinance, AKA the 500 foot rule shall be limited to neighborhood oriented uses intended to serve the local community. Highway oriented or heavy commercial uses shall not be permitted under the provisions of the 500-foot rule. And the parks area plan policies continued. Neighborhood character policies include proposed developments, including zone changes, subdivisions, and in this case, conditional use permit, may only be approved if consistent with and not detrimental to the established character of the surrounding neighborhood as defined by the applicable neighborhood character statement. Visual appearance and aesthetics policies. So in this case, new development shall be integrated into the natural landforms, vegetation, and other physical characteristics of the area in the least obtrusive manner possible in order to preserve the rural and scenic visual appearance of the area. And secondly, a new commercial development shall incorporate architectural design features that reflect the rural context of the community. Such design elements can be characterized as Western or rustic features, which include the generous use of natural building materials such as logs, wood, and native rock. Muted natural earth tone colors, which the buildings on site are proposed to be, low-key lighting, non-reflective surfaces, and landscaping with native vegetation. Now here's just a map of the parks area plan. We can see the interstate here and the parks exit is here at number 4. Now, compliance with the zoning ordinance. So again, because a campground is permissible in the zoning ordinance within 500 feet of an interchange with a conditional use permit, the maximum density is actually 12 units per acre. So there could be a proposal for 192 units in this particular location. but there's only 80 being requested with, of course, the 25 tent spots. Access on a county maintained road, so Old Route 66 in this location is maintained by the county. 50-foot compatibility setbacks from adjacent residential zones. The plan does show for a minimum of 50-foot buffer from the residential through the buffer or through the buffering and landscape, in addition to the stormwater retention area. Neighborhood compatibility, that the applicant's narrative, including neighborhood compatibility, meets zoning ordinance requirements. This is a conforming feature within fire district subscription or a department. So in this case, the project is within the Ponderosa Fire District's service area. Now the commission, again, it was back in July, but the commission did approve this conditional use permit and made the required findings of fact with the 18 conditions. Some of those conditions are the building colors will blend, fire-wise development, and fire chief approval. That would be Chief Lee Antonides of Ponderosa. Quiet hours, limited check-in hours, and no generators for noise mitigation. Encroachment permits with required traffic analysis, improvements if warranted. Some of that work has already been done. Dark sky compliant lighting, that's a requirement through the zoning code. Retention of native forest on site. The applicant has indicated they do plan to maintain as much of the native forests as they can. Leave no trace education materials given to the customers of the RV park, and consulting with local land managers regarding offsite impacts, particularly of OHVs. However, there's also a condition that no motorized vehicle rentals and no OHVs operated on the property. They would be required to be towed out into the forest if their customers had OHVs. And then the approved duration of 5 years to revisit these concerns with a conditional use permit renewal. There's some interest from the applicant to ask for an extension of that 5 years, but I will let the applicant share that. And that is it. Oops. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions. And I do have that site plan that we had from 2006 that shows what was approved at that time based on previous conditional use permit approvals. So I could bring that up when you'd like, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, Jay. Actually, let me turn to the board first and see if the board has questions.
Yeah, I have a question, Chair. Sure.
Yeah, go ahead, Supervisor Vasquez.
So, Jay, could you please explain a little more about the traffic impact study or the plan for a study and how that impacts this whole project? Because I know that's been a concern of some of the emails we've been receiving.
Sure, yeah, Mr. Chair and Supervisor Vasquez. So the initial traffic impact study was provided. It indicates relatively low trip traffic. I don't know if Nick Hall is on the call. I saw him on earlier if he wanted to talk a little bit about his review of that document. Nick did confer, he's our engineer that reviews our traffic impact statements and analysis. And the trip traffic from an RV park of this size is relatively low. I believe it was 28 trips in the peak hour in the morning and 28 in the afternoon. I might have those backwards, but that's pretty low. So because that trip generation is not sufficient to warrant a turn lane of any kind on Route 66, none is being proposed at this time. And then I think that the other question, Supervisor Vasquez, with regards to forest thinning.
Okay, before you go on to that, I was going to ask that same question. And why don't we provide Public Works a chance to comment on this as well, since it was referred over to them. So I see we have Christopher out there, but do we have Nick? I did ask Lucinda to make sure that somebody was available to respond to this, because it was a question that got, as noted by Supervisor Vasquez, that was asked several times.
Nick,
Chair Nick Hall, Assistant County Engineer, is on and can respond. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Lucinda. Lucinda is our Deputy County Manager and sitting in as our manager this evening. And so, Lindsay, are you importing Nick?
Nick.
I'm here.
panelists. He can
There he is. Wonderful.
Good
Yeah,
evening,
if-
Chair Ryan, members of the board.
Please, if you could respond.
Sure, and could you repeat the question, please? I know it was kind of regarding the review of the traffic impact statement.
I'll let Supervisor Vasquez ask that question since it originated with him, although I'll follow up if he doesn't capture it. There we go. Supervisor Vasquez.
Yeah, thank you. During the presentation, it was mentioned something about an impact traffic study or moving forward another impact traffic study. And so I was just curious what has been done and what are the anticipated impacts of this development should it happen, because we received several emails asking about that.
Sure. Thank you, Supervisor Vasquez. Chair Ryan. So a traffic impact statement was submitted with the documents for the CUP, which I did review. And of the documents we've received for projects similar, even varying ones across the county, I thought it was quite a thorough document, what the applicant's engineer had looked at impacts in the area. And, really it's from Interstate 40 getting to the site. What impacts would we see to the existing traffic in the area? What are people in the area going to experience, driving on this route day to day, Parks Road and Old Route 66. So looking at the traffic information, the applicant's engineer had submitted information as to the peak hour traffic, the total daily traffic, and had analyzed the turn movements. And as the entrance to the site is proposed to be off of Old Route 66, the new traffic will be coming off of Interstate 40, heading north on Parks Road, making a left at Old Route 66 and coming to the site, and following a similar pattern out or exiting through an alternate exit next to the Texaco station. So my main concern was looking at that stop sign intersection right now that's at Parks Road and Old Route 66. What's the traffic going on right now? Are there a lot of delays already? Is that situation getting worse by this site? What's existing? What's the change proposed? What are we looking at both before and after? So based on the traffic that's already existing out there, that really in the world of traffic engineering, we want to look at that stop sign, is there going to be a queue of vehicles backing up and affecting other intersections, or really just adding to the grief of drivers trying to get home or to work or wherever they may be driving to? So right now, there's not enough traffic to back up at the stop sign. Really, a vehicle approaches the stop, waits, looks both directions, and proceeds, and kind of in all three directions at this three-way intersection. So with the proposed development, it's kind of the same situation. Yes, there's an increase. Yes, there's more vehicles. And from looking at the worst direction at that intersection, which would be northbound traffic making a left-hand turn to go west on Old Route 66 in the evening hour, that is going up from 176 existing to 214 after the project, total vehicles in that single hour. So that is over a 21% increase in vehicles, but still there's not so many vehicles that it starts to back up at the intersections, what we're seeing from the analysis. So going through a bunch of numbers, really trying to tear this apart of what would we see that stop sign in that direction, there'll be a vehicle approaching about every 8.5 seconds. So that's ample time to allow a vehicle to approach, slow down safely, look both directions, and then proceed forward and really not back up traffic. So yes, the number of vehicles are increasing. There will be more vehicles on the road, but really the delay of anyone driving on that section should not be impacted.
Thank you. I appreciate that analysis.
So along that line, was there, what are the recommendations associated with the entry and exit, access, egress and ingress?
Chair Ryan, so from the document I reviewed, the only entrance to the site was on Old Route 66 on the north side of the site. And it was stated that exit could be both on Old Route 66 and next to the Texaco station. The CivTech, that is the traffic engineer for the applicant, had recommended against having the entrance next to the Texaco, which I fully agree with. I think that that is such a small section of road. The Texaco station's already busy enough. A RV leaving the site does not pose a large issue. However, one trying to enter, waiting for another vehicle, causing traffic to back up towards the interchange is something we want to avoid, but it was never proposed by the applicant. It was put out there immediately that this would be an exit only, which I agree with. And then this exit on Old Route 66, I see as being adequate.
So that would be a modification to what historically had happened also with the property. It brings it to Route 66 instead of off of the park's entrance road. Okay, do we have other questions for Nick on the traffic piece from board members right now? We can always ask the applicant as well. Okay, not seeing any. Thank you, Nick. Appreciate it. We might come back to you again. Who knows? We'll see.
I'll stick around. Thank you.
Good.
I have a question, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Vice Chair.
So the community usage of the turnoff and the old 66, where do people live? How does, I guess that's what we're trying to look at, is what is the impact and what the time of hour they drive to work and return. Also, there was concern about the noise. All of that was considered in the in this traffic report.
Vice Chair Fowler, Chair Ryan. So for the traffic report, it does not specifically analyze the noise. I will defer to Jay Christman to perhaps respond to that. However, I can comment for the daily commuting traffic already in the area, what they will experience. That from the numbers we saw that, yes, again, total number of vehicles is increasing, but it's so much that really from the numbers proposed, if this was put into a 3D modeling sort of program, we would see that there's enough space between existing vehicles already that there would just be a vehicle in between, that we really don't expect any change in delay, any change in commute time. There would just be a vehicle closer to you in front of you, or you might see a couple more vehicles in front of you while you drive on your daily commute. But it really shouldn't impact at all any increased time, even on seconds. You just might see a few more vehicles.
Thank you.
All right, other board members on that. All right, let's swing back to Supervisor Vasquez. You had another question associated with forestry, and Jay was going to respond to that, I believe.
Yeah, I believe it was about the thinning of the property and of the trees.
Okay, fire.
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Vasquez, Jay Crystalman again. So one of the conditions that the commission required for approval was a Firewise plan, which is something that we require for most any conditional use permit or rezoning or subdivision. And what that will do, we don't dictate what that Firewise plan looks like. It just needs to be approved by the fire chief. We defer to the experts in this case. Now, Firewise plans typically require the cleaning of needles on the property, for example, so that they don't accumulate like they are now. Forest thinning is a huge one. Forest thinning doesn't necessarily mean removing trees. It oftentimes just is grooming trees and keeping the canopies clear so that the fire can't spread as quickly. So those are types of elements that we would expect to see in a Firewise plan for this development. They also, let me advance a couple slides here, Supervisor Vasquez. Another part of what a Firewise plan would be is emergency ingress and egress. So the one primary entrance that Nick was just referring to is right up here. Again, it was moved west from the intersection. It used to be right over here. This rough alignment of the secondary, you can see my cursor, correct? Okay, so the rough alignment of this area is the proposed, you can actually kind of see it's hashed right here. That's because this is designated as an emergency ingress and egress, and that exists right now. That was part of what the existing RV park had. So that would also be considered as part of the Firewise plan. But like I said, it already exists. Does that help to answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great.
All right, let's see. Do we have other board members with questions for staff?
Yes, I have a question.
Yeah,
This
go
is
ahead,
Judy.
Supervisor Begay. Go ahead.
One of the issues that are concerns that was brought up was that the water usage and the trash and recycling limitations that is there.
So,
Might
Judy,
not, yeah.
I have to interrupt you. So we can't talk about water. We can't even
Okay.
talk about it. Okay.
And trash, and then the other one is well, I think this was already addressed, is the natural vegetation, forest health, air and water quality, watersheds, and other natural areas. And I guess it's just basically what controls will there be on those in those areas?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Supervisor Begay, thank you. So with regards to trash, there are 2 trash dumpsters on site. That would be picked up by a trash provider. As far as recycling, the applicant can answer that question. You can see the site plan here. It's largely similar to the site plan that we have from 2006. So obviously, some of the trees would need to be removed. I'm sure many of them would just be required to be thinned. But as far as retention of certain areas, so the stormwater detention areas will likely remain untouched. The wastewater system with the reserve area, there will need to be some trenching that takes place in there. But I'm certain that a competent wastewater designer would be able to minimize the impacts to what exists there. The buildings that are being constructed, those are all in this gray rectangles, these 4 of them. Those are largely going to be installed in areas where there are currently buildings. They're very similar locations to where the existing buildings are. And once I bring up the site plan for most 6 that we currently have approved, you'll notice where there are some similarities to those locations. Does that help to answer your question, Supervisor Begay?
Yeah.
Why don't you bring that site plan up, Jay?
Okay. Let me stop sharing this one here.
And we can go back to Supervisor Begay's other questions on that afterwards. Just since you're using it as a comparative.
Mr. Chair, did it show up? It's on my other screen. Okay.
Yes, it did.
So this is in your packet. This is the one that was received in 2006 as part of what we suspect were 2 or 3 or 4 different conditional use permits that have existed for almost 40 years. So the layout is similar to what is being proposed today. You can see the building locations that I was just highlighting. 3 of them anyway are in very, very similar installation locations. Here is that 19 spot RV storage area that it was approved as one of the CUPs. This particular site shows 54 RV spaces with this temporary area over here that was designated partially for tents. It didn't disclose how many tents in the previous approval. So this is what it looks like. Now, obviously this is from much older CAD drawings, so it doesn't have sort of the overlay features that that the proposed site plan that we received shows. But this is what was currently approved. You can see these highlighted areas. So the one drive went into where the end of the parking area for the Rack and Bull, and you could see it. There was connection from here down through where the check-in building was, the convenience building. And then there was another area over here where there was, I think there was supposed to be at one time, it looked like they were going to try to have a secondary access here, but it's here instead. So that's a very similar alignment to what is being proposed that the commission heard for the conditional use permit. And again, I'll be happy to take any questions with regards to these 2 different site plans. I wish I could share them both at the same time.
So there's just only the two entrances here, on the, where's the yellow area, and none on the west side. Is that the west side, or is it going to be on the east side?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Begay, the secondary emergency ingress and egress, that's on the east side to the south of the Texaco. And that exists currently. It was proposed along with this site plan, and it is being maintained in roughly the same alignment with the current proposed site plan.
Okay.
All right. And so, since we're on that question track, Vice Chair popped up for a minute. And Judy, I'm going to come back to your other questions in just a second. So I'm trying to stay with this this question right now, Vice Chair.
So it looks like the two comparisons, that the current map and proposal is much more organized. And this one, they've really put some improvements into this new plan that is being presented.
Mr. Chair and Vice Chair Fowler, that's a decision that the commission reached. I would agree with that. It is a better designed, more contiguous proposal than what was the site plan from 2006. But there are many sites that are currently on the ground. So the applicant would have to address, how many of those would remain. Many of them would be able to remain, but I'm sure quite a number of them would need to be realigned based on these two site plans.
All right. Yeah, your answer, Vice Chair.
Yes, it's just an observation. So thank you.
Okay. And I'll swing back to you, Judy. Judy, you have been asking about some of the environmental elements. Jay, did you get those questions, or did you want to?
Mr. Chair and Supervisor Begay, thank you for that, Mr. Chair. I did forget. So with regards to wildlife, our urban wildlife planner, Jessica Simmons, did not consider that wildlife impacts were going to be an issue in this particular parcel. I'm certain that you're going to find deer in there on occasion. I don't think the herds travel through here based on what we had heard from our wildlife planner. I think I also heard something from Supervisor Begay to Nick regarding road traffic noise. So there are limited check-in times, and the applicant can discuss this more with regards to the operation of their business, but there's no generators allowed on to be run, I should say. There's no generator use to be allowed on site, no OHV use to be allowed on site, and there are limited check-in hours to minimize the time that you'd hear, diesel pickups or something rolling into the park. I hope that finalizes and answers your question, Supervisor Begay.
Yes, it does. Thank you.
All right. And those could be noted as you look at the conditions that the planning and zoning that put in there along with staff, I guess, on that. Okay, other questions of staff at this point? Okay, and we all have plenty of opportunity later on to ask further questions. I'll have some, but I need to allow the appeal to go through, the appellant to speak their piece that asks other questions that I'm sure will arise that we can get to later on, but let's allow the process to continue. So next up, since we have no further questions of staff right now, we'll have staff return after the public hearing part, unless a board member would like to have more information from staff, we can always call them back. We will now proceed to the applicant and or the applicant's representatives. And so if we could, I think we have them promoted. We have Lisa and Pete Mulgrew, unless they chose to have a representative speak.
Mr. Chair, would you like me to share to change the screen share to show the proposed site plan?
Yeah. Sorry.
Okay. No, that's okay. Sure.
I know you can't see it once you get it up there, I think. So yes, that would be more appropriate, unless the applicant has their own presentation that they wish to put up here. So who will be speaking for the applicants?
Mr. Chair, can you hear me? This is Lisa Mulgrew, the applicant.
Yes, I can, Lisa.
Okay. Mr. Chair and all of the supervisors, thank you very much for your time and consideration tonight, for all the effort that you have put into your review of this project. And I'd like to also again thank Jess McNeely for the time that he spent on the project when we went before the commissioners. And Jay Crystalman, thank you very much for taking over the project and presenting our project to the Board of Supervisors tonight. It is greatly appreciated, the time that everyone has put into this project. So I would just like to say briefly that we have addressed traffic issues. I know that people are concerned, and I think some people still did not have all of the facts as far as what we have planned for the project and the entrances and the way we have set it up. As you can see on the site plan there, we, as Mr. Hall stated, people will come drive down to down Parks, and they will turn left onto Old Route 66. They will drive into the site there, the RV park. There's actually a little bit more space there to pull in. There are some parking spaces, but if you look at the arrows in the gray area, that circles around the check-in center. So anyone pulling in will pull around the check-in center. There will be entrances on the front and the back, so that it makes it very easy for them to pull around and check in. If someone were to pull in behind them, they can easily pull forward. And of course, our staff would always be monitoring that. I would like to point out that Mr. Hall gave a very good, thorough presentation of the number of traffic, vehicles that would be coming through there. I would like to point out that in the traffic study, there is a paragraph just above the trip generation that states a note of caution. Parks is so ruled that the trip generation is likely overstated. The equations and rates used are based on the only data available, which is for a general urban suburban setting. So given that Mr. Hall was looking at the maximum number of vehicles that would be coming through there at a peak hour, first of all, that's assuming 100% occupancy, because that's the way the traffic study looks at it. And it's also likely a little bit overstated. So we would hope that the way it is planned and set out now, the community would not have any issues whatsoever with traffic backing up. We've taken great effort to make sure that that would not happen, because we know that the community members would be concerned about something like that. At the community meeting, we set up 2 different site plans, and the community members, which we had over 150 people attend, this is the site plan that they liked. We also left the entrance, the former entrance, as an emergency exit to be utilized just in case we need it. So we've put a lot of effort into making certain that the community is not impacted by the traffic and the RVs. Again, the number of sites, as we looked at the prior plan, originally we thought there were about 40 sites in the existing RV park. I have learned since then from online information, and obviously from Mr. Crystalman's showing of the site plan from 2006, there were quite a few more RV sites than we originally thought. And I know some people were concerned that they felt like it was being doubled. Some people even thought it was being tripled. We originally asked for 100 sites, and we scaled that back as much as we could to accommodate community concerns. So we, I'm sorry, I just lost my train of thought. Oh, so we scaled it back to 80 sites, and we are leaving at least 10 of those on the property that will not be driving in or out. They will be for rentals overnight. And then we do have the 25 tent sites. So as far as traffic is concerned as well, people will be, some people will stay for a month, some people will stay for 2 weeks, some people will come in for the weekend, but people will be coming in and leaving at varied times of the day and of the week. Check-in times are set between 8 a.m. and 6 p.m. So we will not have people driving late at night or early in the morning. There will be set times for that. As far as landscaping, we are absolutely committed to keeping this property in its natural environment. I mean, that's why people want to come stay at an RV park, is because of the beautiful ponderosa pines. And as it was stated earlier, this site actually would allow for 192 RV sites, and we're only asking for 80. So we will have a lot of space to put between the RV sites and make it a very nice, enjoyable visit to the park for campers and RVers. So additionally, we will trim up the trees. We will get out any undergrowth that needs to be taken care of. The trees will actually be trimmed up to a minimum of 14 feet. So that helps with any fire prevention and cleans out the property, which obviously now, since it's been sitting for so long, it is more of a hazard for fire than it would be with all of that cleared out. So we're absolutely committed to keeping the landscaping. And I think, if someone were to drive by the park, unless they were specifically looking into the park, I don't think that they would see any difference other than just the beauty of the trees. As far as lighting, of course, we will comply with dark sky. In an RV park, we don't want people having bright lights in their eyes anyway. So there will be very minimal lighting, just enough for safety. As it was stated earlier, there's no generators allowed, no OHVs on the property. So the noise level will be down. We will constantly have someone monitoring the park for everything: security, safety, trash, everything. This is going to be a premium RV park. Although it will be very small, it will be monitored and very well maintained and taken care of. We want this to be a wonderful place for the community. I know people have concerns, and I certainly understand their concerns, but we are working very hard to make sure that the community's concerns are addressed, and we will always continue to do that if this is approved again tonight. So I hope I have not missed anything, but if obviously if you need to, you can come back to me. And again, I appreciate your time.
All right, thank you, Ms. Mulgrove. Let's turn to the board. Do you have questions of the applicants, any board members? Okay, Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, hi. Thank you for a good proposal and plan. I did have a question about the all-terrain vehicles and usage. I know it's stated that there won't be allowed inside the park space, but how is that planning on being enforced?
So we will have a online register system. So it will be clearly stated that our park is not one set up for off-road vehicles. Obviously, those are beyond our control as far as when they leave the property, but we will not allow them to get on their vehicles and go driving through the property. If they bring them, then they would need to leave the property, and we'll make that clear on our website. And we'll also have signs posted. We also want to post signs throughout the property that just tell people to be respectful, that they are in a small community, that the speed limit is basically 35 miles an hour or less throughout the community, and they need to stay off of private property and be respectful of the area. It's really important for us to post those things on our website and at the property.
Great, thank you.
You did it again. All right, other questions from board members of the applicant? Right. And of course, we'll have an opportunity to come back. I'm not seeing any from the board members at this point. Thank you, Ms. Mulgrew. Next, we have an opportunity for the appellant to present their appeal. In this case, let's see. We have the appeal submitted by Savannah Sidney. And these the appeals on page 89 through 91 in the staff report for folks to look at if they chose to look at the staff report there. So let's see if we have Miss Sidney there and see if she is promoted. So Lindsay, let me know.
Chair Ryan, Savannah has been promoted. So she's unmuted, so she's ready.
Okay.
Oh, good grief. Thought I lost you.
Nope, you survived in cyber world, I guess. So please state your name and address for the record, and then present your appeal, please.
Okay, Savannah Sidney, 13374 East Dog Haven Place, Parks, Arizona. Yeah, you're right. I get a little nervous. I had this whole thing written up, but I've heard some a little bit different things than I understood from the meeting held a couple of months ago. So many of us in the community are concerned with the expansion of the existing RV park and campground with the proposal increasing the site so much more than the neighbors that I know that have lived here. I've lived here 20 years. And we were concerned about increasing traffic, which the traffic statement is showing that would be far less. The congestion around that Texaco, it's right by the watering hole where people fill up their tanks. There's the feed store, there's the gas station, then a restaurant, then another store, then a campground. People have been concerned about that because it's already an issue without all that during hunting season, and in the winter with snow play, it's absolutely insane. And this will only increase with hundreds of campers, many using ATVs to travel around that small area to and from the two stores because people are lazy, to and from the two stores, the gas station, trails, the restaurant. And in the original hearing, we were told that it was unreasonable to expect ATVs and similar vehicles to be towed off the property and parked out in the forest for use. That's what I heard Jay say just a little bit ago, because originally they were saying some people bring an RV with just a little golf cart or an ATV. And is this now in the proposal that ATVs will not allowed to be used driving on and off the property? Because again, that's a very small area, that little T area. It's already an issue with hunters and vacationers, snow players, and to have them zipping around to restaurant, gas station, two different stores, and people aren't, it's like bicyclists. Sometimes they don't drive according to the rules. It gets pretty dangerous for kids, and hitting people. You don't want to hit someone. So that's been a real concern with people I've spoken to and a concern of mine. But so I guess the question is this now in the proposal that they're not allowed at all unless they tow them off? and off into the forest. And a planned community isn't necessarily one like Anthem that's all paved and artificially created. It seems rural and sort of loose, but the plan, we have an area plan for a reason because we do care, even if it is 20 years old. It's held us in good stead so far. And part of that plan, improved in part by Mr. Ryan, it indicates as low levels of commercial growth occurred is extremely limited in scope and it's community-oriented in nature, serving only the basic needs of the residents in the area. And that we want to restrict to community-oriented uses compatible with existing neighborhood character. And toward that end, I believe allowing the existing RV park to reopen with fewer sites would likely be welcomed by the entire community, not only by those with a financial interest, such as the real estate agent making commission on the sale or local contractors bidding for works on the site. I think everyone would welcome if it was a reasonable amount. This just seems like a lot of people with that many sites, 105 sites. Rarely people camp alone. So we're talking 200, you have children, up to 400 people in this small little area right by the T section or the T stop sign, single lane approaches. That doesn't seem compatible with the existing neighborhood character that's laid out in our plan. In our area plan, it states that longtime residents as well as new people moving into the area recognize that the area's quote limitations also offer an opportunity to live a more rural lifestyle compared to the more urbanized cities and towns of the region. They also have a strong expectation that they should be able to maintain the characteristics of a rural lifestyle that they have chosen, and that they should not be forced to accept encroaching urbanization in their neighborhoods. We don't want to be forced to right in this tiny little area with homes right there, small community. I wouldn't say sleepy community, but it's a small community, to have, descending 200 to 400 people at a time using recreational vehicles. And we want to address these issues upstream rather than waiting for them to be a problem. And I think that's reasonable. So I would ask that you please respect and advocate for the parks area plan that was painstakingly defined. And with the conditional use permit, see about limiting the number of sites to reduce the number of people zipping around and congesting that area and impacting our community. 4 of the commissioners at the July 28th meeting, before any community input was made at all, they advocated for that, saying that this would impact the community, the character of this community, and a smaller number that would be far more reasonable and less detrimentally impacting to the character of our community. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Sidney. I'll turn to the board. Do you have, do the board members have questions of the applicant at this point? And again, we're going to have an opportunity to come back as well on that. And we do have the appeal as part of the record, obviously, before us, as I noted. I have the pages, but I certainly don't have them in my memory. The pages for the appeal are 89 through 91 on the staff report. All right, and we, part of the process is a response to the appeal decision associated with that. I'm not seeing any questions at this moment, so I'm going to close the appeal component. I'll remind the applicant and the appellant that after public testimony is taken, the applicant will be provided approximately 10 minutes to provide their case, and the appellant will also be provided approximately 10 minutes to present their case to provide the equal opportunity for each after public testimony. After that, we close it. That's the end of the applicant and the appellant giving any testimony, and then we bring it to staff to review or respond, and then we'll go into the board dialogue. So we've been going for 2 hours here, and one thing that's very important to some of us that are stuck to the screen, meaning that we can't walk away from the screen as we need to take a time for a bio break. It is 8:08 right now. I suggest that we take approximately 5 minutes to take a break, and then we'll come back and we'll begin the hearing portion, the public hearing portion of this appeal. All right. For the sake of the board, when you come back, if you could just show me your back on screen, that would be helpful. Thank you, Vice Chair. Lena Power. I need to make sure Jay's here also. There's Supervisor Vasquez. I don't know. Right.
He's in the trees.
Yes, he is. We won't say what district that is.
I know. I hear it all the time.
Yeah, you got to get pictures, huh? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to change it soon. Don't worry, it's coming.
There you go.
You have some great photos from your district.
Yeah, I know. I gotta update it. What it is I have the great photos on my phone, and I'm not technically savvy enough to get them onto my Zoom. That's where the problem comes. But I'll work on it. Next time it'll be a different picture.
We'll get you some help there. I surely needed it. Let's see. Are you out there, Jay? Did you come back? Make sure you came back. Not yet. Make sure we have all the right players. But I know we need Rose out there. Are you there, Rose?
I'm here.
All right, thanks, Rose.
There, I figured it out.
Yeah. Very good.
It doesn't start till tomorrow. I was gonna wait till tomorrow, but since you egged me on now I got one that doesn't have a different district.
Yeah, there we go. Very good. With pride. Let's see. Wait, no,
Have to change.
yeah.
I was gonna wait till tomorrow, but might as well do it tonight.
Very good. Do we have Supervisor Begay out there?
I'm here.
All right, thank you, Judy. And then we're checking in on Jay, making sure we have Jay here.
I'm calling him chair. I
Okay.
know he did have to step away for a moment, but I expect him back any minute.
Thanks, Lucinda. While we're waiting for Jay to come back, I can go over a little bit of review. So we will provide an opportunity. And actually, Karen, if you're out there, you were so anxious to get on during the public comment earlier. I'll provide you with that first slot of opportunity to comment if you're still out there. So Lindsay will explain more of the operation and what you need to do to get recognized. There's only an opportunity for each individual to comment once. We will provide you with up to 3 minutes. I encourage you, if you already submitted the comments, summarize what you submitted. Or if you hear it before you can acknowledge that you heard it and you agree with it. So we can move through, and we've read your reports or your comments that we've gotten through email, and we'll hear testimony as well on that. Most certainly, mutual respect for one another. Direct your comments to me as the chair. It's not a Q&A. You're providing testimony as it relates to the findings of facts related to the case, how it is consistent or inconsistent with our plans and ordinances. There will be people that are nervous or have difference of opinion. We would be respectful and understanding that we have varied opinions, and provide that opportunity for those that present their pieces to do it in a respectful manner. And we will go through and provide the opportunity for everybody that wishes to comment, that one opportunity. And after that, as noted, we'll bring it back to the applicant and the appellant, and we'll go to staff, and then we'll bring it to the board. And do we have Jay out there?
No, I can't. Oh, there he is. Is he back on, Jay?
I just got back. That was good timing. Thank you.
Oh, there we go. All right. Okay, now that we've done that, Lindsay, can you please explain how people can be recognized, and we'll work our way through the process. The other piece of note is Lindsay will provide an opportunity or at 30 seconds, letting you know 30 seconds are there. So you should be thinking of wrapping it up close to that time. So Lindsay, if you can explain how people can be recognized.
Thank you, Chair Ryan. If you've joined the meeting from your computer into the Zoom meeting, there is a raise hand icon that looks like a hand at the bottom of your screen if you toggle down at the bottom of the screen. And you'll want to click on that hand if you want to speak during the public hearing on this case. That will notify us to call on you to allow you to speak. If you're on the telephone, you'll press *9 and that will raise your hand so that we're aware that you want to speak. And then if there's several hands raised, we will work through each hand and call on those folks that want to provide a public comment. And then once you're done speaking, if you just click on the raise hand to lower your hand, that will help us move quicker so that I'm not lowering your hand for you. Again, I will let you know when you have 30 seconds left to speak as well. And when you do provide a comment, if you can provide your name and address for the record, we would appreciate it.
Yes, please provide your name and your address. We need to have that for the record. Okay, so Karen, as I noted, Lindsay's going to move you into a panelist mode to provide you an opportunity to provide your testimony there. Let me know.
Is it all right for me to speak now?
It certainly is.
Okay.
There we go.
My apologies for misspeaking earlier. I misunderstood. So, Mr. Chair and Board of Supervisors and guests, thank you for your time. And Lisa, thank you very much for your input this evening. I heard some things that were different than what I had understood before. I just want to bring up some questions that I have. Lisa, you said posting signs 35 miles an hour speed limit. I have to tell you that on dirt roads, that would be horrific for us. Even 25 miles an hour is really, really difficult. People come through with all kinds of vehicles and they damage personal property, they generate noise, and they create dirt dust fogs for us. And it really does not allow us to enjoy our lifestyle here. And people who are here temporarily, not everybody, but we go through it with some of the hunters, you know, the beer cans, the tobacco products and other trash. And this is not how we live out here. Another concern I have is the leash law. Many people come from areas where there is no leash law and they let their dogs run and they have to be restrained. So I am concerned that this will be ensured that we will not have this kind of issue. I would like to know when the traffic study was actually done. Was it done this year? And you can answer that later. I want to point out that Route 66 is a 2-lane road that was severely flooded in August with the endless rains that we had, and the county had to come in with heavy equipment to actually clear the road. And this flood occurred in the vicinity of the RV site. Most of my other comments are exactly what Savannah said. So if my questions can be answered at some point, I'd appreciate it. We would welcome the RV park and restaurant, but only so far as its size does not encroach on our rights, as Savannah mentioned earlier. Thank you for your time and thoughtful consideration.
And Karen, could you please repeat your name and address for the record?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Karen Von K, 13112 East Fallow Deer Road, Parks, Arizona, 86018.
Thank you, Karen. All right, Lindsay, who do we have up next?
Chair Ryan, next we have somebody with the R. Wiggins with their hand raised.
Okay.
Allow them to speak. Okay, you have permission to speak. You'll just need to unmute yourself.
Jay, can you take down before we have testimony from our Wiggins, take down that way I can see the screen and who's attending. Okay, but I'm not seeing them imported yet. Oh, yes, there they are, bottom right. Okay. So you are muted, R. Williams. You need to unmute. I'm still showing you muted.
With the name R. Wiggins, you just need to unmute your microphone and you have permission to speak.
I'm not seeing you unmute.
There they go.
There you go. Now we can have you speak.
All right, am I unmuted now?
Yes, you are. Very good.
Hi, I'm Robert Wiggins. I actually live now in Phoenix, Arizona, 4740 North 10th Street, but I've owned a property over on what is now Aspen Drive since 1968. And I do remember the park that was there in the late 60s, early 70s. I believe it was called King of the Road. It was a small park, and that was a time when people used it for overnight stays. It was not extended for extended amount of stays. It was just a place to stay when you were traveling. The problem I see with this whole project is I think it is too much, too quick for the area, because you're going to have the two little stores inundated with more people than they can possibly serve. And I think further commercial development is going to have to follow. And has already been stated, the people that are up there full time and me, who is up there part time, we have that property because it provides us with that more remote, out of the city type of an atmosphere. But a project of this has a very, very, very big potential to bring the big city to us, whether we want it or not. And that's my biggest concern. I certainly do appreciate you listening to me. Thank you very much for your time and your consideration.
Thank you for your comments. All right, Lindsay, next up.
Next, we have Anna Schwartz. I'm going to allow you to talk and you'll just need to unmute your microphone.
Hello, my name is Anna Schwartz. I live at 3123 North Spring Valley Road. And I certainly concur with everything that Savannah, Karen, and Robert have stated. I originally chose to live in Parks after really looking at the areas around Flagstaff. And after reading the Parks area plan, which Savannah described very well, I decided to move to Parks. The Parks area plan talks about the low levels of commercial growth that will occur, and it's extremely limited in scope, and it is community oriented in nature, serving only the basic needs of the residents. And really, this RV park does not serve the basic needs of the residents at all. It serves, a much broader group of people who are totally unrelated to our community, who really have not much to contribute to our community. And the idea of having off-road vehicles, even more than what we currently have, is rather overwhelming from the noise that is generated when they go flying down Spring Valley Road, to the disruption that it's going to cause with the Forest Service roads, especially when it's muddy. I'm very concerned about how nothing's been talked about how the sheriff will be able to respond to the additional burdens of calls and incidences. Currently, the sheriff patrols are overstretched. They cover Parks all the way to the Grand Canyon, and they're completely unable to control the speeders on the straight paved section of Spring Valley Road. I also wonder how there will be accountability for the safety of our children when they're in school, with there's a clear increase in traffic and a large number of new strangers in our community. And I'm also very concerned about how the traffic is going to be leaving the east side of the RV park and that whole area around the Texaco, the water station. As it is right now, it's a mess. And I know Karen spoke very clearly about that. So I have a lot of concerns about this whole project. I feel it's a very direct threat on my desire to continue living in parks because it will be radically changing our community.
Anna, we just lost you. Are you there, Anna?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
You were saying direct threats.
Yes, so this project is really a direct threat to our community. It will really change the basic nature of it. It will bring in far more people than Parks currently has. I suspect it would increase our population by over 20%, perhaps even as much as 30%. And the addition of a commercial facility that is really against what the Parks area plan says, where they'll limits existing commercial zoning land to approximately 2.5 acres on the north side of the interchange, and states that no additional commercial zoning will be approved at this commercial node. And
30 seconds.
Thank you. This really exceeds that. So I appreciate the opportunity to discuss my concerns. And my concerns reflect those of not only myself, but my neighbors, many of whom could not join tonight due to childcare and health issues with their elderly parents. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Anna. Okay, Lindsay, who do we have next?
Next, we have Camilla Moore and Jason Elliott. I've allowed you to speak if you want to go ahead and unmute your phone or your microphone.
Hello.
Yes.
My name is Elliott. I would like to thank everybody for having this appeal and allowing us to comment. My address is 13135 East Fallow Deer Road in Parks. I would just like to echo the concerns of the folks that have spoken before me, my neighbors, Savannah Sidney, Karen Von Kay, Mr. Wiggins, and Anna Schwartz. I believe they have outlined a number of concerns that I share with them, and I don't think I need to expound on that too much anymore. I guess what I would like to add is that the traffic report really doesn't reflect the actual use at that intersection. If you're living here and you're witnessing the actual traffic, I don't think it's a reasonable assessment of the area. Thank you for your time. That would be my comment.
All right, thank you, Mr. L. Thank you, Jason. Next up, Lindsay.
Next, we have Shar and Alan. I've given you permission to speak. There you go.
Thank you, and I hope you all can hear me.
We sure can.
This is Alan Simpson. I live at, well, thank you, sir. And to all the interested parties, thank you for joining this evening with us all. I live at 12705 East Peaceful Valley in Parks. I've owned this property here for 20 years, part-time originally, but I'm up with my wife full-time for the past 4 years. You know, there's a concept I think that's true for all of us, is that every piece of property, every property owner has a right to use that property to its best use. Historically, that piece of property's best use has been an RV park. It is true that historically the park was smaller than this plan would envision. However, it does appear that the applicants here have made every best effort to tastefully enlarge the park, tastefully manage the park, and I would wholly support the applicant's use of that particular property, because again, it is historically an RV park. So I appreciate my fellow people up here in Parks being concerned about added traffic, but as a practical matter, I think that a lot of people who are going to come up here to camp as campers go into our public lands. And I think that's where we usually have our encounters with those folks. And for the most part, everyone is very pleasant. I think the use of that park will probably be mainly for, frankly, older folks who want a place to stay, who don't necessarily want to venture into the public lands. And it may actually be very temporary. So while I recognize the concerns about added traffic, which there may very well be added traffic, I don't think it's going to be that which is going to be significant or negatively impact our quality of life. And once more, I return to the best use of property, and that is apparently the best use of that property by that property owner, and they should have the right to proceed. Thank you for letting me share my thoughts with you.
Thank you, Mr. Simpson. Lindsay, next up.
Next, we have Amanda Wheeler, and I've allowed you permission to speak. You'll just need to unmute your mic.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Hi, my name is Amanda Wheeler, 13250 King John Road in Parks. And I too would like to express my opposition to this project, particularly its scope, and to agree with all of the opposing thoughts that have come before me. And just to add a couple ideas. Not that I'm an expert in traffic, although I have driven in the Northeast my whole life until moving to Arizona. So I do know a lot about traffic and being in traffic. But this study, I'm wondering if they took into account that the cars that will be around you, as they mentioned, you may have a couple more cars around you than normal, will likely be 3 times the size of my car, at least, if they're going to be RVs. So typically RVs also move quite slowly. I don't know if they take that into account. If an RV is coming to a stop, a hard stop at the T, and then making a left to go into the RV park, how quickly is that actually going to happen, and how much traffic is then backing up, perhaps all the way to the exit ramp. Also, someone pointed out the school and the school safety. I am a teacher. There is a large concern in all schools about stranger danger, and we are inviting 200 plus strangers into our community. The property is very close to the school, and as these off-road vehicles zip around, and even now, traffic is, speed is a concern in front of the school. It's a 15-mile-per-hour school zone when school's in session, and a 25-mile-per-hour zone when not. So not to mention foot traffic, and I'm sure there'll be hikers and bikers. We are recently, we're pretty new to town, and we did a lot of research moving here, as others have stated. And one of the documents that we came on our research was the park's area plan, which we presume to be a blueprint for development, and became a great resource for us as to why we wanted to live in a community like this. It seems to me that the main points that Savannah brought up were not taken into consideration. I'm not going to repeat them because they are written in the appeal. And the points that she brings up in the appeal are those points in which we were most concerned and felt reassured by reading the parks area plan that the development would be kept as it states to the benefit of the community.
30 seconds.
Thank you for taking my considerations.
All right, thank you, Ms. Wheeler. Okay, next up, Lindsay.
Next up is Robin Guthrie. I've given you permission to speak, and it looks like you've unmuted your microphone.
Yes, indeed. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay. My name is Robin Guthrie, and I've been a landowner for 23 years and a full-time resident for 20 years. I'm at 13374 East Dog Haven Place, Parks. My biggest concerns are an increase in perhaps crime. My concern is also for traffic turning in to get our mail at the little mercantile there can be difficult, And that's without an RV park. That's just if we have an RV there, a truck, several different cars, we can just sit there with our blankets. It's a mess. It's a mess. I wanted to reiterate that. And this scares me, and it scares me for our community. Once we open the door to this, what's going to come next? We're going to put in a Safeway? I mean, it's just, this is completely contrary to the plan and the reason that we moved out here to be rural to begin with. And I really appreciate you taking the time to hear my thoughts. And I would like this appeal to be upheld. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Ms. Guthrie. Okay, Lindsay?
Okay, Chair Ryan, at this time, I don't see any other hands raised. Again, if, oh, there's one. Okay, here we go.
There we go.
Next, we have Gary Price. And you just need to unmute your microphone.
Hello.
Hello.
This is Sherry Lee Price. We have 3 people on the same computer. I'm wondering if
Yes.
the ability for each of us to have 3 minutes.
We do. Yes, you do have that opportunity.
Okay. Do I just pass it off or?
It's whoever is going to speak. Please state your name and address for the record, and then you can line up behind each other.
Okay, this is Sherry Lee Price at 733 North Three Bears Loop. And first off, I have basically more of a question than a comment. I have been through the original planning and zoning document and the traffic survey done by CivTech. The trip generation statement is based on 60 spaces for the RV site. That was dated 28th, and that is the traffic survey that was used for that meeting, I believe. It was page 210 of that packet.
Not 105.
Right, 60 spaces, not 105. Then I see in the board's packet for tonight, there's a revised trip generation statement dated July 27th for 105 spaces. If you go to the last page of both of those documents, of course, the numbers are different, although there's apparently quite a discrepancy. So I'm just requesting that perhaps there could be an updated traffic statement or some sort of clarification posted so that we can all understand the true figures of this statement.
Okay, and we can take questions and we can follow up afterwards, but it's not an exchange question and answer. It's an opportunity to explain.
I understand that.
Okay.
I just didn't know how else to get the information across, because I think the information you have in your packet might not be what the Planning and Zoning Committee used.
And we can get clarification afterwards. Do you have any additional comments?
No, thank you for your time.
Okay. And then next up on that list, from the Gary Price.
Yeah, 2 other people.
Yeah, this is Gary Price, and I'm at 733 Three Bears Loop. That's less than a mile west of the proposed campground, and I've lived here for over 20 years. First of all, I'd like to thank the Board of Supervisors and especially you, Mr. Chair, for taking the time to listen to our considerations for the CUP, conditional use permit. First of all, I'd like to say I'm opposed to this for the reasons following. It was stated in the Planning and Zoning meeting, which we all have access to the video, by one of the commissioners, that if the park's exit at I-40 is too congested, you can drive to the next exit. Are you kidding me? That's 7 miles away one way. It's 14 miles round trip. And that's either to Brannigan Park or the other exit down here at Pittman. So we got a 14-mile round trip in addition to where we've already come from. How inconsiderate is that for the people who live in parks? We chose to live here to get away from that congestion. At the peak times, we have hunters, we have campers in the woods, we have Route 66 travelers, we have VRBO people, we have visitors to residents, we have residents. The park store parking is overcrowded now on holidays and weekends, not to mention the snow play area mess. Now we're going to add 105 camp spots. As of the traffic survey, which we have a discrepancy in, Mr. Hall said 215 RVs and so forth per hour. My thing right here that I have in my hand says 335 RVs and ATVs, cars and trucks per hour. I'm not sure where that's going to be. I guess you guys are going to look into this afterwards. But I'm surprised at the difference in that, the discrepancy in those two things that we had looked at by the Traffic Commission. At any rate, look at Belmont. The congestion there at times is just to be avoided. There's a KOA at Garland Prairie and a new campground going into Belmont. How many campgrounds do we need in this section of I-40? In addition to that, we'll have sites from the campground driving, people from the campgrounds driving around in our area. We already have razors and ATVs that are just not paying any attention to public roads and as well as going out into closed forest roads. There's no map.
30 seconds.
There's a map that shows where you can go, but you have to have the map. And if that road isn't on there, they don't know, and they'll be going out there. I know my dirt road is going to see an additional traffic. I live on the east side of Three Bears, and the wind is predominantly from the west. My house gets dusted, and my neighbors and I all take care of the roads, so it'll create more work for us. So 105 camp spots. Let's say an average of 3 people per camp. That's 300 additional people in an area that is already congested. The infrastructure of parks isn't adequate to handle that. I've talked to people in parks in favor of this CUP who want a restaurant, but when they realize the other negative qualities of this thing, they change their minds. A handful of people will benefit from this RV park, such as the realtor and the owners of the RV park. I have nothing against people making a buck as long as it doesn't negatively affect me. And
Mr. Price, can you wrap up, please?
Okay. Anyway, this is going to negatively affect all of us here. Isn't the Constitution of the United States say that you can do anything in this free country as long as it doesn't hurt others? This is definitely going to hurt all of us that live here in parks.
Right.
I guess I have a lot more things that I could say negatively about this park, but I've done the best I can with the time I have. So thank you for listening to it.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Price. Yeah, one more person to speak in the portal here.
Yes, this is Alice Carroll. I live at 252 West Park Road in Parks, Arizona. We've been living here full-time 8 years, 15 years with the property. And we came from an area with a lot of traffic, a lot of crime, a lot of chaos. We lived near a theme park. So we had a lot of travelers coming and going through our area that did not live in our neighborhood. And they negatively impacted our neighborhood, you know, coming from different places with different ideas about how life should be. And they were very disrespectful of the people in our neighborhood because they were just traveling through. It didn't mean anything to them. They didn't really care about, you know, the residents in the area. And I noticed that when Flagstaff sent all of their snow play area people here, we were bombarded. The roads were completely bound up with people stopping in the middle of the road, trying to find a place to park, you know, pulling off the road. And when that weekend was over, the entire area was overrun with trash all along the roads, all along the snow play area, all around the little stores. And, you know, the massive amount of people that were here was just kind of shocking to the soul, because Parks is a really quiet, rural, sleepy little town. We're a tight-knit community. that, you know, looks out for each other. But when it comes to all these extra people, there were a lot more break-ins and local properties. There was a lot more, you know, little weird crime things happening, and people don't necessarily call the police because they're not really going to get any kind of a timely response. So they just try to handle it amongst themselves. The last sheriff I spoke with said that they basically are covering, you know, parks all the way down to the Grand Canyon. There's just a couple of officers. So how are they going to manage the calls for all these extra people here in our town? You know, they're not managing the roads very well. They're not managing all of the you know, the ATV traffic, the razor traffic. We get pushed off the roads. They're, you know, flying up and down the road, speeding with their stereos blasting, with a beer in their hands. And there's nobody really here to do anything about it. The other day, well, actually the last big rain we had, I was run off the road by 10 razor.
Ma'am, can I get you to focus on the application that we have before us, please?
Okay, so the application is affecting my life negatively by adding all of these extra people. And there's really nobody to monitor these extra people. I know that you're not allowing water to be discussed, but this town has gone dry before without the.
Ma'am, we got to cut you off on that if you want to discuss water. You can't do that in a record. We lost a court case when it's just been testimony. We cannot talk about it.
We're looking
30 seconds.
at something that negatively affect our community on many levels. And it doesn't really seem to be taken into consideration with this committee. I'm not necessarily sure why, because we're all paying taxes and, you know, we're all doing our part as the community. So why aren't our voices being heard?
All right. Is that the end, ma'am?
Yep, that's the end.
Okay. Thank you for your comments. So next up, Lindsay.
Next, I have Monica Booth. And I've given you permission to speak if you would unmute your microphone.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good evening. This is Jim Booth. And I've listened to a lot of these people talk, and I realize the reluctance for change. People don't like change. They don't want change. But I'd like to address a few things that they've been talking about. Number one is the ATV and the UTVs. They're here. They're here to stay. I mean, people probably don't like the car that they're driving either, but they're here. I do not own one. And there's a lot of times that I just shake my head at what they do. But most of them are.
Mr. Booth?
Yes.
I need you to direct your comments towards the case itself.
Well, I am with the concerns that people have. The ATVs are going to stay. They're licensed, they're insured, and they're going to be. The noise. I understand people worried and concerned about the noise. The property sits adjacent to I-40. And if you've ever sat there and listened to the cattle guard, I mean, I don't see where the thing. And then crime. The vacant property, it invites crime. Last year, they hauled a very, very dangerous felon that was holding up in the Rack and Bowl because it was vacant. He had been living there for a few days, and the police had to come in and haul him off. And I think it's time. I drive by the property twice a day. I live here in Parks, and it's time to clean it up and let's make it productive again. It's sitting there decaying. It needs to become productive again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Booth. Lindsay, who do we have next?
Next, we have Tom Hyman. I've allowed permission if you just unmute your microphone.
You're still muted, Tom. You need to unmute your mic. There you go. You got it. Yes, you did.
All right. My concern is like everybody else has stated, the traffic. I get my water down at the Parks water hole, and I sit there quite often and watch the hunters, weekend RVers, and I get my mail at the park store. And on the Thursday, Friday before a large weekend, you can't get your car in there because there'll be 1, 2, 3, 40-foot RVs trying to get in there, and there's not room for them there. And they park on the street. We have to drive around them. My concern is that exit that they have coming out of the south end there, right at the Texaco station, doesn't allow for a 40-foot RV. The RVs that do leave that station have to turn in such a way that they into oncoming traffic so that they can get over that cattle guard. So it's that traffic survey that they did wasn't done on a weekend or a Friday before a busy weekend, and they're clogging up the place where all of us, the locals, all have to go in there to get our mail, and all it takes is 2 RVs in that parking lot and you can't get in. So the traffic is a real problem, and the problem that I see right now would only be exaggerated, much like they did down at Belmont, and the county had to put in a roundabout down there. You guys know about that. So adding more traffic without provisions of either wider lanes or parking spaces for those RVs, they come out of that RV and head for the freeway, they're going to want to pull in and get gas. If they can't pull in, there's no place for them to park other than in the street. And then we're adding a restaurant there too. There'll be more traffic with that, trying to get in and around RVs. So I would just like to see those traffic guys come out on a weekend and watch the RVs that do come in there, just the ones coming off the freeway and the ones that are coming up to hunt or camp, not going into the RV. They said it's only going to increase by 20 or 28 vehicles. I think that 28 40-foot RVs dragging a car behind them is a lot more than just 28 vehicles. So those are my concerns. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you for your comments. All right, Lindsay, who do we have next?
Next, we have Larry Mathis. You want to just unmute your microphone?
So am I unmuted now?
Yes, you are.
Okay, great. Hi, this is Larry Mathis. I live at 7714 North Hondos Lane in Parks. And I appreciate what everybody's had to share here. Many people on this phone call are friends of mine, and I have a different view than most. I'm going to just share. I personally do not believe that the traffic situation is going to be as bad as most people think. I am an avid RVer. I have traveled all over the country. I just returned from a 17-day RV trip. In that entire time, I traveled to many towns, as small, a little bit larger than Parks. And I think what the reality is for most RV parks that I've ever traveled to, there aren't multiple people coming in. It's not like there's a host of vehicles that are moving in all at the same time or leaving at the same time. In the 17 days that we've traveled recently, there was never anyone at any park that ever left at the same time I did or registered at the same time. They come in at different times. They come in at different days. Some stay overnight. Some stay for a week. Some stay for a month. Most RV people do not travel with the razors and all the other things. It's a different group of people. I honestly believe that the people that are out with the razors and they're causing the traffic, and believe me, I live quite a bit further north, so I am going to give some leeway to my good friends and neighbors who live closer there because I do live further away. But even I get the traffic way up here where I'm about 8 miles north. But I do honestly believe that I think the traffic concerns are being a little bit over exaggerated, and that's just because of my own personal experience in 18 years as somebody who has RV'd literally all over the country. I also agree that the best use for this is something like an RV park. We do need to make it so that whoever purchases it, it has to be profitable for them. It has to be a good business venture for them. I don't know the viability at 40 spaces or less than 80. And I've said this publicly before, as a town, I honestly think we need to pick our poison. Something will eventually go there. It could be housing, so it could be a whole lot of different things. That's my take on it. I value all of my neighbors' comments, and their opinions. And I thank the Board of Supervisors for doing this and having giving everybody the chance to share their views on it.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mathis. All right, who do we have next, Lindsay?
We don't have any more hands raised at this time. If you want to speak, please raise your hand by hitting the raise hand icon. And if you're on the phone and you would like to speak, please press *9 and that will raise your hand so we know that you want to speak. And I do have Clarence Bradshaw. I have allowed you to speak, so you just need to unmute your microphone.
Yes, hi. My name is Clarence Bradshaw. I live at 4344 North Spring Valley Road in Parks. For the record, I've been a resident of Northern Arizona for 31 years. Half of those years in Flagstaff, but the other half in Parks, including I've lived again in Parks for the last 16 months. Also, just for everybody's information, I first visited the campground in 1975. So it's been here, and it was there even previous to 1975. So I know that for a fact. Actually, I believe with the supervisor's approval that there will be actually less uncontrolled camping, and that could make actually our forests and ultimately people's property safer. I don't believe especially that there's going to be way more folks coming into parks, due to the campground reopening, but will actually provide the same folks a place to park their RV. So in a campground versus in our forest. Also, I saw the new landscape plan in the agenda, and it shows there was a concern about, folks, there are a lot of the trees being taken down. But in that new landscape plan, it shows that they're going to, groom the trees, kind of trim stuff. And so that it would look, there's going to be less trees taken out than what I think folks thought. And that's exactly what the applicant stated in the Board of the Planning Commissioners meeting as well. It seems like, there's the opposition wants to oppose the CUP approval based on traffic, both of which have been, and water, which we can't talk about, but both of those, I believe, have been addressed. It also seems from some of the letters that I've read from the opposition is coming from VRBO owners that may believe that an RV park with hookups in our community may cause them a financial loss. So that's something to kind of consider also. The applicant, these folks are trying to do a quality campground and reopen the Rack and Bull, which we all want also. And so, that's my feelings. And all of this being said, I hope that the Board of Supervisors will approve the applicant's CUP request. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bradshaw. Lindsay, next.
We have Jani, Jani. You want to unmute your microphone?
Yes, good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. We have been landowners in the Parks area since 2001, and we bought property up there strictly because of the rural atmosphere.
And can you state can you state your name and address for the record, please?
The name is Jim, Jim, Miller, 12696 Rustic Cabin Trail, Parks.
All right, thank you. Sorry to interrupt you there. Go ahead.
You bet. So, no, that's fine. Long story short, I am blown away by the folks who have financial gain in this endeavor. It's amazing to hear the comments of those, again, who have financial gain in this endeavor. I would like to go back to a little while ago when the individual who was talking about the 2006 plat map versus the current plat map. There is an incredible difference in those plat maps. And yet I was a little bit concerned about a few of the commissioners' comments or observations of the facial features when comments were made about that. The maps are entirely different. I am all for that property being developed somehow, some way, but to just go into this thinking that a couple who wants to buy this property, and because they might not be able to make make it a profitable venture with the current price, the sales price that is being asked for it, it just doesn't make sense whatsoever. So I don't know if this makes sense, but I'm just concerned. And again, I'm all about something happening with that RV campsite. I think it would be wonderful, but just not this many camps or RV sites. It doesn't make sense. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you for your time and comments. Okay, Lindsay, who do we have next?
All right, as of now, we don't have any more hands. Again, if you would like to speak, there's Jenny Addington.
All right.
You want to unmute your microphone?
Hello, my name is Jenny Addington, and I live at 12781 East Thundering Pines Ranch Road in Parks. And okay, so I am the real estate agent in this transaction, but I am also a resident of Parks. And so I understand everyone's concerns. I am such a right is right. And all I have done from the very beginning has put out information for people to look up and see for themselves. I've never said to anyone, oh, you have to do this because of this. In fact, I wrote a letter to the board stating how I'm the one that came up with the 40 spaces because I don't ever like to misrepresent anything. And so I left it up to a potential buyer to decide how many spaces there was. I guess the other thing that, well, a couple other things. So of the letters that I read that all of you received, 28 were for this and 21 were against it. I just want to say that because I think that's important. A lot of people don't like speaking on here, me included. So I did the math and that's what that was. 28 for it, 21 against it. And in the appeal letter, so I'm talking to the appeal letter, it states that there were 50 members who joined a Facebook group within less than a week. I also created a Facebook group that had over 100 members within 3 days. So there's lots of community support out there that doesn't have anything to do with me. And my Facebook page said, here, look at this for facts. It didn't say you must vote for this. And let's see. So one thing, the Parks Area Plan, I've been selling real estate in Northern Arizona, in Flagstaff and in parks for over 20 years. And the Parks Area Plan is very hard to find. I'll just put that out there. The last thing I would like to say is that I hope you go by the findings of fact. And also the Parks Area Plan, it states on page 1, first meeting began in 1998. Then on page 4, it's anticipated to be approximately 10 years before it needs to be redone. It's over 23 years now. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Jenny. All right, do we have anybody else out there on Zoom that wishes to comment? Lindsay, why don't you go ahead and do that with the phone numbers, just check and see if they wish to comment and what they need to do.
Sure, thank you, Chair Ryan. I do show 3 people on the phone that are in this meeting. If you would like to speak, press *9 and that will raise your hand so I know you want to speak. And what I think I'll do, just to make sure that function, there's no problem with it, I'm going to go ahead and call your phone number out and let you know that you're allowed to speak. So I have given you permission to speak. And so if you have the phone number 1-307-413-2050, you do have permission to speak. You just need to unmute yourself and you can make a comment if you would like.
And that is 1-307-413-2050. We're showing you muted right now. Would you like to speak? All right, why don't you go to the next phone number, Lindsay?
Okay. The next phone number I have is 602-380-3017. I've given you permission to speak. You just need to unmute yourself and you will be able to speak if you would like to.
Okay, and that's 1-602-380-3017. And you're unmuted.
Yeah, hello, this is, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, great. This is Dan Tebretzky at 6267 North Sanderson Bass Road. And certainly been interested to hear how all of the feedback for this venture has played out. And I can see both sides. I would just add that as owned a property in parks for 21 years, and certainly we've seen a lot of changes. And I would say I think this property does suit itself well to an RV park, but an RV park that was in the numbers that was in the original plan, in the 40 to 50 range of spots. And I think, you know, for the Board of Supervisors, it's trying to find a middle ground that's going to work for the residents of the community and find a middle ground that can work well. I think improving the property, it sounds like it's going to be improved nicely and will add to a very well done facility based on what I've read and heard. But if it could be done at a low level that is more in line with what the original RV park was, I think would be a middle ground that might find some support. So again, I appreciate the Board of Supervisors, all of the residents. Like all of them, I want the parks community to be the nicest community it can be. I want it to be safe, enjoyable, quiet, and someplace we can all be proud of, someplace we can all see our property values continue to increase, and be a community where neighbors get along with neighbors and look forward to coming to, whether you're full-time or part-time. So thanks for the opportunity to speak.
All right, thank you, Mr. Trubinsky.
Can you repeat your?
Dan Tebretzky.
Thank you.
Okay. And we have one more phone number up there, Lindsay.
Yes, the last phone number I show in the meeting is 928-963-4169. If you would like to speak, I have allowed you permission to speak. You just need to unmute yourself if you would like to provide a comment.
Okay. And you are unmuted.
No, this is John Hall with Woodson Engineering. I'm just here to support Lisa and Pete with the presentation if there's any other questions. But I've been talking with Lisa, and I think Lisa has a few things to say in response to all the comments. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, John. All right. So those are all the phone numbers. We'll just ask one last time. Is there anybody on Zoom that wishes to comment that hasn't commented already? You need to raise your hand. And not seeing any hands being raised, I'll go ahead and close the hearing portion of this public hearing and bring it back to, at this point, this is a time for the applicant to be able to respond. I'm going to provide you with 10 minutes to be able to respond. I will provide the appellant the same amount of time in fairness to an appeal and how we conduct such hearings. So, Ms. Mulgrew, Lisa.
Thank you. And I'd like to thank everyone for their comments. I do appreciate everyone's concerns. And I would like to just kind of go down some notes that I made and just address some of the concerns. The appellant, Ms. Sidney, sounds like she is, concerned mainly about traffic. And I would like to say that a lot of the people that will come to this park, because it is a small park and it is surrounded by trees and the beauty, a lot of people that come out to these parks are just trying to get away and relax. Because the restaurant will be there, they'll leave their vehicles and their RVs in the park and they'll walk over to the restaurant. If they forgot something, maybe they'll walk over to the Texaco station. And there may be 2 or 3 people per RV, or even 3 or 4 if they bring their children, but it's only one vehicle. And these people will be staying mainly in the park. We are going to provide games, and the check-in center will have sitting areas, lots of outdoor things to do, things for them to do indoor, to enjoy their time there, just to be there and relax. And and I realize that ATVs and off-road vehicles are a problem, but I agree that I don't think people that come to this park will be adding a lot of off-road vehicle traffic. That's kind of a Munns Park area where they even have off-road vehicle rental. And this park is going to be small. It's going to be very well organized and supervised, and hopefully, we would not have an issue with that. Karen also brought up concerns about trash and the leash law. So trash, as someone mentioned later, this park is for everyone to get out of the forest and have a place with amenities, have a place where there are restrooms and showers and a place to get a bite to eat, and maybe get them out of the forest. And obviously we will be controlling trash. And I think, that it's going to help the community and get people out of the forest and out of the properties out there, because this property is very similar to the forest, and we're just committed to keep it that way and make it nice. The leash, she brought up the leash law, and we are not allowed for insurance purposes to even allow certain types of animals, dogs particularly, but there will definitely be a leash rule in the park, and all dogs must be on a leash. That's not an option for anyone. So I don't believe that that would be a problem for the community. She also brought up the traffic study and when it was prepared, and it was updated prior to the first public hearing, and it was circulated to the commissioners prior to the hearing. So they did all have the exact same traffic study that the Board of Supervisors has tonight. So it is all the same. The traffic study that you have is dated July 27, and the first public hearing was on July 28. So other traffic concerns are people being in the community, and you know, they will pull in and they will go park their RV, they'll check in, and then later if they need gas, you know, they're not going to pull their RV through there. They're going to fill up with gas before they go pick their RV up and leave. So I think that will be helpful to know that the park is right there, and they don't have to leave it hooked up to their vehicle in order to drive through and get gas at the station there. So another concern that was brought up is like the school safety and worry for crime. But it was brought up also that by Mr. Booth that there was someone that was staying in the restaurant, and that was a criminal. So as far as they could see. So, and there are other vacant buildings on the property. And I think once the park is up and running, it's definitely not going to cause any crime. I mean, the kind of people that come to the park and pay that kind of money to stay overnight somewhere. And when I say that kind of money, I mean, they're automobiles that they are having they're large, and they're having to buy RVs. RVs are not inexpensive. I mean, most of these people are driving around with $100,000 to $1 million in equipment, and they're just not the kind of people that are going to cause crime in the neighborhood. I'm just kind of looking through my notes. I'm trying to address the majority of what was brought up, concerns and so forth. So I've gone through all of my notes here, and it sounds like the main concern is traffic. And I just want, again, to reiterate that we designed the park so that there's no slowdown of vehicles. They can pull in, they'll pull around the check-in center. They will not back anyone up. We've just done everything we can to make sure that this park is community oriented. Someone, you know, did say, why do we need another RV park? Well, this park was original and was probably in place many, many years before any of the other parks anywhere in the area around Flagstaff or parks. We're just reinstating it, and we're not reinstating it in a way that there is that many more sites. The 2006 plan showed that there were about 73 spaces, and we're asking for 70 RV sites that people would be traveling from at different times, and 10 of those are staying on site. I don't feel that this is too much too quick, because it's not that much different than what it was before. I think because it has been a good while since it's been in operation, people don't remember or they didn't have concerns with it before. And it really wasn't that different than what we are trying to do now. So if we're going to reopen the restaurant, obviously we do need the patronage from the RV. The community really wants the restaurant open, and we are looking forward to that. But it's a small community, and the restaurant has failed or closed twice now. And in order to have that and be a nice amenity for the community, the patronage from the RV park is necessary. Just stating in general, I believe, based on the community meeting that we had with so many people, just so wonderful to us and welcoming us even at that time to the community, and we answered questions for over 2 hours. I felt like we really addressed everything that was presented to us, the majority of what has been reiterated tonight. And I think we made everyone comfortable and really looking forward to the park and the restaurant. I mean, we're naming the park after parks, and we want to name the restaurant, we want to rename it to the Mustang Grill. That's the school mascot. And we want to live in the community. We want to be a part of the community. Other concerned citizens looking after the community. We do respect the concerns of everyone that has emailed in or spoken tonight. And if it is approved, we just want everyone to know that we will do everything we can to respect the community and make sure that it is a nice amenity and an asset to parks. Thank you.
All right. And next up, we provide an opportunity for the appellant to respond.
This is now the appeal.
Hello?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. I expected it to switch the screen on me again. Okay, it's Savannah Sidney still, 13374 East Dog Haven Place, Parks. Yeah, I appreciate Ms. Mulgrew's response and that they really are trying to make this part of the community. I do think the infrastructure isn't really there for that many people. That very small 2-lane road, even going into the entrance, I think is going to be an issue. And since we already have issues with the ATVs and razors during the summer and snow play issues and with the hunters, I would very much like clarification and have it added to the proposal if it indeed what Jay said was the truth, that they are not going to allow any ATV type vehicles to be driven around, not only on the property, but that they would have to tow them off of the property to go and use them in a recreational fashion. Because again, that has been a big concern for folks. It's just, we see it now with Outer Campground, is they use them to zip around, and they would be using them to zip around to the store that's west, Park Store and Deli, and then the store at the Texaco, and then to the RV park, and then off into the trails. And I think that would be problematic. If they want to add that to the proposal, I think a lot of people would be relieved to see that. In fact, in the original meeting, one of the commissioners tried to get that as a concession to the parks residents concerned that these things do go ripping across people's properties. And since the RV park owner really can't control people or be responsible for their residents when they're not on their property, that to make this a park that if you want to use those type of vehicles, you have to tow them off somewhere and use them elsewhere, like Jay said that it was going to be in the proposal. Because originally, when we were voicing concerns at the hearing, we were told that that was not reasonable and we couldn't expect that. So I think that would go a long way for some people's concerns in particular. And I am relieved to hear that as they go along, if they are seeing more traffic issues, that they can reevaluate what would have to be done there, potentially a turn lane. I think that would relieve a lot of people's concerns as well. So that's still just the remaining, the concern I voiced initially, and is still there, from what Jay said was different from what we heard in the original meeting, because the ATV type off-road vehicles are problematic here and would only increase with that many more people coming out here.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right. So next, we have an opportunity for staff, Jay, to respond to some of the questions that have been asked here, and/or we bring up, support, staff support, et cetera, to respond to it. So Jay.
Hi, Mr. Chair and Board of Supervisors, Jay Crystalman, Community Development. So my interpretation of Ms. Mulgrew's response to the appeal, we have about a 3-page written response to the appeal that was filed. My interpretation of that was that no OHVs would be used on site, and then based on commission testimony that they would be hauled off site. But if I am misinterpreting Ms. Mulgrew's response to the appeal, I would defer to the applicant.
Well, actually, I have to find the conditions. Do you have a condition written up for that? You had mentioned that was suggested, but remind me. I've been listening to a lot, so yeah, I need to be.
Yeah, no problem, Mr. Chair. There is a commission in the from the commissioners, but it's not that specific. Says number 12, there shall be no motorized vehicle rentals.
Jay, can you give the board members the page number for theirs?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Mr. Chair and Supervisors, I'm actually looking at my printed presentation with the staff report. I do not know what page in the packet that would be.
Conditions are on page 32 to 34. I wrote that down earlier.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. That's helpful.
There they are.
They're also in the resolution, correct?
That's correct. Yes, so condition 12, it says, there shall be no motorized vehicle rentals except for bicycles, and no OHVs shall be operated on the property, with the exception of firefighting equipment or maintenance vehicles.
Operated on the property. Okay. Okay. So
Yeah,
that's
Mr. Chair, between that condition and then Ms. Mulgrew's response to the appeal, that's what my understanding was.
okay. Okay, so that at least brings back the application associated with that concern. So we had additional questions. It looks like going back to the traffic analysis, questions had been brought up. I'm trying to get to the beginning of this. Concerns with the safety when the traffic study was done. And then probably the traffic is, a lot of comments came in associated with that. So that's bringing Nick up, and or the applicant has Mr. Hall as well, that have the potential of answering the questions associated with the traffic. When it was done, how it really applies to transportation traffic in the area.
Chairman,
So,
members of the board.
Yeah.
So for the date of the study, I will defer to the applicant on, although I will say that it did look like everything was fairly recent data, and it's best practice to use recent data for making statements such as this as well. And for the overall traffic impacts in the area too, from the comments brought up earlier, I stand by my earlier comments of kind of what was seen from the anticipated delay traffic situations we'll see in the area. But I think, again, might be good for the applicant to, for the applicant's engineer.
All right. We have Mr. Hall out there, but I believe he's on a phone. Lindsay, you might have to import them. I forget what phone number. Looks like we only have one phone number up now. So I suspect that's Mr. Hall, 928-963-4169.
Sure. If you can go ahead and speak. You have permission to speak.
Is that John Hall?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yeah, I was muted. Yeah, that was done by Civil Tech, and it was in July, late July, before the first public hearing. And I guess I'd like to say that yes, it's a very recent report, and I agree pretty much with the review or the summary that Nick Hall had expressed. But I'd also like to say, in regard to one of the comments earlier about the big RVs having trouble getting into our small little driveway. Well, we are going to very generous. In fact, even on our plan, our conceptual plan, we're having very generous turning radii on the edges of pavement. And coming off of Route 66, there's not going to be a problem coming in and out of that driveway the way we have that designed. And again, we're going to go into final design and fine tune what you see there. But as far as the traffic goes, I'm pretty confident based on the trip generation calculations that CivTech has done that it won't be a adverse impact on the community. I guess that's all I have to say about that. Thank you.
So one other question associated with this, and you could answer it, Jake could probably also answer it, is associated with, it has been repeated, people concerned about the use of the access by the Texaco station. Can you explain the use of that particular access there?
Yes, well, one of the comments was if you come out of that eastern access just south of Texaco and try and turn right across that cattle guard into Parks Road, that is a tight radius, and that's going to be more of an emergency egress.
Is it an emergency egress or is it a regular access?
Well, it's going to be allowed, but people will be maybe taking cars out that way. But for your RV, I agree with that comment that turning right across that cattle guard is not as attractive as coming out the main entrance of Route 66 and turning right there and then right again on Parks to go down to the interchange with I-40. That's the way people are going to be exiting.
All right. Ask a question. So Jay, you explained that as an emergency egress ingress, not as an access ingress access or egress, not ingress.
Yep, Mr. Chair and Supervisor of the board. So I could share my screen and bring that up again if you'd like, or I could just try my best to explain. Would you like me to share?
Yeah, please.
Right? Okay.
So we can have a visual associated with that.
Sure. Let me take a second here. Okay, so you can see here, you can't read it very well, but it says emergency access. It says for emergency access, you can see where this sort of highlighted area is. That's the area that is specific for emergency access. The main, just like Mr. Hall said, both John Hall in this case, the primary ingress and egress is right here at the paved area. This, part of this is for circulation to get through the park, as you can see by the arrows, but that is not intended to be used. Except for
Okay. All right. Board members, any further questions on the traffic discussion and some of the questions that came up?
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead, Supervisor Vasquez.
Since it is a conditional use permit, and let's say that this is approved, but down the road, it does appear that traffic is worse than what was originally expected. What is the process to go back and review that to see if some traffic improvements need to be made? Thank you.
Mr. Chair, would you like me to answer that?
Yes, please.
Okay, so Mr. Chair and Supervisor Vasquez, so if at the 5-year renewal period, which is currently approved for condition for, excuse me, with the commission hearing, those are all items that come up during the renewal process. So the opportunity and what happens when these conditional use permits get renewed is if they're not meeting the conditions of that approval, they'll either craft new conditions to address that, to fix that issue, or they'll revoke a CUP. Our commission has a tendency to not revoke conditional use permits and typically work with the applicants if there is something that's not working properly as far as a condition. But that's the process in which there are time limits, specifically when there are numerous conditions for a CP as such as this one. Does that help to answer your question, Supervisor Vasquez?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
And then the other question I had is just, and maybe this is for the applicant, is how many people do you anticipate having in the RV park when you're at capacity?
Nice, Miss.
I apologize. Needed to be unmuted there. So it's difficult to say because as we talked about earlier, some people will bring their children. They'll have, the couple and children. A lot of older people will come in. It'll just be, probably a husband and wife. So if I were to take an average of, and this would be at maximum capacity with the rentals also, maybe 240 people with all of the sites. But again, as we talked earlier, they're coming to relax and to play games at the park. And so I still don't see, and it's going to be reduced again back down to the number of vehicles, which is just a number of sites. So these people will eat at the restaurant and enjoy their time at the park. And if they do leave, they'll be in their truck or their car and they'll go right back out to I-40 and go up to Flagstaff or Williams. And so I hope that answers. I may have said a little too much there, but that's what I anticipate.
No, thank you. I appreciate that, just because in some of the comments that we've had from the community has mentioned just the volume of people. And so I wasn't quite sure what capacity you were anticipating. So thank you.
All right. Looks like Vice Chair Fowler up there. Did you have questions?
I really don't have a question. I think the answer is the answers on the traffic study and the number of people and how that traffic flow is going to be. I'm just listening right now. So thank you.
Okay. Another question that was asked is associated with management of drainage, Jay. Considering the area when we had those pretty extreme downpours this summer, but which might have been exacerbated, but still, it does beg the question of drainage and how it's addressed.
Yeah, Mr. Chair and supervisors of the board, the statement that was made with regards to drainage is that it overflowed Parks Road. I do think that this particular year was an unusual monsoon season with the volume of rains that we got. You know, there's no improvements proposed under Parks Road. You know, in front of where the park is, there's an existing culvert to the far west. I think there's 24-inch culvert to the.
I'm talking about the property, not Parks Road.
On site.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. What?
Yeah, that it was noted about Parks Road, but they were talking about the flooding on site, which begs for the question associated with the requirements to have drainage on this site. And can you speak to that?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, thank you. So there is ample storm drain detention proposed on the site. I can share the screen again with you to highlight where those locations are. Okay. And defer to John Hall if there's any specifics with regards to proposed flows, but there is, during the preliminary review for adequate storm detention area, that's what we look for in a preliminary review. And our engineering division determined that, yes, there is indeed adequate area for the site. It is relatively flat, but the drainage will obviously go to the purple areas here where there's storm drain or storm detention proposed.
Okay, so they have it set up to retain and detain or allow for an easy flow to go off property for that, which currently the site does not have on that. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, that's correct. When we look at a preliminary drawing for an approval like this, what we do is we look for adequate area. So in this case, there was adequate area for the drainage that could occur on site, as proposed by the engineer.
All right.
And it didn't exist. I'm sorry, I didn't answer the rest of your question, but this level of detention does not exist on the site currently.
Okay.
Chair, I would also add that it's very likely that recent rainfall event that occurred in that area greatly exceeded any storm system, drainage system standard that, would be of any reasonable expectation of either the county or a private developer, meaning that we had several events in that area that were in excess of 100-year flood of, rainfall events. And so, unfortunately, the ability to mitigate every rainfall event that's experienced during monsoon across our county is just not something that's feasible. The county standard is a 25-year rainfall event, and we do our best to meet that. The vast majority areas, including parks and every area that's not been developed, frankly, in the last 10 to 15 years, doesn't meet that standard, because early on the state didn't even require that we have drainage plans, and the vast majority of the developments we have within the county now. So that there's just very limited drainage facilities throughout the county. But for major events, even if we had billions of dollars in access, we couldn't mitigate to those major storm events.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I think I hit the questions that I heard. I could easily have missed some that were asked during the public comment. Jay, do you have any additional pieces on this?
Mr. Chair, I think all of the questions have been answered. If I could defer back to the site plan that we have from the 2006 approval and just sort of showcase what was approved then, which was a culmination of CUP approvals over 4 decades, nearly anyways. I didn't realize that it existed since the late 60s in the early 70s, just the mid to late 70s. But if you wanted me to go over that approved site plan versus the proposal that we're seeing today, I'm happy to do that again if you think it's necessary. Other than that, I don't have anything else to add.
Well, I don't need to look at that right now, but other board members do. I'll check in with the board. Does any one of the board members want to see that site plan, the historic one? No, not seeing it. So anything else to add, Jay?
No, I'll go ahead and stop the share of the screen and just let me know if you want me to bring anything else up.
Okay. So here's an opportunity to get into discussion associated with it. And, I represent the area and, again, typically as chair, I would defer to board members, but we're all working our way through process. And so I'll go ahead and initiate the conversation. And you can see there, obviously, I want to thank first and foremost, thank everybody for your testimony. It's tough. These are tough issues to wrestle your way through. And concern is impact the community. By the same token, the community is getting impacted tremendously by visitation, unabated, and when you're not planning, it gets really chaotic. So it begs the question for a more organized approach to what happens if change were to occur, how should it occur? And that's where you go to our plans, our comprehensive plan and our area plan. Our comprehensive plan's much more up to date than the Parks Area Plan, as have been noted. I got the Parks Area Plan created way back when, after the Diamond Bell Ranch was being proposed to split up into a subdivision, and got the board back in, I want to say the early 2000s, late 90s, to move it up in the planning process. There's a reason I go door to door in your community on a regular basis. It's not associated with elections. It's let me get to know the community. Let me find out more about the community, what's going on. But the last time I went out door to door, it was because people were so concerned about a proposal that had a potential of coming out there. And people wanted to have input associated with it. And, didn't feel that it really matched the parks area. And there was a perception of conflict and compatibility with the community. When the Parks Area Plan was created, part of my recognition of my going out and getting to meet people individually and not just listening to one outspoken group that's regular, but listen to the whole community is you're a community of many communities. And that's why I appointed an individual from each of the communities to represent your community. And during the area planning process, we did that for 2 years, a little over 2 years, almost 2.5 years. And I went to almost every one of those meetings and listened to the dialogue with it. And the community wrestled with it, including your neighbors, those that participated, as well as the representatives. They would go back to the community, report on what would happen, bring feedback to the area plan on a regular basis, and discuss it. And gosh, if we are going to have change, what do we do? If you remember, Peter Mercantile wasn't there. The reason it was through the area plan process, and part of the discussion was the interchange, north of the interchange. And it was, if we start to have any commercial activity, it should be around this interchange, not dispersed throughout the community, because we want to protect the rural nature of the community. But if there's commercial activity that's to occur, let's look at this particular area. And that's where the 500-foot boundary discussion came in. It was acknowledging that commercial would occur. But because this is a very sensitive topic and everybody goes to the area plan and then they bring their perception of how they think each of these words, what they mean. You can have multiple interpretations for the same words and discussion. But, I will note that, and it is acknowledged in multiple places, that this actually existed. It was acknowledged and recognized. So on page 10 of your area plan is currently existing and incorporated into the commercial element. And that was the campground in particular on this. Remember, Rack and Bull came later on. It had been a different facility prior to that. And that also went through a conditional use permit. So, I can cite different findings in the parks area plan acknowledging that particular land use there. And it was a visitation, it was a campground. So it actually predated and was acknowledged for that in the discussions. It predated the community, the desired outcomes with the community. And so it's very consistent with the parks area plan that a campground could exist here. And the same for commercial activity. The discussion was to allow for additional commercial, and that's how you got your parks, feed, and mercantile that came in. And there were discussions associated with storage units, whether they should be there or they shouldn't be there. Kind of pushed back on that, but the discussion did revolve around providing commercial opportunities at this activity center. And if you go to our updated version to the comprehensive plan, and it's cited multiple times in the staff report, it's looking at different services provided to visitation, to tourism, the types of businesses that should occur, particularly in activity centers. So you look at both area plans, that's what we're looking at. A discussion is, should it be what it used to be versus what is it? It's been over 20 years. And no, there weren't modifications, and eventually that particular campground ceased to exist. As noted during the discussions, this could have up to 192 units. And you saw the earlier proposal that they brought a community meeting, but they never brought an application forward for. There could be a lot of different applications that could potentially come through that push for a higher use and up to 192 units. They came in with a proposal that was half that, but 20% if you do it by uses to that last plan that Jay was showing, 20% increase associated with it. It's a lot less, and they came in with 100. They reduced it down to 80 because of the concern about the level of activity that would occur associated with that. And so they were listening to the community on that. Now, I understand everybody wants everything to stay the same. And we're wrestling with similar issues throughout the county. The whole razor issue, oh my gosh, that's a burden to everybody, to the forest, the OHVs. You heard the testimony of the applicant, and they have in a condition that they're not allowing for the use in the RV park. So they do have a condition written in. As you read through the conditions, they're very, very conservative in terms of reduction of sound. Check-in hours are limited from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Quiet hours should be observed from 10 to 8 a.m. No generators shall be used. That's really untypical of RV parks. So are they trying to accommodate the neighbors and come in associated with this type of use? I would say yes, and you can continue to read through it on various conditions that they are trying to mitigate the impacts associated with it. There is a suggestion of, oh my gosh, this could get out of control. To the contrary, for what you see on the forest, where there's very little managed activity, here you have a managed park. So it is a way of addressing other populations that do come through. As noted, it could be elderly or those that have this particular use, and very consistent with our comprehensive plans. So the discussion associated with safety, it's interesting. We just went through a hearing with the Chena Village that probably would have had 5 times this traffic and concerned about traffic. But I was listening to discussions when people had to sit 6 cars back at the stop sign over on Spring Valley Road and Route 66, my gosh, it had traffic in parks. And so traffic is a matter of perception. That's why we bring traffic engineers in to do an analysis and look at capacities and determine the appropriate uses. As noted by Nick Hall, he reviewed the applicant's study that they provided, stating that it has the capability of handling this capacity. It will be an impact. It'll be a perceived impact because of the rural nature of the community. But is this consistent with Parks Area Plan? Very consistent with the dialogue that happened, with how to treat this particular interchange. And part of it is that you don't want to see this in the broader Parks area, so that you can have those quiet areas and the unique settings as explained at the back end of the Parks Area Plan. You can see each of your representatives from your community with a statement about your community that was put together with your own specific community. Because if you're in Sherwood Forest East, you certainly aren't thinking all the same things that you are in Sherwood Forest West, or in Main Townsite, or if you're out in Garland Prairie. Each community is a part of parks, and they share quite a bit, a lot of values, and yet they have their unique setting that they have their own special concerns about that's unique to them, but not other parts of parks. So we're tasked with evaluating whether this meets the different conditions for approval. Is it consistent with our plans and comprehensive plan and our ordinances? That's where staff makes the recommendations. That's where the Planning and Zoning Commission put in 18 different conditions. I have a question about one or two, and I would suggest a potential change associated with it, such as the emergency exit. I would put a condition in there to assure that that is an emergency exit and not a egress. In other words, a way to leave the trailer park, so that the primary entrance, egress, and ingress is the area for use, unless an emergency is occurring associated with that. Does it fulfill public health and safety? Is it a threat to public health and safety? You can see mitigating efforts, evaluation associated with traffic, evaluation associated with sound, mitigating measures that they have that are put in place. I can't make findings that it would create a public health and safety nuisance associated with the area. Is it consistent with community character? Very consistent with how the Parks Area Plan was written. So I can make the findings for this. There was a suggestion by Jay that the applicant might want more time. Part of the reason that we shorten applications is to use them as tests. It's an opportunity to see if changes occur associated with traffic, that we have a way of pulling it back and making a modification to address that issue, or prove up that you will be a good neighbor and that you will have a good operation associated with it. So I wouldn't be interested in expanding that timeline associated with it. Now, these are my interpretations of the staff report, but as I read the area plan and comprehensive plan, and each board member has the opportunity of evaluating their own interpretation of what we have there. So turn it back to further discussion from board members. Okay, are you guys going to get me to call on you? Cool.
So,
go ahead, Vice Chair.
yes. So, Mr. Chair, I too find that this does meet the requirements. We have to really look at the see if with our ordinance, and staff have provided the information, and it is within the G zone. And it's a conditional use permit, and we have looked at the 500 feet from the interstate, and it does have that. We also have to look at the public safety and the welfare of the community. The fire-wise and emergency response has been established. We're going to be looking at that. The emergency response will be from Ponderosa Fire District. So I believe that that's been met. There was a concern about our sheriff's response, but we'll have the sheriff, we have our sheriff's department that can respond to and as a backup as well. The other is the environmental side, and this is fire-wise as well, but just being able to address the natural, working with the environment within the property, and that's where the fire-wise comes in, using the natural environment that is there. The planning and zoning has put in some conditions, and I think those can be addressed as you just mentioned. And I think it does meet and is part of our comprehensive plan. It meets all of that. It will be addressing the just the dark skies and being able to have the park in that location. I think that it has met. For me, there was a concern about the noise, but there's been a buffer zone that was put in there. And then there was school safety also, but that I was trying to, Jay, how far is the school from this location? That was, that's the only other question that I had. Things that happen off the property, there's really not much that the owners can do, but they did say they're going to post signs and trying to be respectful to the community. I think that's something that can be addressed in that way. We do have ATV issues across the county, but they'll be putting up ATVs. It's not going to be allowed. No generators will be allowed, and there's a time frame also when people can check in and when they check out. So I think a lot of what was being questions that were brought up has been, to me, it's been answered. The main thing that kept coming up in all of the comments were just the traffic, and that was the main issue. But we had a lengthy conversation about the traffic study, and how it might be addressed if it was miscalculated. And so I think that for me, this is a sound proposal that is being brought before us. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Let's go with wander through numeric. Supervisor Vasquez.
Sure, thank you. So after listening to everything, I came in and I saw the proposal and I saw the concerns from the community. I also saw a lot of voice of support for the project. And I feel like we've gone through a lot of the concerns that the community laid out. And I feel confident that with the conditions placed into this use permit, that things can be that things can be mitigated and allow this development to be successful in the area without undue stress on the community. I see that I'm glad to see that there are ways to address it if things are, as Supervisor Fowler mentioned, if the traffic ends up being worse than what was anticipated or projected, that there's ways to adjust to that and see about moving forward. But at this time, I'm comfortable with moving forward with this project. Thank you.
All right, Supervisor Begay.
Good evening, everyone. I kind of don't want to reiterate what has been said by my colleagues here, but I think the conditions of approval is pretty much something that I feel that we can work around and work with. And specifically item number 18, where it says failure to meet any of the conditions of approval may result in enforcement actions and revocation of this use permit per section 5.7b.12 of the zoning ordinance. So I just want to say, I think, I do feel that, a lot of issues that were brought up were pretty much, answered, and that, with these conditions, I think I'm ready to move forward with this issue too. And like I said, I don't want to reiterate what was said by my colleagues already. Thank you.
All right, I think we're pretty close to making a motion, but Jay, I want to suggest, and we'll see if my colleagues would go with this. But I want to put a condition in that item 19, making that an emergency access point on the eastern gate by the Texaco there, rather than a way of exiting the campground. Can you put some words together for me there?
Yeah, Mr. Chair and Supervisors of the board, actually Cinda had a really great suggestion that we add it to the existing condition for condition 8. If you'd rather have
no, go ahead.
A new condition. So it states on-site driveways shall be improved with an all-weather surface, minimum 14 feet overhead clearance and 20 foot or wider, capable of supporting vehicles weighing 42,000 pounds. One-way driveways may be a reduced width as permitted by the engineering division. And perhaps after that, the emergency access or the emergency exit to the south of the Texaco is to be used for emergency, or strike the first emergency, that the proposed access south of the Texaco is to be used for emergency ingress and egress only.
I'd actually suggest, is there any other one-way driveway? I mean, maybe that sentence could be eliminated altogether, because in effect, then there's one driveway that's two-way, correct, Jay? Or is there another driveway to the west that I'm missing?
I'm going to share the screen so you can see it. Internal to the park, it's exclusively one way, and that's common for a park to maintain, how the campers are parked. So I think just limited
to that, just to the driveway statement. It says one-way driveways may be reduced width as permitted by the engineering division. We could leave it, but there wouldn't be any actual driveways, or I guess access driveways maybe would be more accurate. There'll be other driveways in that sense, of roadways.
Right, and if we identified as specific to the section directly south of the Texaco, there's no.
No, I'm good with that language. I think that language captures the emergency nature of the ingress and egress.
Emergency ingress and egress only.
Yeah.
And then the following sentence is simply a dust mitigation plan shall be approved by staff. Chair Ryan, does that capture what you're intending?
I think I would achieve that, but let me check with the board members. If
Okay.
we were to deny this appeal, we'd still need to move forward with the modification of the addition of the condition for the approval of this. Is that okay with board members if we were to do that?
I think that makes sense.
Okay. I see Supervisor Vasquez nodding his head, Supervisor Brigade nodding her head also on that. Yes, that would work. And then the only other one that I kind of, well, there are a couple that I looked at. It's amazing the conditions for those that haven't read the conditions of the plan, that there's a lot of controls built into this park already on this. However, that note associated with item 12, there shall be no motorized vehicle rentals except for bicycles, and no HVs shall be operated on the property with the exception of firefighting equipment and maintenance vehicles. I think that achieves the objectives of the intent of having this back and forth razor OHV activity that you see all over the forest and impact your communities. And so I think it addresses that issue and that concern that was brought up. We can't ban OHVs out on our public roads and out in the communities. And to be honest with you, a lot of people in your own communities are those users as well. Hopefully they're respectful, but that doesn't always occur with that. But how do you address and try to mitigate? For the visitation that would occur associated with this particular use, I think that condition would accommodate that. And so that's me speaking to that issue. And, you know, I can make citations of page 50 that acknowledges this type of land use, as well as page 10. The aesthetic policies have been met associated with it, the tree preservation, but not just that, but the fire, the reduction of threat of fire with firewise activities, which we got to encourage all of our communities to do. Get everybody to reduce that fire danger. We don't want to see happening to our communities what has happened in California, Colorado, now in the Northwest. So there's a reason why we built these into our conditions. So that public health factor has been met. There are the only changes I have suggestions for. If there just check with the board, or are there any other suggested changes? If not, the first action that we need to make, and Rose, let me check with Rose. Rose, I believe we need to deny the appeal based on the discussion that we've had here. Take the vote associated with that. And then if the vote carries that forward, then it would be moving forward with the approval of the application without one modification and condition. Would that be correct, Rose?
Chair Ryan, I don't think there's any need for them to be separate actions.
Okay.
You know, taking one essentially, you know, also takes the other. You know, they are corresponding actions. So I think the motion may be to deny the appeal and approve resolution number 20-21, and then providing, you know, including that modification as part of that.
Okay. We have the same resolutions. Did you state the right number there?
I didn't state a number.
Okay. Yeah, the resolution and modifying the condition. Okay. I need a board member to make that motion. I, as chair, wouldn't be making a motion associated with this.
I move that we deny the appeal of the renewal.
And approve the resolution.
And approve the resolution 2021-39, which is to approve the and uphold the Coconino County Planning and Zoning Commission's action to approve conditional use permit and which allows the RV park and campground in a G general 10-acre minimum parcel size zone within 500 feet of the interstate highway intersection in Parks, Arizona.
And can you put the
And we recognize that it meets the condition, all the finding of facts, which is to that proposes the conditional use permit, proposes the proposed location of the conditional use permit with the objectives of the ordinance and the purpose of the zone in which the site is located. Secondly, it also meets the requirement that the proposed conditional use and the condition under which it will be operated and maintained will not be detrimental to the public health, safety, and welfare, and materially injurious to properties and improvements within the vicinity. We had a lengthy discussion on that. And it also proposed conditional use will comply with each of the applicable provisions of this ordinance and accept the approved variances. Number 4, the proposed conditional use is consistent with and conforms to the goals and objectives of the policies of the comprehensive plan and the area plan of the Parks, Arizona.
Can you put the modification of the condition?
And we do have a modification for number 12. Was it number 12? No, number 8. Where did we put it?
Jay, can you, or Lucinda, can you clarify?
Jay, I think I need your help on that one.
Sorry about that. It was condition 8.
Yeah, condition 8.
And after the sentence saying one-way driveways may be a reduced width as permitted by the engineering division. And then after that, the access directly south of the Texaco is to be used for emergency ingress and egress only.
So the modification is as read by our staff for number 8.
All right. I have a motion. I need a second.
I'll second.
A motion by Vice Chair Fowler, a second by Supervisor Vasquez. Comments. My comments would be, as I noted earlier, I can easily make the findings as its relation to, as read by Vice Chair, and more specific to the plans as I noted in the discussion earlier in the meeting here. And also for the sake of the community, hard issue. It is a hard one. I suspect after 5 years, we see different applicants. I think you probably have a good neighbor that's moving in here. And will be pretty consistent with the older uses that had existed, but will be modified also for that. Thank you for whether you were for or against. We really appreciate your input and take this quite seriously. Other comments from board members?
I like to thank the community for coming out and being so passionate about your home, where you live, and what you see, and you and your vision for the future. And that is so important. You're passionate about it, and you came and made your comments and really want to improve your community. So I just want to thank you all for coming out and sharing your thoughts and helping us to decide how, which direction to go on this proposal. I'd just like to thank the applicant and just the respect that everyone held for each other as well. Thank for the applicant for listening to the community and willing to make adjustments to be able to accommodate the neighbors. Thank you.
All right. Further comments?
Yeah, I'd just like to thank everybody for participating tonight, for putting in your input, and all those folks that emailed and sent comments through email. We got a wide variety of opinions and thoughts on the plan, and hopefully through the process of addressing some of the concerns, people feel more comfortable with this project moving forward. I know that change is difficult, and we want to try to keep our community as rural and as tight knit as possible. Yet sometimes there's opportunities that are best for the community, and this does seem like it is one of those opportunities. And so I just want to say thank you to everyone who participated and put their input into this process.
All right, Supervisor.
Yes, I like to make a comment too. I just want to thank everyone for their input in all aspects, and that helping having them help us make a decision. And I think a lot of issues, concerns were brought to the table, and they were spoken about, and that, with the owner and people that have applied for this permit is aware of is aware that there are there may be some outstanding issues or concerns that the people have that live in parks. So just be mindful of that. And then again, thank you. There's going to be I'm thinking from here, that it's going to be something that will be good for the community. And so I just want to say thank you.
All right, thank you. So with that, I'll call for the question. All in favor of the motion, vote aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
All right, that is a 4-0 vote in favor of denying the appeal, adding the condition and to the recommendations of the planning and zoning. Good luck to the applicant. And you hear it, you have a community that really cares about itself and what's going on. Really encourage you to continue with your good faith efforts that you've expressed and becoming a very good neighbor. Thank you, everybody, for your input. And with that, I'll go ahead. It's been a long day. I'll go ahead and adjourn the meeting and thank the board for really tough decisions here.